8 players, 9 place fields did receive just over 13,000. 8th place is going to be just over 60. 142,386. 10,000, 80, 30,000, 60,000. Go ahead and deal. Joe in the 9th seat here. Does you have anyone watching with you today, or anyone bring anyone with you in the 9th seat?
My wife Dana.
Joe's wife Dana cheering him on today.
You didn't ask me.
Woo! I did. You said no one yet. Remember? No.
I didn't say that.
Mike, anyone here with you today in the 2 seat?
Yeah, I got the bracelet with
Oh, right here in the
Nick
front. Nick with the bracelet.
And my buddy Sushi right there.
All right. 30,000, 60,000 on the lines.
All right, welcome back here to the
Joe in the 9th seat.
Ameristar Casino East Chicago. I think we've got the technical issues worked out. I heard the audio was up, the audio was down, but we're good too. Seems much better, says Ace Boiler. So thanks for watching, everybody, here on Twitch. It's James and Dave, good friend, HPT champion. Dave, good friend, joining me. He is from the Chicagoland area. You live right in downtown. I mean, you're moving on up to the east side.
There's the east side of Chicago's Lake Michigan. But yes, I am Gold Coasting it these days. Not a bad place to be.
All right, over to the 5 seat now of Kenny.
Super Twan. Sometimes he even shows up at a poker tournament in like Superman gear. He's showing up in a cape.
Doesn't surprise me. Doesn't surprise me.
And Mike Yonan takes down another pot there. Keep moving the chip stack in the right direction. Still have a couple short stacks at the table. The blind's at 60,000. Steve Sloan, even though he doubled up, doesn't even have 1,000,000 chips. Super Twan there looks like he has a little over 1,000,000 chips. That'd be about 17 big blinds.
7th seat's going to be first act.
Up top, 104,
114.
142, 386.
Oh, 142.
Yeah, that's a nice little payday here on the HPT. One elimination so far. So the next, the money bump now is 16,406 for 8th place. It's great to be here back in the Chicagoland area. I tried to get to a Cub game, it just didn't work out. We were out a little too late on Saturday night. The plan was to get up and go to the Cubs for the, I believe, the 1:20 start. But when you wake up at 1:30 and you're a half hour away,
That kind of defeats the plan.
I was with Robert Williamson III, so it's never an early night.
Did you come? Did you go into Carmine's with him on Friday?
I was
Saturday
not,
night.
no,
you were doing your football work on Saturday.
Yeah, I was taking care of Illinois State. So what do you think of the Bears this year? Do they have any chance?
No.
No, they don't. They don't. Packers is the first
game. I mean, I think under 6.5 for their over/under season wins is just like looks like stealing money to me. I mean, it's a train wreck. I can't see it being turned around. Cutler, this is going to be the end of Cutler, and the whole thing's going to have to blow up.
Well, the lock of the week, according to East Coast Rossi, is the under in the Tennessee-Charlotte game. I believe it's Tennessee-Charlotte. And, or not Charlotte, Tennessee-Carolina, my bad. And the Vikings. He likes the Vikings against San Francisco. I think the Vikes are going to be pretty good this year.
Limped pot between the blinds. Kenny leads on a pretty dry flop, Jack 8-2 Rainbow.
This Twitch is great. I set up my account. I'm interactive with you guys. This is a lot of fun, but you can also hit me up on Twitter at
HPT James. That's JAYMZ.
You got it.
Not that I've ever heard you say that before.
All right, back to the poker here. 7 of clubs comes on the turn.
Kenny led the flop, checks back the turn. I think Mike's going to prey on this weakness and bet here.
Now, I'm guessing, Kenny, you play with him a lot, has a lot of gamble in him. I'm just going to make that assumption now.
He does. He does. But it's not just random. It's not random gambling. But he's not afraid to take a risk. And that's, I think, in a poker tournament, you need to be able to take risk. You need to win a poker tournament, you're going to need to increase volatility at various times. Mike does take down the pot in position.
So your episode B will be on next week. Did you do any bluffing at that final table? We don't get to see every hand. You know, that was a long final table, if I remember right. But did you do any bluffing?
Yes,
Kind of just pick your position, played your position, and
correct. I mean, nothing. I didn't do any big sick bluffs or anything like that.
Sunglasses, like.
But yeah, a couple things here and there. I was overall with the play. I was okay with. There were a couple hands I'm not sure if I was right, if I wasn't right. But the one thing I was incredibly thrilled with, and I know it's a horrible way to talk about yourself to use the adjective that I just did, but I was really pleased with my demeanor at the table, how calm, cool, collected I stayed, how, you know, the look that I was trying to have at the table, I really did have at the table. I'd like to think I'm reasonably hard to read.
you looked very comfortable from what I saw. We didn't see a lot of hands yesterday because you weren't real active in the first half of that final table, but you looked very, very calm. You looked like you'd been there before.
Well, I mean, it helped playing the back-to-back final tables the year before. It wasn't my first televised TV final table. You know, I have, while not necessarily in poker as much, but I have been gambling for a long time. I have played tournaments for a long time, and the best way to do any sort of endeavors such as that is just to stay cool, stay calm, and let the action come to you as opposed to forcing it the other way around. And it just happened to work out very well. Mike Yonan takes down another pot here, and he's getting close. He's not closing in on Greg, but he's getting closer and closer. And Narco Cop seems to be, of the players so far, the one taking the bull by the horns the most.
Now, back to you talking about being relaxed at the final table. That's easier said than done, okay? Especially for folks who've never played on TV before. It's a weird situation, you know?
Being mic'd up with lights and the stops and the starts when people get knocked out. You've got people in the crowd. You've got the live stream going, and you've got your buddies watching the live stream. You know, people feeding you information if they think somebody's got to tell or somebody's been doing something. So yes, I mean, there's no getting around it. It's a whole different. It's a different animal than what these guys were doing last night.
Yeah, and there's anxiety with the fact that now I've got to do this, television interview. I've got to be under the lights. And then I still have to play poker. I still have to play poker.
125 is the raise by Greg in the 1 seat. 125,000. Actions folded around to Kenny in the 5 seat.
Sorry, that was the cocktail service stopping by.
On the button.
So if we can talk to Zach Howard, my producer, if there's any way we can take out that Jeremy's audio, maybe. The live audio is mixing in with the stream audio, so we'll do that flop. And now, I'm looking at the wrong flop. That was the flop from the stream. This is a little bit behind.
And Jeremy folds. Greg in the 1 seat is going to take down the pot.
All right, the winner of the hand is the 1 seat and our chip leader here at the Ameristar Casino East Chicago.
Seems like every pot right now is going into that corner of the 1 seat and the 2 seat with Greg and Mike.
First place, $142,386. Second place, $87,909. Third is $58,000 and change. Fourth is just over $40,000. And your minimum right now, 8th place, $16,406. I want to talk more about money because we are heading to Colorado after this Blackout Colorado. Expecting a huge turnout. So if you want to be a part of that huge prize pool, check out all the information online at hptpoker.com.
I could actually have this fantasy for a week, James, about winning the HPT next week out at Golden Gates and becoming number 1 on the all-time HPT money list.
Yes,
right now I'm down to 12th at the moment.
Indeed.
Got up to 10th after that win at Soaring Eagle, and Jablonski's rejumped me, and somebody else has rejumped me. But I can get back with just one tournament win next week and be the all-time leading money winner on the Heartland Poker Tour. That would be cool.
It would be very cool, and it's so much fun out there. I'm telling you folks, this is just from me as a poker player, not just me with the HPT. If I was to pick one event to play all year, it would probably either be this one or the Colorado event. A, the prize pool, and B, the people, and then C, where you get to be. Yeah, the place. Yeah, I mean, who doesn't want to go to Colorado? it's a great place to be.
Interesting. Rob Edelstein here opening for 125,000 out of a stack of about 700,000. It looks like. So out of a 12 big blind stack, he's not open shoving. He has normal raised per se.
Now, the other thing about some of these players who've never played on TV, the other problem you have after getting through all of that is some of these guys have never played four-handed. Some of these guys have never played three-handed, and some of these guys have never played heads-up poker.
And that's a very interesting topic you bring up there, James. When I played heads-up against Sean Roberts, I was completely overmatched.
Oh.
Jeremy's going to re-raise.
3-bet here from Jeremy out of the small blind, it looks like. No, that's just an open from the small blind. It got limped into the blind, excuse me. Oh, that is a excuse me. Yeah, Rob opened to 125. Jeremy re-raises, basically testing Rob and asking Rob if he wants to play for a stack.
240 is our total bet.
So basically this is an all or nothing decision for Rob right now with his 12 big blinds. I don't think calling is an option.
Thank you.
And I would have thought when Rob opened out of a 12 big blind stack, he would know what his plan was if he got 3-bet. And just because he's acting as if he doesn't have a plan right now doesn't mean that he didn't have one. Knowing enough about Mr. Edelstein, he had a plan for the hand. Be interested to see how he goes about it here, though.
And how many chips do you think he's got there?
Looks like he's got about 600 behind right now. And he does fold it. Wow.
He's going to fold.
He gave himself a 10 big blind stack. And I think he's pretty much the shortest stack. Him and Steve Sloan are the two shortest stacks at the table right now.
So, how many times did you play, and what happened? Tell us what happened.
Okay, well, I fired one bullet on Thursday. Started out really well, knocked out the defending champ Mike Puccio. Got up to 90,000 before level 6, and things didn't go really well after that. I ended up getting a table change. I tried to bluff Osama, a local Chicago player who ended up finishing 11th, and that didn't work. I ended up shoving 14 big blinds over an open and ran into ace-king behind me and didn't get it done. Now, having said that, James, without getting into a lot of detail, there are very few times in my life I've busted out a tournament and looked back on it with a smile on my face. I will never forget my bust out from Thursday night, and I will never, ever look at it in anything but an incredibly positive way. It might have been one of the best things that's ever happened to me.
Wow, well, there you go.
Friday I came back, late start. I jumped in level 7, had some real-life issues to deal with early in the day. Ended up like level 12, level 13, getting in a flip with 7s against ace-king. Another ace-king had been folded, and I still couldn't win the flip, so...
That's poker.
Stuff happens.
It does happen.
All right, we have
on amount by Stephen the 7th seat. Actions on Jeremy in the
Well, you
8th
might
seat.
be right about this final table here moving pretty fast.
All right, we have a shove for Steve for about 8 big blinds. It looks like Jeremy has called the shove from the button.
Joe folds over to Greg in the 1 seat now.
So an open shove for 8 big blinds, called by the button, flat called by the button.
And Greg
Let's
folds.
see what we got.
All in the 7th seat. Jeremy has made the
cards.
call.
King of 10, King 9.
Of spades. Jeremy does make the call with ace of hearts. King
Looks like,
of
I think
diamonds.
Steve has King 10, right? Or is it
King 9
King 9?
against Ace King, as some people like to say, Domination Nation.
Yeah, he's going to be behind, obviously, as we
He
speak.
is suited. He's got about 32% chance. Needs a 9.
So, Steve, 4 daughters, one of
All
them
right,
in
Steve
the
is all in here with
military as
King
we
of
speak.
spades,
And these,
spades.
the other 3, I believe, we're trying to watch here
Ace
on the
of hearts.
live stream.
King of diamonds. Jeremy is currently
8 years between Heartland Poker Tour final tables.
Wow, crazy. And we go to the flop.
Flop of
It's
clubs,
7,
clubs,
6,
six of diamonds.
5.
It's not bad. Gives him, picks up 4 more outs.
Steve does pick up
Spades
the-
not an issue there.
Deuce, deuce.
Let's see the turn card.
Go to the turn card
Turn
now.
card is the
Now the 4
Chop opportunities with the 3, in addition to taking it down with the 8 or the 9.
He's got options.
He's got 7 outs for the win, 4 outs for the chop.
And then we go to the river card now.
River card is the 10
And it's the 10 of spades.
Let's give Steve a round of applause here.
And that's going to do it. Steve is eliminated 8th place. And go home with $16,406. Not for nothing, as we say here on the good old HPT.
Yeah, when he finished 5th back in 2007, he got $18,000. Today, finishing 8th, he gets $16,000.
It tells you a little bit how we've grown, I guess.
No doubt.
James Larson, my name, joined by Dave Goodfriend. You can hit us up on Twitter.
We haven't talked much about the gentleman who just took that pot down, Jeremy Klockner, who's got like only $3,000 in Hendon Mob known earnings. Looks like he's sitting on one of the bigger stacks in the tournament right now. He's going to be over $2.5 million in chips. He's going to be right up there with Greg K. Mike Yonan not far behind. It looks like Mr. Dice has close to $1.5 million.
And Steve is right behind us here. We're going to have him pop over, and we'll try to get a word from him. He's in the back doing an interview with Amanda Leatherman. You are watching exclusive Final Table coverage here at Twitch. How about this Twitch? This Twitch is great. I love this. And we're going to go down to Amanda now as she gives us a quick little wrap-up. You are watching the HPT.
I think he wanted to watch it.
Your camera's working.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. You're on camera. Camera's just going to You're good now. You guys are good now.
No, I'm all right.
Here you go.
Kenny was more in front of Rob's camera.
Okay.
Coke? With the elimination of Steve in 8th place, taking home over $16,000, we are now down to 7. Let's get back to the action.
Oh, room temp water, please.
That is correct, right?
I'll get you one.
With the elimination of Steve in 8th place, taking home over $16,000, we are now down to 7 players. Let's get back to the action.
Real quick, thank you, by the way, Amanda Leatherman, James Larson, and Dave Goodfriend here. We have Steve now in the broadcast booth for a second. Talk about your play here at the final table. It didn't last real long, but you had to make a move there with the chips you had.
Yeah, I did. I had less than 10 big blinds and only a couple guys behind me, and
Hey
I
guys,
thought in
Steven
that spot,
Lupus in 8th place.
unless I got a monster, maybe I can get away with it.
30,000.
Ace king to my left, so what do you do?
You know, Steve, I didn't recognize you from the final table. How many years ago was it for Steve?
8 years ago.
8 years ago. You final table Iowa, and you're back again.
Yeah, it's been a while. Took a little break, I guess.
All right, well, congratulations to you. And you got 4 daughters, one of them about to get married.
Yes, I do. She's in the Army right now, and she's going to get married in a couple weeks. Very proud of her.
God bless you, Steve. Thanks for coming out. All right, good luck.
Congratulations.
There you go.
We're back in the action, James. Still at 30-60 with a 10K blind, down to 7-handed. And what will our next player receive?
Next player will go home with $19,811. Now that's something you don't want to be fixated on the money, Dave, but you've got to be strategic because, you know, if you can sneak up into 4th place, we're talking $40,000, okay? You talk about these pay jumps, you know, from 7th to 4th, we're talking almost double the cash. So that's got to go through your mind, and that's
It
not...
goes through your mind of the decisions you make at the final table. Last night, for example, on the broadcast, there was a hand that I played meekly, I played tamely, and there are certainly younger, aggressive players that would have played my pair and flush draw completely different. But given the scenario of where I stood in the tournament chip stack-wise and where the tournament was at overall, I was taking a huge risk by re-raising there, and I decided to play my hand for the draw as opposed to playing my hand to take down the pot with the draw. And those are the kinds of decisions that you have to be thinking about in a final table scenario. It's a much different type of setting than normal play on day 1 or day 2. Day 1 or day 2, I'm always re-raising or shipping with a pair and a flush draw on that hand. For those that actually watched the show last night.
Does anything really change right now? We started with 9, and now we have 7. Pretty much the same strategy.
Well, there's
I mean, besides obviously what I just said about
no, there's
things like
a
that.
couple things that are different. First of all, 7-handed table is different than 9-handed. The hand values can start going down a little bit. You're not afraid of anymore of being the first one out and getting the min payout. You know, if you're sitting where Rob Edelstein is, for example, with 10 big blinds right now, you know you've at least haven't finished 9th, and you're willing to take some more chances. And I would think we're going to see another, all-in and a call within the next 5, 6, 7 hands. Rob's real short. Looks like the gentleman in seat 9 is getting a little short.
60,000. Kenny in the 5 seats. Could be first back.
Kenny's got only $1.2 million, and he's not one to sit and wait.
You got to be patient, don't you? Especially with our structure now. You really, when you enter this tournament, nothing's going to happen fast. From day 1 to day 2, it's hours and hours of play, and then you got to get it all together and take a shower today and put on a nice shirt and be on TV. But these guys are tired. They were playing late into the night last night, or into the morning rather, and poker's not easy. It's not easy at all.
It's definitely not. It's grueling. It's exhausting, especially mentally. It's a long day. And I know it sounds strange to say, and I'm one that doesn't allow myself to do this, but sitting in a chair for 10 hours is not easy. I'm one of those that is walking around constantly, standing up, trying to keep my blood going.
Sure.
So what do we have here? Greg opening the button.
Yep, over to Rob now in the 4 seat.
He's picking on the short stack. Obviously, Rob's shoving range is going to be quite wide here over a button raise with a short stack.
570.
It says 570.
I think that's all his chips.
Re-raise by Rob, 570.
He said 570, but it might as well be all in.
570,000.
It is.
Yeah, right.
This guy was, 9.5 big blinds.
Back to Greg in the 1 seat.
I mean, if Greg folds here, it's 7-2 off, basically. He makes the call.
Call is made. We're going to flip over the cards.
Hearts shown by Rob. Greg has ace of hearts, queen of diamonds.
Oh, big hand to pick up in the big
Oh,
blind.
huge. Absolutely.
Rob has king of clubs.
Oh, excuse me, ace queen for the button, and Rob shoved with king 9 of hearts. And
Let's just get to the overhead shot so we can really see exactly
the tail of the tape.
who's the tail of the tape, as they give me a hard time.
Risk here, but Greg is in the lead with ace of hearts, queen of diamonds. Let's see the flop.
Ace queen on the button for Greg.
Wow.
That's almost not fair with his stack.
Flop is 10-8 tray rainbow.
With the ace high here.
Not a lot of help there for Rob. But he's still got live cards.
Go to the turn card now. It's the 4 of spades.
No added equity with picking up a straight draw. It's a king or a 9.
King or a
6
9.
outs.
Pretty much what we're down to, the king or the 9.
The river card.
And we go to the river card now.
River card is the 9.
And it's the 9 of clubs.
Bink. And Rob's gonna double up here.
Okay, I thought we were going to lose yet another player here pretty fast. We'd be down to already 6 players, but the double up complete. The 9 comes on the river.
I can tell you that's not good news for the other 6 players at the table if Rob gets chips. Get him in, watch him spin. To be fair though, like I said, his shoving range there with 9.5 big blinds on the button over and 9.5 blinds in the big blind over a button raise is pretty wide, and he probably thought he had the best hand with king 9 when he shoved it in.
Right. So the action is hot and heavy here. Ameristar Casino Hotel East Chicago. Next payout will be $19,811, then $23,805. Up top though, $142,386. Your final table bubble player was Casey Carroll. We had 432 players, paid 45 spots. Nice little prize pool of 619,000.
Nothing little about that.
No, I've what has it been, 7-8 years for me? I remember some of these prize pools.
200,000, 150,000.
I remember it real well. I remember, giving 30,000 away from first place.
What did Raymer win when he won Albuquerque a few years ago?
Well, that was a pretty small event, yeah. But I've seen this thing grow.
It's
and,
amazing.
We're going to continue to do that, adding more stops and new things into the show.
Look at Soaring Eagle last month. It was up 100 year over year from last year.
Right, and it's the players, and we listened to the players, and we're changing. The structure was the biggest thing. It took us a while to fine tune this thing, Dave. Nothing comes easy, and the players spoke, and we listened with the help, obviously, Daniel Negreanu and people like that went to us. Alan Kessler bothered us quite a bit. We love Alan.
He bothers a lot of people.
I'm sure we'll see Alan this week. He was our Player of the Year, of course. I'm sure we'll see him this week in Colorado.
I wonder if we'll see this year's Player of the Year, Mr. Massey, Mr. BCP out there.
Yeah, I know he was playing another event this weekend, but I have a feeling, I don't know if he'll be in Colorado. I thought I did ask him that, and I will have to find out, but he's tough. Hey, we just got a tweet from at East Coast Rossi. Says, James, at David Goodfriend, at HPT Poker. Great job on the broadcast, boys. # Day Baseball. We know he likes to follow the baseball, that's for sure.
So we got open on the button from Mike Young in here, and Rob Edelstein trying to play the rush here. 3-betting out of the small blind. And Mike giving him the evil eyes.
Giving him the
narco cop can do.
The narco cop. Like he might have got a new shirt for the final table.
He's styling today.
He is styling today. I'm sure Amanda Leatherman will talk some fashion in the exit interview, or possibly the championship interview. We don't know yet. It's really too close to call. I can't pick somebody who's even a favorite. You can go ahead and look at chip counts and things like that, but what a competitive final table, Dave.
Right now, there's, Greg obviously with his chips is a contender. Mike, good player, a contender. Rob, 3-bet here, very good player. It's now chipped up to almost $1 million. He got about $1.3 million, it looks like, and that's not good news for anybody else.
No.
Super Twan, if he gets chips, he's going to be dangerous. And Mike Dice to Kenny's left in seat 6 is a terrific player. I think any one of the first 5 seats, you could make a case for them.
Indeed. Great.
And that's not, I don't mean any disrespect to Jeremy in seat 8 and Joe in seat 9. I just don't know as much about them as I do the other 5 players. By the way, if I may be able to do so, hello to my sister Leslie watching us on the stream right now. Thanks for watching us.
Hello, Leslie, and hello to everybody watching us. Hey, look who's walking in here.
All right, a real poker
in.
professional.
Yeah, last night he was wearing a shirt with a bear on it. Yeah, he just had a shirt with a bear. It was good that he doesn't have it on now. Oh yeah, they did some shots. You can see that over there on the.
That was a fun video on that. You can find that on YouTube on the HPT channel there.
Yeah, you can just head over to the HPT the Twitter and you can find that. So that's a new thing too. We're just trying to have some fun. Amanda brought out some ideas this weekend when we're trying things out. Also want to thank Paul Ornstein. For years I had that wrong. Want to thank Paul for all his live updates. These guys work pretty hard.
That's not easy. We as poker players choose to do 12-hour days, and we only have to do 1 or 2.
Yeah.
Paul's got to do every one of them.
And I love it.
And there's some stops he's got to do 2 flights in 1 day.
Yeah, then he works 15 hours and he gets in the hotel and someone says, hey, man, where's all the updates at? You didn't mention
where's my buddy?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I played that 9-7 suited and you didn't put on. But thanks to all of the folks that help us out here on the road. And I also want to give a shout out to the crew as these great camera shots that you're seeing and everything here on the
having been in the TV business a little bit myself, it makes you appreciate the behind-the-scenes people. Everybody thinks, James, that you're the star. You're the on-camera guy. You're the face. But it's the guys behind the scenes that make the show happen.
Indeed. And these guys, you know, they fly in yesterday. They come in and they get everything set up. And I work in a lot of other areas in TV, whether it's a college football game or basketball or a sporting event. But these guys have all the whole cameras. They've got the regular cameras. They've got the web stream. It's not an easy setup. So thanks to the entire crew for everything that they do.
It's getting interesting with Rob picking up some chips. It looks like he's in the mood to open another pot here, and I think he's going to start ramping things up.
Remember, he was about eliminated until that 9 fell on the river. We've seen that before at these final tables where, you know, you're one card from being out the door, and all of a sudden you're in a good spot to win the thing. You know, he's got a little work to do yet. But
and at a final table like this, where the stack sizes aren't so deep, one little thing like that can make a huge difference. Jeremy's chipped up nicely there. It looks like 2.8 million behind, so he started the hand with almost 2.9 million. He's right up there with Greg amongst the chip leaders, and he's going to defend his big blind, it appears, and we're going to see a flop.
You know, back over to Kenny in the 5 seat. I think he's just basically card dead today so far. You know, it's still early, but just hasn't had a whole lot of traction, and you know, there's something to be said about that too. You know, you just gotta wait. We're probably gonna be here for several hours.
I'm more surprised about the lack of verbal isms out of Kenny than I am the lack of action on the felt, actually.
I think when we see him drag a big pot, that might change a little bit. He was a lot of fun to watch on day number 2 for sure. We talked to him up here in the poker room, but it's been a good week here, and it was great to see the numbers. 432 paying 45 spots. It's great to be here at the Ameristar Casino Hotel, East Chicago. I want to thank Ken Lambert. You know, he's new to our operation here. Kenny's brought some insight to the HPT, and he's had I want to say 50 years in poker.
I was going to say he's been around the block and back.
Yeah. I see these people that he knows everybody. You know, he goes back to the Stewie the Kid Hunger days. These guys were in poker rooms together.
I was chatting with a buddy of mine, Mike Holm, today. He said to say hello to Kenny.
Oh, very cool. Very cool.
We got a check raise here on a C-bet, it appears.
230,000.
A min check raise. Rob continued for 115, so he min check raised.
How often do you do the check raise in a tournament? Once, twice?
I do that. It's in the arsenal.
It's in the arsenal, sure. You got
It's
to mix
very
it up
much
a
in
little
the
bit.
arsenal.
Got to mix it up.
Interesting here, though, with the stack sizes. Jeremy's got about twice as many chips as Rob does. Rob is just chipped up. He's gotten off being the short stack. And now he's found himself at, you know, the call itself is only for 115,000. It's not the 115,000 that he's putting in here that he has to worry about. He has to worry about the turn in the river. And given that his opponent's out of position, he's likely to lead, I would think, on the turn. So you're probably going to be faced with another bet. And he does 3-bet it.
3-bet here too.
And pretty much a min 3-bet. Wow, 115 to 230 to 360. Click, click, click.
Right.
360,000 is a total re-raise by Rob. Action's going to be back to Jeremy in the 8th.
Action back now to Jeremy in seat number 8.
And my guess is, you know, Rob's probably thinking that he can outplay Jeremy right now in position. And he's taken the initiative back. He keeps the lead in the hand here. He's certainly most likely to have, you know, a strong ace out of the two players, given that he opened and Jeremy defended the big blind. Absolute total blank on the turn unless somebody's got 4-5, and
sure.
Most likely it would be Jeremy with 4-5 of clubs in the big blind. Doubt seriously that Rob opened with 4-5. So pretty much a blank there. And after just calling the 3-bet on the flop, Jeremy's going to lead out on the turn for about 300, it looks like. It's only about a third of a pot size bet. No, 260. That's more like a quarter of a size pot bet. And that just may be very, to me, I think that's trying to get to the river for 260,000, trying to hit a flush. That would be how I would see it.
Yeah,
Doesn't mean that it's right.
It kind of feels that way, though, doesn't it, Dave? It does kind of feel.
It's either that or he's trying to tempt. He wants to get all Rob's chips in right here. It's one or the other. You know, Rob's only got 600 plus the yellows. He's got $1 million behind. So he basically had a pot-sized bet behind, and yeah, he's going to give this one up.
He is going to fold. So you are
Very interesting hand.
You are watching exclusive final table coverage here from the Ameristar Casino East Chicago. James Larson, David Goodfriend. Again, you can join the conversation on Twitter at HPT James, or we've got the chat box going here on the feed here. This is great. This new Twitch feed that we have. We've had a few technical difficulties, so we're trying to get all those worked out, but kind of always struggle with that with the web stream. It's usually an internet issue, but we hope to resolve that and get everything working.
210's no good, huh?
Coming up later in today's show, we will have Jeff Madsen, we'll have Robert Williamson III. Amanda Leatherman will join us shortly. She's here is our sideline reporter. We're on a 30-minute delay, so I'm trying to watch that. I get confused. I was about to say we've got an all-in, Dave, but that was.
You were distracted.
I was very distracted.
I got to tell you, the HPT has really stepped things up as far as the sideline reporters lately.
Yeah, they really have stepped it up from what they had before. Yeah, right. No, it's nice to have all these folks come help us out, and yeah, we're seeing some very talented sideline reporters, and we're having fun with it.
And on a personal level, I'm really excited about Melissa Costello being out in Colorado with us next week.
Indeed, she's
one of my old friends from Chicago.
Oh, really? Yeah, and she's a good friend of Amanda's as
she
well.
Is.
So yeah,
I was actually her first subject of being on TV.
Oh wow!
She interviewed me. If anybody's really bored and wants to YouTube Melissa Costello's first interview and see the Beat the Maven contest from a 2005 edition of Horsing Around TV.
I forgot, you even had your own 900 number, didn't you?
1-900-89 Maven. Give me a call before you go to the track for the best in horse racing.
Wow, he's still got it.
I actually did that ad. I actually did that ad standing under the sign of the Las Vegas sign coming to town, and I taped a commercial like that. Super Twan taking a pot down there as we're seven-handed.
You ever hit the horses for a six-figure payday in an afternoon?
Yes. I hit a pick six at Saratoga a few years back.
When we were at our event at the Commerce in LA, I went to the track. It would have been, what's the name of the track?
Hollywood Park or Santa Anita?
Santa Anita. I loved it. I was there.
Mountains in the backdrop.
Beautiful, beautiful. And the friend I was with knew somebody there. We got into the club, and they were running the second or the third of the Triple Crown. This was a couple years ago, so we got to sit in the box and just had a blast out there. It was my first time.
So you must have been out there in the middle of May.
Yeah, sure was.
Third weekend in May.
It was nice and warm. The place was packed, and we had a lot of fun. It was great.
Jeremy might have actually taken the chip lead over as I look at his stack compared to Greg's chip stack. Jeremy's got $3 million. It looks like Greg's got about close to that too. And we have a button open from Jeremy. Looks like Greg's going to defend his big blind. And we'll go to a flop.
Regular one seat makes the call, 135,000 and a call.
Yeah.
So button open, big blind defense, two biggest stacks at the table. Theoretically, it should be rather conservative play between the two big stacks right now. Keyword there, theoretically.
Theoretically. Yeah, this is, I kind of like that we can't see the whole cards. Kind of gives us, the behind-the-scenes look here, and we can learn something. I'll tell you what.
It's funny. You sit at home sometimes, James. You watch these webcasts. A lot of the people sitting home watching the webcast think we actually see the whole card right
we
now.
Don't.
We don't. Okay. So Jeremy continues here.
Greg announces call.
Greg's going to call. We're going to go see a turn.
145,000 and a call.
Pretty much normal bet sizing here from Jeremy. 145 after a 135 open with all the added money in there from the blinds and antes. It's still not even a half size C bet.
Turn card now, the ace of hearts.
Greg checks over to Jeremy on the button.
Greg could have very well have called the C bet with ace high here. That could have been a good card for
Jeremy
Greg.
checks as well. Both players check.
Both players checking. Now we go to the river.
River card is the 3 of
Yeah, the
spades.
tray of spades. So
Flush draw comes in if anybody had a flush draw, which isn't that likely, but Greg's going to lead out here, and it's going to be hard for Jeremy to call it. Jeremy clearly doesn't have an ace. He would have bet the ace on the turn. This is a hard bet for, I mean, Greg should be betting here with almost any 2 cards, but it's a really hard bet for Jeremy to make. Wow, he bets really small. He's begging for a call.
165.
And it's going to be, I mean, this is just like, please pay me, please pay me, please pay me.
And Jeremy makes the call.
and he's going to make the call. So we flip over the hands, and we start with the
Jeremy
1
shows
seat.
Pair of fives.
Pair of fives.
And Jeremy shows King Jack for a pair of kings.
So
and
it's
Jeremy's
King
gonna
Jack
take
for
down the
Jeremy.
pot.
So he hits the king on the flop. He's going to take down the pot.
Thank you.
Wow.
Kids running the table.
Well played by Jeremy, checking back that flop with the ace, keeping the pot small, able to call the river with his top pair from the flop. And as I mentioned about Jeremy, about Greg there, he basically figured he could win the win the hand with any 2 there, and good call, good hand, well played by Jeremy, who is now, I would think, unquestionably our chip leader.
Indeed.
Out of the 7, the least experienced player at the table, 3,000 in lifetime earnings. And I made this joke when I won last year, James. If I can win, anybody can win.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a part of the beauty of the HPT.
Indeed. If Dave Goodfriend can take down a title, anybody can do it.
Easy there, Tiger. It's one thing for me to say that. It's another thing for you to say it.
60,000 on the blind still. Action's folded around
All
to
right.
Jeremy in the 8 seat.
Action over to Jeremy now.
Wow, that's 3 million.
Folds over to
That's
Joe in the 9 seat.
approaching 4 million for Jeremy right
Jeremy
now.
in good position.
More than doubling his stack from coming in earlier today, and he is the chip leader right now.
Over to Joe now in the 9.
And I don't think that's necessarily bad news given his lack of experience for the, more
And Greg
veteran
folds
players
well.
at the
Mike takes
table.
down the pot with the first walk. Goes to Jack 8.
Wow, Larry Walker for Mike Young in there.
Wow,
Nobody wants
yeah.
to mess with a narco cop.
No, the first walk of the afternoon.
You don't want to mess with those Chicago cops.
No, you really
Take
don't.
it from somebody
You-
that knows.
Right, yeah, exactly.
5 minutes remaining at the total. 10,080, 30,000, 60,000 on the blinds.
Robert Williamson III just walking into the broadcast area. We're going to have him on later in today's show as well. So we're jam-packed with guest analysts and going to have a lot of fun working on Labor Day. I wouldn't have it any other way. Let me tell you that, my friend.
Hey, you're used in the horse racing business, weekends and holidays.
Well, action's on Jeremy
Those are your
in the 8 seat.
busiest days.
Indeed.
It's the way of life. Jeremy's going to open another hand here.
Jeremy's going to raise.
And he's going to raise it up here to
135,000
135,000.
raised by Jeremy.
Now, the interesting thing about somebody like Jeremy, James, to somebody like me, is he only shows $3,000 in Hendon Mob earnings. Now, yes, that shows what he's accomplished or not accomplished in tournaments. He could be a cash game god for all I know.
Exactly.
He could be a home game god
Sure.
for all I know.
Sure.
So sometimes we look at these statistics and the records and, I think it's more important after you play a few laps with a guy to judge on what you see and not what the record is. But at the beginning of the day, it does give you an idea of what your opponents do. And I'm definitely one of those guys on a day 2 trying to get all the information I can. We have an open from the cutoff here from Jeremy and a shove.
A shove here by Joe now.
And it looks like a shove for 850,000, about 14 big blinds. He's going to have to call 700,000 to win about $1 million, if my simple math is correct. He's going to fold a weak ace face up, and he's going to.
Says he's going to show 1. He flips over to the king of diamonds. Don't know if he had a pair of kings there, but Joe's going to win.
The worst hand he
the
ever
prize.
has, though, is king queen. I don't think he's shipping king jack there. It's either kings or ace king most likely. 3 straight cashes on the HPT for Joe Sidornik here in Chicagoland area.
So
Cashed
one-
in December, cashed in May, or cashed cashed in May, cashed in August, something like that.
So a little bit of a heater. What's how have you been doing since you won the event? What have you been up to besides playing HPT events?
Well, I
You
went
know,
out
it's a
there.
year ago.
It was a long time ago. In January, I allowed myself, or early February, I allowed myself one special poker trip. I went to Deauville to play an EPT. I played, I played the whole series. I bricked it, but that was the one poker trip that I allowed myself. Got crazy a few weeks ago and bought a 12-year-old car.
Very cool.
But pretty much, doing what I've done for a long time, it just went into the bank. First thing I did was make sure that the money that Uncle Sam was going to get was put in a safe place. And anybody listening to this right now, when you win a poker tournament, you make a big score in a poker tournament, they don't take taxes out. Put 30% aside and don't even think about it. If you don't do that, you could really regret it later.
Yeah, it's so true. We're not tax consultants or professionals, but great advice from Dave, good friend. It's actually something to talk about because I've heard of players, they see me a year later and they say, James, I won a couple $100,000. Things didn't go so well. I lost it. And now, unfortunately, I don't have the $30 or $40, $60,000 to pay the IRS. So, again,
that's how people get in trouble. That's exactly the kind of story is how do people get in trouble.
And it's more friendly advice than anything. It's just good to lock that up.
And when you
take
have
care
that
of it at the
money
end
in
of the
your
year.
pocket, it's hard not to let it go to your head a little bit or make you feel good about yourself a little bit. And the hardest thing to do when you make that kind of score is just to keep on grinding with the same mentality, the same work ethic as you did before you made that score. Is because when you start thinking that you're better or you're special or something like that, that's when poop and fans start coming together.
This is the internet, we're okay.
I know. My nieces might be watching with my sister right now. So.
Yeah, give that shout out again to your sister.
Leslie Cohn, LG Cohn, my wonderful adult sister in Highland Park, Illinois. Two beautiful nieces, Danielle and Lexi. Amazing brother-in-law that puts up with my sister.
So again, if you're watching this and you want to be a part of the HPT, you can definitely join us. We've got many events coming up. One coming up this week in Blackhawk, Colorado. But just check out the webpage at www.hptpoker.com. And
love the way Mike Younen's playing so far. He's stayed out of big pots. He's won a few small pots. He's maintained his stack. He's chipped up a little bit and playing really well right now.
And not only the HPT main event, but we have so many side events that players can play too. So
that's something that's grown immensely. At this event here, there was a terrific $300 buy-in event last week that had a prize pool that was well into six figures. And for an old fart like me, they had a couple seniors events that had close to 300 players in them.
It's awesome. It's awesome. So it's great.
I mean, it used to be with HPT, it was just a one-event deal. Many of the places you go now, you can play a whole series. Now, granted, most of the rest of the series isn't for the same kind of money that you play the main event for, but it does give you, or the locals in the area, an opportunity to play a series.
What are your feelings on the re-entry? A lot of people have their opinions and views. I happen to like it. I like the way we do it. How do you feel about it, Dave?
It's here to stay. Okay, we got an all-in here, James. I'll get back to that in a second.
Joe's all in the 9 seat. Mike's going to fold over to Robert. Remember, Robert was just one card away from being eliminated. Over to Kenny. Kenny says no on the button. Now to the blinds we go. Small's going to fold. Now to Jeremy in the big blind.
That's a shove for about 800. It looks like about 1.1, somewhere between 1.1 and 1.2 million. That's about 15 big blinds, and gets through. And he asks him once again, you want to look at what it's like in your face almost.
Right, yeah, spike the football a little bit. Joe is from Chicago. He said total career winnings $1 million plus online, and his plans for the prize money, he wants to buy his wife a Tesla Model X. Well, I know what those things go for, and I'm going to look at the prize pool here. He needs to probably get in the top 3 to take care of that.
Top 2 maybe.
Yeah.
Now, what's second? 90 grand?
Yeah, I'll have to look here, but he's gonna need most of it. Our friend David Williams owns a Tesla, and they're great cars, and they're quiet, and they just cruise down the
The
road.
thing that you just mentioned about Joe with what you have there on his profile, I went to the Hendon Mob. I see on his Hendon Mob page he's got 25,000 lifetime earnings, 6,000 is his biggest score, even though he's had 3 straight HPT cashes here in Chicago. And online, the guy's won $1 million. And if you look at the guy at the table, he doesn't exactly fit the profile of a guy that's won $1 million
Right.
online. So that's the kind of thing where, he probably doesn't look, given that he's done as well as he's done online, his look and how he plays are probably not the same.
160 is the announced amount.
So we're going to go up to
160,000 is the raise.
160,000. Mike on the button. We all know how important it is to have that position, to have
Yes.
that disc in front of you.
Yeah, don't mess around with Mike there, Jeremy. I think that's a good idea.
Now to the big blind. We'll see if there's a defend mechanism here now for the 9 seed of Joe.
That's the kind of hand I like to see again.
And Joe Cole
Easy
takes
decision.
6-3.
Off.
Mike in the 16 is going to take down the 5.
You have that big
Hey, you
blind?
still owe me a hand to show from
And then
yesterday.
and what I said about Mike Yonan, I'd say the same again.
Anytime you want to
Mike
see
Dice hasn't played a big hand yet. He's got more chips than he came in with. He's he's opening enough. He's playing enough. He's not just knitting it up and waiting. Is that Keith Lutz? I think I just saw Keith
There's
Lutz.
Keith in there, boy. He's a fun follow on Twitter. Let me tell you.
Oh my God!
Keith Lutz.
There's so many characters in the Chicago area poker scene. It's
It
frightening.
worked out best for both of us.
So we're broadcasting from the Ameristar Casino Hotel East Chicago, right here in East Chicago, Indiana. We had 432 players, paid 45, a prize pool of just over 619,000. A little bit of that coming from you. So
$3 grand coming from me.
Just think, if you wouldn't have made it, that prize pool would have only been 616,000. So it's great.
Yeah, last night hanging out with Rossi, he was
Jeremy on the button.
wanting me to thank him for his contributions to my Soaring Eagle win.
Yeah.
Yeah, I played. I think I bought in 3 times. How much of that money directly went in your pocket?
Right,
We were
yeah,
trying
that
to
was
figure
funny. That was funny.
I raise.
out. Joe looks like he wants to do something out of the small blind. Oh, excuse me, it hasn't gotten to him yet.
So speaking of Mike Ross, he was eliminated twice, both by Craig Casino.
The legend.
The legend Craig Casino.
And one of them was a gross one. King Jack 2 board. Craig had a
185
set of deuces. Mike had King Jack. And that was after a bunch of us had dinner together on
Oh,
Thursday
wow.
night, and Mike picked up the tab, and then Craig knocked him out for a second time. I mean, how would you feel? You buy the guy dinner,
I know, right?
he's knocked you out already, and then he knocks you out again.
I know. Again, I mean that. Once
That's the
is
beauty of re-entry tournaments.
right. Exactly.
And for the most part, I like re-entry tournaments. The one thing I don't like is the best stack forward thing.
Yeah, I go both ways, back and forth with that myself.
Being in the contest business from the organizer side on Derby Wars, I fully understand the concept of why re-entries exist, and they're good for pretty much everybody.
Sure.
And as somebody that doesn't have unlimited bullets,
the raise by Joe 5.
actually, if somebody's going to play a 6-bullet strategy and they want to go crazy on their first couple and give up a lot of equity and get their money in bad against me, fine. They can go back and rebuy. I can't. But that bothers some people. That's, people play a little cray-cray because they can re-enter. I'm fine with it. By the way, looks like Jeremy opened and Joe 3-bet. And Jeremy's sitting there in the tank right now. And
What do you
he's
got, just
reaching
some
for 4 betting
$6?
chips.
Interesting hand unfolding here.
It was funny. I did pick up on Joe wanting to play the hand before Jeremy entered it here. It's funny you can pick up things like that when you're just watching it on TV.
Yeah, I always learn watching them, especially in the studio with the whole cards.
And this time he shows the aces.
He's going to show the aces this time, and Joe's running red hot right now.
My gosh, he's luck boxing it at the moment, but on the other hand, he's really not winning that much chips.
I'm trying to climb up the pay ladder. That might not
Oh,
be
we
good
missed a
enough.
blind. We missed a blind raise, by the way. 40-80 here.
We were talking too much as we broadcast from the Ameristar Casino
Even when I
Hotel,
showed the
East
ace, I said,
Chicago.
that
We're just
shouldn't
25
count.
miles
Otherwise
from
that wouldn't
downtown
count.
Chicago. It's a beautiful hotel here, 288 rooms and suites, a fitness center, 6 dining venues, 2 lounges, and 5,400 square feet of meeting and event space. If you're ever in the area, stop by the Ameristar Casino Hotel. What I like most is the staff here. Everybody's very friendly. It's a great place to
The nicest
out.
hotel in Northwest Indiana.
I slept real well. I mean, I slept real well because I was getting home so late, too, so it wasn't too hard to close your eyes and hit the pillow, but it's
Amazing how quiet Super Twan's been so far. Just mind-blowing.
he's starting.
It's like, who is he?
He's starting to hop a little bit, though. His tail was wagging, which normally means a good hand, but I think he's been quiet too long, and he's ready to get into the action here.
I think we're going to see something from Kenny really soon. It's just so untypical so far.
So talk about being patient, especially a guy who, you want to play, okay? You've got to play smart. You've got to play tight. But how do you the boredom? How do you not let the boredom set in where you maybe play a bad hand? Because it happens. It happens to me. It's like I haven't played in a while.
The hardest thing for me, and I'm not that good a player. I want to make this perfectly clear when I say that, is when I'm playing at a table more often than not in a smaller tournament against clearly inferior players. That's what it's just so hard, like not to want to get in pots with these players.
Right.
That is the one place where my patience, and I want to say almost my ego, gets in the way of wanting to play too many hands. Now, if I'm playing the right way in an HPT or a WSOP or a big time event like that, having the right sort of patience level isn't an issue. My patience issues come up in smaller tournaments. Got a flop here. Narco Cop calling out of the big blind. And that's a good flop normally for a big blind as opposed to an early position raise. Joe playing the rush here out of the 9 seat. Opened under the gun.
Joe's gonna bet.
Wait, I'm getting that wrong. Excuse me, he opened his button there yesterday.
Is the bet by Joe. Actions back to Mike in the 2 seats.
Well, that flop is supposed to be good for a big blind. It's actually not bad for a button raise either. And Mike clearly whiffed on it, and he'll just take it down. Nice run here for Joe. He's got himself up to $1.5 million. Might be $1 million, $6 million, $7.
10,000 Andy still, 40,000 to 80,000 on the blind.
Got him more than 20 big blinds, and once again, there's not a lot of deep stacks here. Even the biggest stack right now, Jeremy, he doesn't even have 50 big blinds.
So we had a couple of quick eliminations, and now things are slowing down just a little bit. As I predicted, I kind of thought this might happen, and it's really up to that deck too. We haven't seen a whole lot of action as far as action cards go, but Kenny, I think, is just itching to get into one of these big pots, and we start with him.
Yep, here we go.
He's reaching for chips. I like it.
Kenny's going to be first to act under the gun.
Under the gun, my favorite spot to be.
UTG.
I love the UTG. A little raise here, going up to 165,000 now over.
Was
to Mike.
referred to as the new button a couple
The new
years
button,
ago.
yeah.
I don't
I
know.
wanted to
It's
say it, but I didn't want to be cliche.
It's kind of like it's past the point of being the new button now.
Well,
Those
we
are
might
3 betting
see some,
chips.
yeah, we might see some action here with the first 2 into the hand, liking what they have. I'm gonna put Kenny on Ace Queen is my prediction.
Mike in the 6 seats going to re-raise. 325.
3-bet now to 325,000. Maybe it's
Sizing is interesting. 325 over a 165 open, not even 2xing the original raise.
Over to Joe in the 9 seats.
pulled it around.
And he really
now to
doesn't
Joe.
have to raise it more than that, given Kenny's stack size, because Kenny, I don't think he can call here. It's either a shove or fold spot.
Joe folds, great folds. Over Mike to the 2
I think it's
seats.
Ace Queen against Ace King is my prediction.
Actions on the round in the 4 seats.
I think that's what it is. That's my prediction. I've been right before. I don't know much, but I've been right before.
Crowd folds, actions back to Kenny in the 5 seat.
What do you think Kenny has?
325 is
You
Rick
think he
Folds.
was just betting to bet there?
It's actually a good spot to steal where Kenny was. Min raise there looks strong under the gun, given his stack size. Like I say, I can't see him calling. I can't see him making a 4-bet. It's either going to be a shove or fold here. And I think clearly Mike knew that when he sized his 3-bet here. Mike's terrific. Mike's a really, really good player. He's quiet, a good hand reader, completely gets it. Hard to play against. Not the kind of opponent I like. I like the opponents that are easy to play against and consistent. You know what they're doing.
Mike is 27 years old. 100,000 total career. What it says here, 100K plus. Yeah, because like you said, I checked with Zach, would you
Raise it 650.
And he's going to re-raise. 650 is the total bet.
650. So he's basically is
he's
committed to all his
He's
chips
committed.
here. All of his chips are committed.
650.
So I don't have him on ace queen anymore.
Come on.
And now an all in and really
Look at my gamble. I call.
Kenny says
call. We're gonna see what they
All
have.
right, let's see him. Mike shows aces.
Aces.
Kenny, you might be right about Kenny. Kenny might have ace queen.
might
Mike
ace
shows aces. Kenny shows pocket king.
Pocket
Oh
kings.
my God.
Kings versus aces. He wasn't going anywhere. And you know what? Just a classic cooler there. What do, Dave? You haven't picked up a hand all day. You pick up kings under the gun. You're happy to get re-raised there.
Put a
You're
king on the
loving
board.
life. You tank. You flip them over.
I'm too
And
good,
sure
bro.
enough,
I'm
you
not
run
good
them
enough
right
to fold that.
into the buzzsaw.
And of all, Kenny Wynn usually gets paid when he gets kings, given his reputation, and to run him into aces, it's just sick.
We still got cards. We got a flop turning river, but unfortunately for him.
That's a pretty stone face out of Mike there.
King.
And the flop right into the ace of diamonds. So it goes
Running
ace.
diamonds is about all Kenny can hope for. Running diamonds, running kings. There's Nick Jickoff in the background.
background, yeah, the
WSOP bracelet winner.
Card is
That'll
95.
do it. That'll
Clubs,
do
that's
it.
gonna
We
do
lost
it.
Super Twan.
Third card is a jack of hearts.
Jack
And Kenny's
of
gonna leave us in
hearts.
seventh
Kenny
place.
is
Kenny
gone,
round of
so
applause.
unfortunately for him, but not for nothing.
Good game, man. Good playing with you, buddy. That's cooler,
He
man.
adds to his 900 plus in
Can I fold that
lifetime
hand, man?
earnings.
I can fold a
Another
lot of
TV
different hands,
final
but not that hand.
table for Super Twan, who final tabled at Gary 8 years ago. Real character.
All right, Kenny's gonna leave us in seventh place. Gonna pause the clock here while we do a quick bumper.
All right, we're going to
Seventh
pause
place,
the
Kenny's gonna leave us
clock.
with 19,000.
I think I'm going to hit the road, James. You
right.
got some real poker professionals that are waiting and waiting to jump in. It was a lot of fun for me, and see you out in Colorado next
Yeah.
week.
Thanks for stopping by, Dave. And we've been friends a long time. Congratulations on your victory. Even though it was a year ago, we're all getting to see it now on TV. And I'll see you in 3 days.
See you out in Colorado.
All right, thanks a lot, bud.
Can't tell if he was really thinking of folding or.
We'll see.
Ever, right? The life before, the life after. Chuck's coming too.
Easy game, huh, buddy?
Oh goodness, Steve, you're good at rowdy for sure. Huh? I wish. I don't got time.
Yeah.
I mean, you can have these two because you got moved, right? I should be
All right, guys, with Kenny being knocked out in seventh place, taking home almost $20,000, we are down to our final 6. We'll be right back after these messages. And then the bumper. Yep.
Way to wake up.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the HPT here from the Ameristar Casino and Hotel in East Chicago. We're down to the final 6 players. Let's get these cards back in the air.
Last time when I had Kings versus Kings, it was right up to
Game over on the turn, baby.
I said he could steal my money. I never said you could steal my money.
125. Fifth place, just over 30,000. First place, just over 142,000. Jeremy's going to be first act in the 8 seed. He folds. Over to Joe in the 9 seed.
What are the blinds?
Joe's going to raise. 175, 175,000 is the raise by Joe. Folded around to Rob in the small blind. Rob folds over to Mike in the big blind, and Mike folds as well. Joe in the 9 seat's going to take down the pot.
I mean, you guys get a lot of aces over there, huh?
Buttons in the 4 seat here, 10,000, 40,000.
We're real hard time with the math.
Just over 23 minutes remaining at this level. 6 players remaining.
What?
What did you bet?
No, I almost put up 275 instead of 175. Did I any yet? It's easier online. Just enter the numbers, do the math.
Joe's first act here in the 9 seat. He folds, Craig folds. Over to Mike in the 2 seat. Mike's gonna raise.
Welcome back to the HPT. It's
160,000 is the raise by Mike.
Now joining me is
Rob
my
folds,
old
actually back to Mike in the
pal.
6
He's
seat.
actually my new pal, Robert Williamson III.
Mike
He's
folds
actually
over to Jeremy
turned
in
down
big
Jeremy a
blind.
little bit in my ear.
160 is our total
And
bet.
turned me up a little bit in my ear. That would be just awesome. So, Robert, how are you?
I'm good, bud. How are you?
Good. Great to see you again. We've been having a lot of fun as you've been voicing some episodes with me.
Yeah, I guess you could say I'm your new old friend.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly.
Somebody asked me today, said, you guys go to college together? Well, like you guys are old
And Jeremy's
chums.
gonna make the
Well,
call.
we picked up real quick, that's for sure. Exactly.
And you're gonna be heads up to the flop here. Let's see the flop.
If I could, if you got some.
Flop is king of clubs, 5 of hearts, 4 of clubs.
Yeah, less Jeremy. And
Jeremy's gonna be first act.
try to get this audio worked out here.
Jeremy checks over to Mike.
Okay. Check 1, 2, 3.
200,000 is the bet by Mike. 200,000.
Kind of
Action
hot
back to
vote
Jeremy in the 8th seat.
between Mike and Jeremy. $200,000 is the bet by Mike. Jeremy's counting some chips out,
I call.
and he says call.
Jeremy makes the call. 200,000 and the call. So gonna be heads up to the turn here. Let's see the turn card. Turn card is the 6 of hearts. Jeremy in the 8th seat is gonna be first act. Jeremy checks over to Mike.
Jeremy checks it again to Mike. See if Mike continues his aggression in position. I think if you do see a check here, it'll only be with a real hand. It'll be hard to double barrel bluff in this spot. He's reaching for chips, so it looks like around 350. Yep,
Mike's gonna bet.
350 if I counted it correct.
350. 350,000 is the bet. 350.
Confirmed. Mike's turning up the heat on Jerry, making it a little harder to continue here. Big pot here developing between Mike and Jeremy.
Okay, welcome back. James here with Robert. Sorry, I stepped aside real quick, trying to get all these audio things figured out. We lost one more. I just got to figure it out there, pal. So a lot of money up top here, Robert. $142,386 as we come to you from the Ameristar Casino, East Chicago, Indiana.
I hate to see my buddy Kenny get knocked out before I got it in here. He was a
How
tough
much is it?
competitor. Played against him all week, unfortunately. I didn't have the pleasure, I had the displeasure.
Right, yeah.
Took a lot of
he's
my chips.
He's a good player, and he didn't have much going today. Didn't have a whole lot of luck. Didn't have a whole lot of cards, but then he wakes up with kings, runs them right into aces, as I've always said.
The buzzsaw.
It's the old buzzsaw. Anytime I can use the word buzzsaw.
Knew it.
Want to
Knew
thank
it.
Derek Melliker, our accountant and travel coordinator. I just finally got him to fly me first class. Wait, I don't think did you give? Oh, thanks for approving the invoice, or denying the invoice. I saw that.
And Jeremy Foles, Mike and Susan's going to take the little pot.
Jeremy Fulton lets it go. Mike takes down a nice sized pot here.
Anyone else drink smoking, sir? Anyone else?
No, thanks.
Everybody good?
All right, so the thing I want to talk about now is our trip to Colorado. A lot of money on the line.
10,000, 40,000, 80,000 on the
I
line
have a
still.
feeling it's going to be another
Over 28 minutes remaining.
event
At
for
this
us,
level.
Blackhawk, Colorado, right outside.
40,000,
Right outside.
80,000.
about 5 minutes from.
Very good. The one seat's going to be first
I
act.
believe the largest attendance of the tour, isn't that
Yeah,
correct?
it's we've done 1 million the last 7-8 times we've been there, so all good.
Week after that, at the Grand Sierra in Reno, which I will
Great for the
be
race.
attending.
175. 175,000 is the race.
Go to hppoker.com to look at all the venues where we're having upcoming events.
Foles
Find
over
where
Mike
they
on the
fit
button.
your
175 is the
travel
total bet.
itinerary and come on up and see us. We'd love to see you. The week after Reno's Thunder Valley. We got a pot developing here, so back to the action.
Mike's going to make the call.
We got a button call from Mike.
Action's over to Jeremy in the 8th seat. 175 is our total bet.
You can hear his music back there. It's so loud, right?
Jeremy Foles. Over to Joe in the 9th seat.
Action back around to the big blind Joe.
There we go, Zach Howard. Thank you. Perfect.
Much better.
Much better. Thank you. I'm back to normal. I'm with my friend Robert. We're broadcasting from the Ameristar here in East Chicago.
175,000 was our bet. We have 2 callers. Going to be 3 players. to the
And
pot
Joe
here.
limps
Let's see
for the
flop.
big blind, calls that small raise.
Flop
Three-way
is the
action.
cards. 4 of diamonds, 8 of diamonds. Joe
All
in
right,
the 9th
flop
seat
is
gonna be
2
first bet.
8s and a 4.
2 diamonds.
Joe checks over to Greg.
Joe's going to check over now to the 1 seat. That's Greg K. Started the day with 2.945 in chips.
Greg's going to bet.
He's going to make a bet.
180, 180.
The bet is 180,000.
is the bet. Action's over to Mike in the 6th seat.
Over to Mike now in seat number 6 on that button.
Mike says
Raise has been announced here.
Oh.
Puts out a stack, Robbie.
You know, that almost has to be a
500,000 is the
real
full bet.
hand, hard position for him to
500,000 is the
bluff
raise by
there
Mike. Action
with
is
2
to
people
Joe
to
in
act
the 9th
behind him,
seat.
including the original bettor.
And Joe is going to release his
Joe
hand.
folds. Action's back to Greg in the 1 seat.
So action back over now to the 1 seat. There's Greg.
Yeah, don't think in this spot that Mike has an 8, but I do think he might have a pocket pair.
And Greg folds. Mike's going to take
Greg's
down
in
the
the
pot.
fold.
Yep.
Mike will win the hand.
Or he had 2 diamonds. Might have been betting on the come. Either way, Mike takes down the pot.
So anyway, Robert, how you been? I know you played the event. You had a pretty decent day 1. You got knocked out right before the end of the night.
Second to
Pocket
last hand of the
tens.
night. Yeah, it's been my nemesis right lately. Actually, that left me with a few drops of blood,
Yeah.
but the end was soon to come. That was the 5th to last hand of the night, the 2 10s. Once again, I couldn't win that key pot, the key
Yeah,
moment.
It happens.
Got it in good. I liked my chances, but
Yeah. But you're going to see us more here on the HPT, come to more events. And folks, we have so many events for you to play. Just head out, just check out the webpage at hptpoker.com. HPT.com. Colorado coming up this week, and we're going to go to Florida, and we're going to Reno. There's just so many events, so many chances for you to play on national television and take home 142,386, what it is today. So we had Dave Goodfriend in the booth. It was nice to talk to Dave. We sat with him last night and watched his episode air from last year, and it was a lot of fun. Dave is he's a great guy, and it was fun to see him finally win one. You know, he's been playing for so many years, and we get to know these people. They become friends of ours, and we see these guys, especially the regulars. You know, I talk about the Jablonskis and the Casinos and all these guys that we see. There's so many of them now, and for me, being on the road with these guys 7-8 years, it's a pleasure to see them, and it's good when you know, good players win and the success comes. So congratulations to Dave.
And a good guy too. You know, it's nice to see one of the good guys win.
Absolutely. Is that why you never take one of these down? I'm wondering. The flop is 10-7 for Rainbow.
Well, my defense, I've only played 3 of these. So
Okay, 3. All right.
statistically speaking, you know.
So we got a lot of fun commentary today. We've got you joining us. Jeff Madsen's going to join us in a little while too. We got Amanda Leatherman, Derek Melliker, May. He's got some important meeting later at 4, but he's going to try to join us later. And you know, we had a few eliminations quick, but now things have slowed down a little bit.
Yeah, you see that happen from time to time when the stack sizes require, or get in a position to where they require a player to tighten up a little because they've got enough big blinds to keep going. One of these is really lucky. I can't figure out which one.
So 10,000, 40,000 to 80,000, just over 33
So again, you can be very interactive with us here. Either follow us on the Twitter or the Twitch page here, or you can shoot me a tweet at HPT James. We spell it Jaymz. We like to keep the show very interactive here. And Dave already sent us a tweet. Had a really fun time doing the HPT webcast. Massive thank you at HPT James for making things smooth. Well, thank you, Dave. And good luck today. I know he's got a busy day with the ponies, as the horses are running today. It's Labor Day. Jeff Madsen joining us in the booth. Probably another 45 minutes. Whenever Robert wants to take a break, he'll tap him out, or vice versa, and we'll bring you in. So, how many minutes?
About 20 minutes.
20 minutes is what I'm told. So you can synchronize and.
I'll give him a good chip count before I exit.
Yeah, and Jeff, you don't fly out till tomorrow, right? Okay, good, because I would like to meet you guys in the stadium after this thing's over downstairs for a meeting, so we'll look forward to that. Great to be out here with all of our Chicagoland players, friends, family, the dealers. It's fantastic. And for me, I get to get right on an airplane and go to Colorado, so it's a good week. It's a good couple weeks, good 3 weeks.
Actions on Mike in the big blind.
Pull it around to Mike.
And Mike's going to make the call.
Mike makes the call.
160,000 and the call is going to be heads up.
All right, heads up
See
to
the
the
flop here,
flop.
let's see the flop.
The voice you hear in the background is Jeremy, our HPT tournament director.
3 of clubs, 8 of spades.
Flop is Queen, 8 tray, couple of clubs.
This hand's got Mike contemplating his action. He's checking it. Pretty normal when you are the caller, not the aggressor. It's Mike against Mike. Ooh. Please. A few, if you gotta have 2 more, please. Yeah.
All right, well, it's checked over.
170.
Now it looks like a bet of 170,000.
Actions back to Mike in the 2 seat. 170 is our total bet.
Looks like we're having some Mike on Mike bloodshed here.
Yeah, a little bit. Mike D's started the day with 885,000. Can somebody answer that phone?
Somebody's ringing the bell all right. I don't know about the phone.
So that's up to the turn here. Let's see the turn card.
All right, we go to the turn card now. Robert, it's the 5 of hearts.
And another check up front.
Check by the first Mike.
Mike Unin.
Mike is a police officer in the tactical unit. Never mess with a Chicago cop.
Yeah. Chicago's finest.
Both players checking. The river card now is the tray of spades.
Come out. Whoever you are, whoever's got the best hand here, probably going to bet a little something. I think it might be the first Mike Unen. Feels like that he might have the better of the two hands. And it looks like a value bet. Oh,
Mike's gonna bet.
150,000. That's going to be a tough bet unless
150.
Mike D's was just on a complete bluff to begin with.
Is the bet by Mike in the 2 seat. Actions back to Mike in the 6 seat.
Mike and Mike, seat 2 and 6.
Sounds like a new comedy show. Mike and Mike.
Why don't you tell everybody the denoms on those chips? You had a few of them.
Ah, yes, I did. The yellows are 25,000s, and the gray-looking ones are 5,000s. And looky here.
Got a raise here.
Wow.
Up to 100.
Mike D's check the turn to trap. Check trap, it looks like. Unless he's on complete error. I can't see that he would raise here unless it was complete, unless it was a real hand.
You are watching exclusive final table coverage, the HPT from the Ameristar Casino East Chicago.
And Mike in the 2 seat folds.
Mike in the 2 seat's going to fold, so the winner is the 6 seat of that man right there, Mike Dees. 27 years old. His plans for the prize money to keep playing poker.
So 10,000, 80, 40,000, 80,000.
Hey, look, it's East Coast Rossi joining us here. Mike Ross going to be getting in the booth here later on. So great that you could come out and see us here on the HPT. And Mike played this event too, but things didn't go very well for him. Got knocked out twice at the hands of Craig, the Legend Casino. Yes, it happened. Didn't you buy him dinner one of the days too, or lunch or something? I mean, come on. Come on. So we'll catch up.
It doesn't
with
pay
Mike
to be
later.
nice these days, right? How are you, Mike? Good to see you today.
So the action continues here now at this final table as Mike continues to stack his chips.
80,000 on the line. Action folded around to
40, 80
Joe
now.
in the 9 seat.
Folded to the 9 seat of Joe.
Thanks.
Joe, yes, he is.
Joe's gonna raise.
Joe's reaching for chips.
175,
Go up to
175,000 is the raise by Joe.
175,000.
Greg folds over to Mike in the 2
Greg
seat.
folds over to Mike. So much cash on the line here in East Chicago. Going to be the same thing next week in Colorado. Crowning champions every other week here on the HPT. One added feature now, not just the championship, but they go home with the cash and now a bracelet as well. So I want to thank Ken Lambert for helping us get that accomplished, and Corey, our marketing person, for getting the bracelet lined up.
Mike in the 2 seat's gonna re-raise.
Got a 3-bet here by Mike in the
Puts out a total bet of 425.
going up to 425,000.
425 is the total re-raise. Actions to route in the 4 seat.
Robert trying to decide if this is going to be the hand. As you can see, not too many chips left for him.
Yeah, he's kind of at the either commit my tournament life or hope for another bus to come by. That's you know, sometimes you got to hop aboard another bus if this bus is looks broken down.
He's thinking about it here. And, you know, we talked about this on the broadcast, you know, when we were in the studio talking about this, you know, the bump from money right now, 23,835. But you go up to third place, you're talking 58,503. So
considerable jump.
You know, I mean, obviously, Robert, he doesn't have a whole lot of play with the chips he has. But even going up to fifth, you're talking another $7,000, $8,000. He's going to go ahead and fold.
425 is our total bet.
And the 9 seat of Joe is going to fold.
He almost insta fold considering he was the opener.
So the winner is this, the 2 seat of Mike.
Chicago's finest Mike.
Plans on his plans for the prize money are to buy a new car for his wife. He's got 2 kids, Michael Jr. and Matthew, and his wife Linda. So we welcome Michael to this final table. Love the shades, love the look, got the whole thing going. Now he just needs to outlast the other players and take down the title.
Well, you know, you gotta be wondering what's going through his wife's mind right now. Her whole, depending on what type of car,
right?
it's gonna either be a Hyundai or it could be a nice Mercedes. The range of prize money is very vast here.
We talked about that in the studio as well. You know, it's you buy the car. You know, 9th place money, you're talking 13,000. First place, 142,000.
You can buy about almost anything.
Yeah, pretty much.
Not the crazy, not the crazy exotics, but you can get just about anything else you want.
Fold it around to Robert. Is this the time? And it is, my friend. He's going to get them all in. They're all in the middle.
Got to root for my fellow Robert.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's only right.
Absolutely. Now Mike out of nowhere here stacking chips.
And Mike's
going to fold. Robert will win the hand. Once again, if you want to join us here, you can tweet us a question at HPTJAYMZ. And while you're on the computer, make sure to check out the webpage at hptpoker.com. We'd love to see you at one of our events. And who knows, maybe you'll be playing for the life-changing cash. A nice little event here, though, in East Chicago, Robert. We had 432 runners, paid 45, a prize pool of over $619,000. So I want to thank all of our players for coming out. This is really a hotbed for poker here in the Chicagoland area.
Yeah, a lot of fun, too.
And you went to a Cubs game.
I did. I saw the Cubbies rock the Diamondbacks.
Having a good little year, aren't they?
Yeah. Great finish to the year for sure. Great finish. 4-2 in the last homestand.
Over to Mike now, getting a lot of TV time. He folds.
My little sis lived in Chicago for over a decade, so I got some love in my heart, even though I'm a Texan for the Cubbies.
Well, you know, everybody, I think, across the country has a little bit of love for the Cubs. Come on.
Hey, the last time the Cubs won it all, the Ottoman Empire still existed, all right?
Wow.
So let's get to the facts here.
Wow,
1908 versus, I believe the Ottoman Empire was dissolved in 1912.
Yeah, I'd have to check my Google, but yeah.
Crazy. I just heard that fact the other day.
Crazy.
I had to look. I had to think about it. Actually, I didn't look it up to verify it, but it makes sense.
An all-in raise now by Robert on the button. Mike folds. Over to Jeremy now.
Rob in the 4 seat is on for 505,000.
Jeremy
And
folds.
Rob in the 4
Now, that's a
seat
good
is
spot
taking
for
out
any two for that button. If I'm Robert in that spot,
Indeed.
it folds to me. Any two, I'm shipping.
Nice studio audience today. A lot of folks came out, and it's great to be doing the broadcast here on Labor Day. So
Yeah.
give a shout out to all the laborers.
If this was real work, we wouldn't
That's
have
true.
to be here. But instead, this is our pleasure.
This is our pleasure to be here doing this online broadcast for you via the twitch.tv
You were behind.
on a beautiful Labor Day. I'm told it's beautiful outside. I haven't made it outside. I
haven't
didn't go
either.
for a jog, but instead I went to the recreation.
Jog down to the buffet.
No, I did do that. I met Ken Lambert for some.
I already had the inside scoop on that. A little setup there. Sorry.
But so many amenities here at this great hotel, 288 newly renovated rooms and suites, and all kinds of great stuff, and of course the gaming top notch. And the HPT was here for the entire week, and we had a blast. Robert gonna fold this time.
Over to Mike in the 60. Mike folds as well. Actions over to
Over to
Jeremy
Jeremy
in
now.
the 8C. 175 is our total bet. Jeremy folds. Over to Joe in
Over
the
to Joe
9
now
seat.
in the 9 seat.
Yeah, just been dead all day, just trying to stay alive. Got lucky to hit that 9, so I mean it's pretty much a free roll for me.
And Joe's going to make the call.
Joe
175
makes
and
the call.
Going to be heads up to the flop here. Let's see the flop.
Heads up we go now.
Greg versus Joe, if I saw that correctly.
The flop is 10-9-8, couple of diamonds.
Highly coordinated flop.
Very coordinated. We'll start with the 9-seater Joe. He's going to check.
These kind of flops, you can't give a free card. You got to, if you got a hand made, you got to come after this.
Taking control of the hand now is Greg.
Greg's going to bet.
Looks like he bets about 190, I think.
185.
185, real
Well,
close,
it's in
my
the
friend.
vicinity.
Is the bet by
Greg
Greg.
K.
Joe's gonna fold.
Nice.
Greg in the 1 seat's going to take down the
And a
pot.
quick fold, so Greg's going to take down that pot. Once again, you're watching exclusive final table
Let's
coverage
see here, 10,080,
of the
40,000,
HPT right here
80,000
on
blinds.
Twitch. James Larson. Robert Williamson III from the great state of Texas, where everything's just a tad bit bigger.
Hey, especially my tall fishtails. Don't get me started.
Greg there is 31 years old, professional poker player. He's from Chicago. He's got over 200,000 lifetime. His plans for the cash investment properties. There's a man with a plan.
10,080, 40,000,
From
80,000
Buffalo
blinds.
Grove.
Two seats gonna be first act. Mike folds over to Rob in the fourth seat.
Mike, he folds, as does Robert.
Rob folds. Action's on Mike in the sixth seat.
Things going well here for Mike in the sixth seat. He's cruising right along.
It helps. Good start when you play really well.
Exactly.
From what I've seen, Mike Dees has played extremely well.
Boom. Oh, man.
Jeremy folds.
Jeremy's going to fold over to Joe now in the ninth seat.
I understand.
Still too close to call, you know, as far as who I think is going to take this thing down, Robert.
Greg, he's in the big blind.
Yeah, I'd be torn myself, but on pure momentum's sake, and also the quality of play so far. And I know it's easy to say because he's the chip leader at the moment, but he's got a couple other guys near him. But I'm going to go with Mike Dees. That's my prediction.
It's hard to not predict that right now.
I can. Like I said, if you turn it up a hair, I can enjoy it.
So we go heads up now to the flop. It's Queen 10 7 Rainbow.
First act, checks over to Mike.
Probably should have shoved that.
Got some more Mike on Mike. Wait, pardon me. Oh, I think that's
Not
Greg.
this
I
time,
think it's
yes,
Greg on
it's
Mike.
Greg. Yeah,
Greg on
exactly.
Mike.
10,000 is the bet. By Mike, 210. Action's back to Greg.
A bet and a full. Mike's going to take it down. So tell everybody what's new with you, Robert. What's been going on? How the cash game's been going. We all know you as Mr. Omaha. And how's it been going down there in Texas?
Things are good. Things are good. You know, some weeks better than others, but always glad to be back on the road with the HPT. Get a little tournament action. You know, sometimes you gotta have that fix, that tournament fix.
Exactly,
So good mixture of cash games and tournament action for me going right now.
It's got to be hard for you with the action of PLO to sit down and for 12 hours a day only have 2 cards to look at, though. How do you make the transition?
It's just half Omaha. You know, I just
Half
kind of
Omaha.
just put in my mind that it's half Omaha.
You can probably drink more when you're playing Hold'em because there's less cards, less to worry about, right?
Yeah, I don't drink and gamble anymore. Not drink and play poker, at least. I better qualify.
Well, right, yeah,
that.
because I know what we did the other night.
Yeah,
We taught one of our marketing guys the game of Baccarat. He didn't know that we could bend the cards and rip them up and throw them on the ground.
He looked mortified when he first did it.
Yeah, I know, right? He
like,
says, what are you
my
guys
God,
doing?
these guys are running the deck.
And early on, I don't know what I was thinking, but you were on banker, I was on player, I was getting mad at you.
You're taking it a little personal.
I
You
was
were, my
taking it a
friend.
little, well, I was losing, and then I decided, all right, it's a banker issue. We both got on banker, and overall, it was a successful venture. We had a lot of fun, and it's great to be back over here in this part of the country. Got to see a lot of friends and had a lot of fun. Had some good meals.
Rob in the fourth seat's going to take down the pot.
Good stuff here on the HPT. So Robert shoving again. What's he got there? You got any idea?
It's getting close to $1 million. It's not right under $1 million, I would guess.
One seat here, 10,080, 40,000, 80,000 on the line, about 17.
James Larson alongside Robert Williamson III, broadcasting on a beautiful Labor Day weekend.
Couple more
And
levels.
this is a
Chip leader's gonna have
key
12
level
more
for the short stacks with the $10,000 antes. You know, they went from 5 to 10. It's a big jump. So there's a lot more dead money in the middle. I like Robert's renewed aggression here. This is the time if you're trying to rebuild.
Indeed.
And Mike Dees as well. He's, you know, chipping up, chipping up, chipping up.
Jeremy in the 8th seat.
Over to Jeremy now. In seat number 8.
Of course, Jeremy does have position on Mike Dees, and that could come into play eventually with another big stack right behind Mike Dees. But so far, both players haven't tangled too much.
Winner's going home with $142,386. I still remember last year at this time, hanging out with Mike Puccio when the thing was over, and you got to meet Mike last night at the viewing party that we had, the HPT viewing party. And yeah, another great run for him. He finished 20th. So to win the thing, it's always hard to come back. You know, a year later, you got the sign on your back, and everybody knows you were the champion. And he played great, and he ended up getting knocked out. A big hand that didn't knock him out, but hurt him was queens up against nines. He had the queens, and his opponent spiked in nines. So tough way to lose a big part of your stack, but you know what they say.
Sunday chickens, Sunday feathers.
Right.
That's what I say.
Yeah.
Wait, that's what I say.
That's
I don't know if everybody else says
Yeah,
that.
it ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun, right?
I like to be the rabbit.
So I saw you're on Twitter a little bit now. That's good to see. You're starting to learn the medium.
Well, I was on for a few years back in the day when contracts required it.
Right.
For the second they didn't. I wasn't, but I'm back on Twitter, folks, at R. Williamson III, just my first initial, last name, and my surname, the third. Shoot me a tweet when you get a chance. Be glad to hear from you.
If you're wondering, our studios are based in Moorhead, Minnesota, Fargo, North Dakota. If they're 1 mile from each other, and you've been up there with me. We've voiced a few episodes, and we're starting to see them on TV now. And we had a lot of fun doing those episodes, mainly because of the poker action we got to call. It was pretty juicy.
Yeah.
When you can have Sean Roberts at a table, and Vinny Furiona and his mom, and of course Dave, and then who else was it? The Jocana.
John Bunch.
Yeah, I mean, forget about it. You know,
Forget about it. That's a
pretty-
good Chicago term. Forget about it.
Exactly. So we got to call those shows, and for listings of where you can watch the show, head on over to hptpoker.com. But here in the Chicagoland area, we've got one of the best affiliates in the country, Comcast Sportsnet Chicago. So we thank them for airing the show every Sunday at 9 p.m. And they replay that during the week too, I believe Wednesdays and Fridays. You can check it out. But as always, www.hptpoker.com.
You know, I discovered if you have DirecTV, it's actually on channel 696. And a lot of you DirecTV users out there, go tune in to 696. I know you usually see sports, but believe it or not, poker is a sport.
Believe it
Only
or not,
because
yeah.
ESPN said we were.
I know.
I'm an athlete. Can you believe that? Look at me.
Well, yeah, you're an
not just a
athlete.
table athlete, not just a table one. I'm an actual athlete.
Well, you know, all jokes aside, to sit in a chair, to think and to play the game for 12, 13, 14 hours a day, then you got to get up and do it again on day two. Then you got to come back for the final table. I mean, a lot of these guys are exhausted when this thing is over. It's a tough grind, but you know, at the end of the day, the grind is worth it when you can take home the six-figure score, the 142,000 plus. Raise is going up to 160,000 now.
James, I leave my company, but I got a call.
All right, well, I'm gonna
business call. I'll be back in less than an hour.
Sounds good.
I'm gonna tag off with my good buddy Jeff Madsen,
Jeff
though.
Madsen
Gonna
coming
be,
in.
Could be in good hands. I got chip counts for you, Jeff, that were accurate 2 hands ago.
The ratings are going up.
I'll see you folks
speak.
here in just a little bit.
All right, sounds
Robert
good,
Williamson
my friend.
III signing off.
Signing off. So long, everybody. James Larson, my name, now joined by one of the crazy fun guys of poker who's having you got to turn around. There you go. I think isn't it like this? However you want to do it, man. Yeah. But I think you go like that. Or you can do it the other way, whatever works. There you are. You can do that. Okay. All right, Jeff Madsen, everybody.
Yo.
Oh, there he is.
There he is.
How you doing, man?
I'm good.
9 of clubs there. You love seeing that 9 of clubs
Oh,
on the turn, don't you?
gotta love it.
Exciting?
Yeah.
Very exciting.
He's got 9s full. I already know what's happening. I feel loud. Am I supposed to?
Yeah, we'll get
I
that
just
turned down.
hearing my own voice.
Are you hearing me at all?
No, I can't hear anything. I'm just guessing what you're saying to me. I'm just gonna.
So the action over to Mike. Jeff, how you been, man?
Good. Yeah, I had a chance in this tournament, so.
You did, man.
Still recovering from that.
You had a quarter
I keep
million.
blowing these HPT chip leads, not leads, but you know, I had like 260K, so probably did some unnecessary stuff, but you know, that's part of the game. Sometimes I do stuff like that.
River card, the 6 of diamonds action on Jeremy.
9's full.
9's full for Jeremy. It's predicted by Jeff Madsen. He hasn't even watched any of the
No,
hand.
he doesn't have
sat
anything.
down.
He doesn't have anything.
Mike checks as well. Both players.
Ace queen, no good.
Jack 5, showing the 2
5,
pairs,
low
6s and
down.
5s.
Told you.
Sixes
See?
and
5s. Winner. So we keep it very interactive. If you want to ask a question to Jeff Madsen, you can hit me up on Twitter at HPTJames. We'll answer it. Or you can just type it in the little side of the box here.
Yeah. Or my Twitter, but we're not going to give it to you.
No, we're not. You got to find it.
It's inappropriate.
So you had a pretty good summer. Let's be honest. The summer for you went real well. Tell everybody about your World Series of Poker in the summer you had.
Yeah, I had a good summer. I was actually coming off probably the worst run of my poker career, so kind of really just had to bring it all together. And usually the World Series is a good time to kind of make a comeback because there's so many tournaments every day. And you know, when you're just traveling cross country for one tournament, there's a little bit more pressure. And you know, I think my game's definitely better during the World Series. Just it has been the last few years because I'm comfortable in that situation. So, yeah, I won my fourth bracelet, pot limit Omaha high-low, the 3K. Yeah, and then I had a couple other cashes, and I got the last tournament this summer. I got third in the 10K dealer's choice. So, you know, when I needed it the most, I pulled it together. So,
Cool.
yeah.
And a lot of folks remember you won one of these HPT events a few years ago. I don't know what it was, a year and a half
Yeah, just
ago.
a year, last May.
Last May, yeah.
Yeah, the heartland of Los Angeles.
The heart,
right in the heartland.
Right in
the center.
Come play the HPT this weekend in Los Angeles, California.
Yeah. So yeah, I think that was the first one I played, or maybe I'd played one in Vegas before, but they're always great tournaments. And then I think the next one I played was the same tournament, and I final tabled that and got 8th.
Oh,
So,
yeah, you went
yeah.
out. It was a disaster at the end, wasn't
Yeah.
it? I forget.
Yeah, I feel bad anyone who has to interview me after bust outs. I wasn't very happy.
But
Yeah.
everybody loves your Twitter feed right after that. The things
yeah.
that are said on there are fantastic. And I remember
they're fantastic.
that day especially, as I was the sideline reporter at the time, just going through my feed, just laughing uncontrollably at what you were saying, jumping off the roof of the Commerce, landing on
some
baccarat chips, whatever it
baccarat
was.
people. I don't know. Yeah.
But you did win it, and you beat Alex Greenblatt, who's a friend of ours, great poker player.
Yeah, he got it in with 10s against my queen 5. What is he
What
thinking?
was he thinking?
I'm not
I mean,
sure.
maybe he should read a book.
Does he know who I am?
Yeah, does he not know
Jesus
who Jeff
Christ.
Madsen is?
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I
mean,
thought I played pretty good that tournament. And then heads up, you know, you saw a little bit of the impatience sometimes. Not impatience, you know. I just kind of go for it sometimes, and that's kind of a side effect of being an aggressive player. All your moves don't always work, and but yeah, my Twitter feed, you know, Twitter's a good outlet for,
Sure.
you know, it's a good, people can see like, oh, why is Jeff so mad? Like he's lucky as all, you know, it's just getting out some frustration. It's not like I don't appreciate, you know, my past successes. It's just a little, no matter how well you've done, you still are frustrated when you bust out of a tournament. So I just love it, you know.
And I think people almost think you're joking, but you were pretty upset yesterday because you know you went into the day with a nice little stack, and you know things went south in a hurry.
Yeah.
But the most important thing is you still have your love of cats. And
Love of
cats
cats.
are number one. Let's be honest. We
Let's
gotta
be
love
honest.
cats.
Cats. What's second? I don't know.
It's cats. It's hard. I mean, cats is number one.
Some
first
kind of
all.
substances.
Sure. Yeah. Substances.
Maybe females.
By the way, it was great to have Dave Goodfriend on the episode today. Another HPT champion.
What's his last name?
Good friend. Yeah. I
he's a
asked
good
him
friend.
how to- he is a great friend.
I met him yesterday. He was already a good
very,
friend.
Yeah, he was very nice to you.
It was nice. Yeah.
Last night. So you're not going to make the trip to Colorado with us. You're busy
No,
this weekend.
I'm
You're going to
gonna-
a cat show, right?
I'm going to a cat show.
Forgot
Yeah,
about
it's
that.
the biggest
Down in
cat show
Florida.
in the tri-state area.
Sure,
Yeah,
sure.
the tri-state area of Florida.
Yeah.
And the 2 other states that have cat shows.
Yeah, I think
so.
it's Florida, Georgia, and Cuba. I think.
Yeah,
you
Cuba.
guys,
Well,
yeah.
Cuba has the big one.
Yeah, they
but
sure
until
do.
Obama lifts the ban.
Right, and we're working on
cat
that.
shows.
We're working on that, exactly.
Yeah.
So your career is cruising right along. I mean, let's be honest, the
Career's good.
career's good.
Yeah.
And
My game's come a long way because, you know, you see some of these aggressive, crazy things I do sometimes, but I used to do them like way more just without reason, and now, you know, it's still a little bit more, it's focused, so I'm more consistent, and I just sometimes just have to tell myself, all right, just play solid. It's okay to fold hands for a few hours. I'm a little more zened out, a little less crazy.
And you won an Omaha bracelet. Do you play a lot of Omaha?
I do. I would say I play more Omaha high-low and like mixed games when I play like cash games. When it comes to tournaments, it's not like the rest of the year besides the World Series. There's not so many Omaha tournaments. So, but I'm good at the format, I think. Yeah, I mean, I'm really good at Omaha high-low, and I think that translated to to winning this last Parliament Omaha high-low bracelet. You know, I doubt I have even a tenth of the experience in that game as most of the other games. But you just, you know, when you're adjusting to a different game, you kind of just have to, if you're good at poker, you know what to change, you know, what little things to apply, and then you can kind of run with it. So, yeah, something about PLO high-lows kind of makes it one of my better games. So.
Yeah, it's a fun game to play, that's for sure. And
yeah,
a lot of action. That's the other thing.
Action. Yeah, Robert was talking about some good games.
Yeah.
I should play some more cash. I really stick to more tournaments, but
yeah, you talked about that. You're really more of a tournament player.
Yeah, kind of lazy, because I mean I look at cash a little bit more like work.
Sure. Yeah.
Because you know I take a lot of wait, we're taking a selfie. Hold on. I take a lot of
selfie by Amanda Leatherman.
Pride. Amanda
done a great job.
Yeah.
I know you guys are good friends.
In her doily dress.
Yeah, she's got a. So you're going to see her. From time to time here on this live web feed. We're going to try not to.
She's one of my best friends. I've known her for almost 10 years now. That's crazy.
And she's got a lot of poker experience as far as the big game and a lot of national TV experience. So we're happy to have her back out on the road with us here on the HPT. And she gets to do the fun job of interviewing the champion. That's always the best part.
Yep.
And then we'll go right downstairs to the stadium and make that person buy all the drinks.
All the drinks.
That's the rule. We made Mike do it last year.
She'll get a few thousand out of him some other way too.
Yeah, well, we hope so. Yeah, I've got this business plan for him. And when you think of a pyramid scheme, I don't want you to think of a pyramid scheme. I want you to think of.
It's not a pyramid scheme. It's just you at the top and then 2 people below
That's
you.
it.
And then 3 people below each of those.
It's more of a triangle. I mean, I don't know why everybody.
It's flat.
Yeah, and we really need big bottles of shampoo. I mean, I want to give you a lifetime supply of shampoo with your first order.
The bottles are big. They're just half filled.
Right.
You know.
Yeah, exactly.
Because like, how often are you in the shower and like, oh, this shampoo bottle is way too full. Can't even use this.
Right.
It happens all the time.
All right, action over to Jeremy. He's going to fold. Jeremy, of course, a hit song by the Seattle-based band Pearl Jam.
Pearl Jam. So let's see. I don't know the players yet fully.
Yeah, we're in the 1 seat right now of Greg. He's on the what we call the button.
He has the coolest hat at the table.
He's got the coolest tattoo. Look at that, just coming out of his. I have one tattoo, and I'm not making this up. We were joking about cats, but on my left arm I have Felix the cat tattoo.
That's cool. That's not as gangster as that one, but you know, it's similar.
We had Vinny Fiorenza on here. He's got tats all over the place.
And this is Mike.
This is Mike. We have 2 mics at the table, so you don't want to get
got a lot of cool cats.
Yeah. Had a lot of
cool cats at this table. Ooh, another cool cat. His shades.
Now
this is Robert.
This is Greg.
Oh, this is Greg.
Yeah.
Oh.
Nope, it's Robert. Sorry.
Oh my God,
Sorry.
I've been here for 1 minute.
I know, right?
Man.
The cat's got me.
I do your job better than you.
I know, you do. You actually do. Amanda Leatherman is producing here for us.
Greg's going to take it down.
Greg's going to take it down.
Are headphones not banned at HPT final tables?
No, they're not.
That's just like a World Series
kind
of thing.
We do allow them here at the HPT. The only thing, if the music gets a little too loud, which I can actually hear it in my ears, if some of the players have it up too loud, we'll ask them to turn it down. But yeah, you are watching exclusive final table coverage here at the Ameristar East Chicago. James Larson, Jeff Madsen, hanging out, talking cats, poker, and cats.
And yeah,
those 3 things.
Cats and tats.
A lot of folks. I like the live web feed on the Twitch. You know, years ago they're like, we can't have this if somebody says something bad. I like it all, good, bad, or indifferent. So thank you for everybody that's watching and
it's
hanging
mostly
out
nice comments.
Yeah, it's mainly nice comments. Yeah, and we're of course a 30-minute delay. So we've got the delay and no hole cards, Jeff, but I kind of like it. So you're going to guess what the player has.
I'll tell you every hand.
Jeremy is raising.
Look at that stash hat. That thing's cool.
I know, I do like that.
That puts him as a front runner in my book.
So he's going to raise. It's like about 230. Now fold it around to the button. What do you think Jeremy has with that raise?
I mean, so what are your reads? What's been happening so far? Who's been the most aggressive? I mean, anything you can tell me before I just shoot shot in the dark?
I really haven't been watching.
Okay.
Thanks for asking.
You've just been working on your pyramid scheme.
Basically, yeah, because we're going to have one guy that's going to go home with 100.
He had ace-10 off right there.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, it is ace-10 off.
Great.
Because he doesn't look too upset that everyone folded, so.
So,
you know, Sunday's King or better.
You're a young man, 32 years old?
30.
30 years old.
Just turned 30, yeah, a couple months ago.
I mean, what is the plan? In all honesty, what is the plan? I know you're not one of those guys that says, I'm going to win X number of bracelets. 'Cause
Yeah.
I don't think
He sounded like Phil Hellmuth there. That was the point.
Just a little, I think it was.
Just a little bit.
But the fact that you already have 4 at age 30, I mean, it's pretty impressive, let's be honest.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I won the 2 my first year, so obviously in my mind, I was thinking, oh, you know, poker's easy, probably, you know. But I never really set like some lofty goal. I don't think that's really makes you necessarily play better. I think every time you play, you should be trying to win the tournament and kind of let it come to you. And you know, in the last 2 years, I've won 2 more bracelets, so you know, I'm on a pretty good pace now. So yeah, I really don't. I'd like to win, you know, a WPT, an EPT for sure, and obviously the bracelet count is something. You know that. You know those are the most fun to win because they're prestigious, and you know I live in Vegas, and I always just all my friends are out there during the summer, and it's just fun. Everyone's there, and your bracelet winner photo, and yeah, I mean Kevin McPhee, who lives in my house this summer, won a bracelet as well. So it's just good to see your friends win. And every time I play, I just want to win. So I'm not always thinking about the long term. But I know I'll be playing poker my whole life, you know. But to what degree, I'm not sure. But I really do love poker. So.
Did you ever have any other plans in life, or was it always? I mean, if you had to get a day job, let's state it that way, what would it be if you had to go to work tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, I've always been like creative type, and I played a lot of games. But I went to school for film studies, so I think something in film, like writing, screenwriting. Something creative though, just in general.
Because maybe you can help me out. It won't need a whole lot of money backing, but I'm doing a documentary on kittens and felines.
Oh, you got it. You had me at kittens.
All right, so we have an all-in by Robert and a quick call by Mike, and he shows ace king, and Robert has pocket 7, so this could be it. Classic race situation, right? Don't you just love to say?
Robert was the first, when I sat down in this tournament, he was right next to me, and the first thing he said was, "What the f are you doing here?" And he like shouted at me. I'm like, "Oh, I'm sorry. I was playing this tournament."
Robert ahead with his pocket 7s going up against the 2 big overs.
I feel like ace king's is a favorite here. I'm just sorry. That comment. I might have made him lose this race. Maybe I'm wrong.
It's all up to the flop, turn, and river. I mean, there's really nothing else to say.
Yeah.
We'll see what
happens. Can we rig it? So it just is exciting.
No rigging. The flop comes out 10-7 tray, all clubs.
See?
Flops a set of 7s. Nobody has a club.
Pretty good flop.
The club or jack queen. That's going to be it.
Club. You never know.
You never know.
Hey, we saw it go spade, spade, spade. And
we saw,
yeah, I have seen it. And the river card is the king. So the set, the winning hand.
Good read, Jeff. Yeah, we saw the spade, flush over non-shuffled deck.
Yeah, 5.
We won't. I'm sure Matt Savage loves us going back there.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a mistake, but yeah, we saw.
The dealer error happens once in a while.
It does happen. We all make mistakes. Trust me on that. If you followed us around the day, it'd be more than 50. But we saw 3 spades come out, a spade on the turn, a spade on the river. And right then, I had a bad feeling. I mean, you've seen it before, but then I had a bad feeling on the turn, and then on the river, I said, we got it. And again,
you know what the board looks like when they don't shuffle. It's like one spade. It's like all the spades with one space for each burn.
Yeah. And of course, we did the right thing. We styled and split the pot. You went on to win the thing, so and you didn't win that hand.
I lost
you
that
had
hand.
the lower spade because you were in the wrong spot.
I mean, you know, if it didn't come to spade on the turn river, that would have been a giant pot. But you know, we both were obviously leery of ace of spades, but he was able to get a little value bet in on the river.
But you are heads up there, so I'm surprised. Still, well, I guess there was all spade.
Yeah.
What did you have? What was your spade?
Yeah, I had queen 10 of spades and he had king jack of spades.
Yeah. And you guys didn't really notice it at first. You're like, oh, but in the back of the mind, you had to.
Yeah, because in our minds, I've never played a hand like that, so I'm not actively thinking maybe it's not shuffled. I just thought, wow, I'm glad that a spade hit the turn, right? So.
What's your stance on decline? Do you think the claws should stay in the house cat, or should they
my cat's just getting like chiseled down? They're not getting declawed. Yeah,
not getting fully declawed.
My cat's a beast though. It's crazy. It's an animal. It literally is an animal.
Yeah, well, it's truly.
I was just specifying
an animal.
Yeah.
James Larson, Jeff Madsen here. You can join the conversation at HPT JAYM to the Z.
Yeah.
We had a good friend here.
Even heads up, you know, even when you have a big hand like that, it shows you that like when the board is so wet, you know, when there's so much, you know, good players know that it's very possible if there's just one card out that beats you. You know, it's not the best spot to overvalue a hand. You really want to pick your spots, even heads up.
So what have you thought of the Ameristar Casino Hotel East Chicago? Do you like your stay so far?
Yeah, it's been good. It's been chill, chilling with Amanda, stadium bar, chilling with you guys, drinking, and yeah, I mean, you know, I come all the way out here, and I like Chicago a lot. It's only my second or third time. Yeah, so I just wanted to take down the title. So honestly, anytime I bust out, I kind of have like a sour taste in my mouth. Sure. A little bit of me wants to just get out of here, but
right, yeah, that's
you know,
kind
but if my
of,
friends are still here, I'm chilling a little bit.
Yeah, a lot of players are that way. It's like, you know, the tournament's over. I want to go.
Right on Lake Michigan.
Yeah, and a beautiful day outside. I looked out my hotel window.
You looked outside?
I
don't even look outside when I just.
I know.
Yeah,
I
straight
opened
poker.
up my curtains for the first time.
That's weird.
Robert's gonna fold.
So what are the blinds right now? What kind of average stack we're looking at here?
Let's check. Well, it looks like we're gonna take a short little break here. Looks like my watch stopped working, but we're gonna take a 10-minute break. So don't go too far. We'll be right back. You are watching exclusive final table coverage here at the HPT.
15 minutes before the double.
we're going to be at a 10,000 ante, 50,000, 100,000 on the line.
Welcome back to the HPT. We broadcast from the Ameristar East Chicago. My name is James Larson, and I'm now joined by the man, the myth, the legend. He's been called a lot of things. Mike Ross, how are you, buddy?
Hello, hello. I am here.
Yeah,
Certainly not a legend, but I'm here.
Yeah, you're pretty close. What's new? What's new? You played the event. You got knocked out twice by Craig the Legend Casino. What's up with that?
Yeah, this rat casino busted me twice in one day. Made me buy him dinner.
Yeah, you buy him dinner and he busts you again? Man.
It's unbelievable.
Man.
What a
of course.
nice guy, huh?
He is a good guy. We'll see him out in Colorado. He won that thing a few years ago, but we want to thank everybody for joining us here on the Twitch feed. Do you know anything about this Twitch?
I don't know.
I've seen
it a couple of times. I'm sure I'm going to get some great comments on there.
Yeah, it's a 30-minute delay, so you'll probably be off the air when we figure that out. So anyway, back to the poker action. We're over to Robert, and if you know any of these guys, let me know. I know you did play the event, 2 bullets, 2 times, Craig Casino, but Jeremy here on the button, action is on him. He folds over to the 9 seat of Joe.
Joe, I played with Joe on day one. He was pretty straightforward. Didn't really make any moves. I would expect him to have a big hand here.
He's making a move right there. He's all in.
Back to Rob in the 4 seat. Rob has asked for a count.
The 1 seat folds. So, Robert, you weren't here earlier, but he was 1 card away from being eliminated. Caught a 9 on the river to.
Was it Deese? Mike Deese?
Yes. So Robert's getting a count now.
Robert plays a lot of the big games here in Chicago. He's a good guy, real good player. If he's even wasting any time right here, he must have something.
This one's close, Joe.
Yeah.
And we'll talk about your final table experience. We watched that on TV just a while ago. You got 3rd place.
Second. It was a lot of fun.
Place,
Second
yeah. See, I was already trying to lower it. You know,
this is unbelievable.
I know.
A little credit.
So you min cashed.
Yeah, I min cashed.
Oh.
It was a lot of fun, and hopefully we'll get back one of these tournaments.
What was it like playing on TV?
And Rob calls.
I will ask that. He makes the call. He flips over ace 10.
Ace of clubs, 10 of spades.
It's ace 10. We'll see what the 9 seed has.
Ace of spades, 4 of hearts.
Ace 4.
Wow. Wasn't expecting that.
No. So ace 10 against ace 4.
Fantastic call.
Yeah, we don't need to do any math here. You guys know what's at stake.
We couldn't do any math.
I know exactly. That's just that's an easy way of saying it. We don't know the exact percentages.
I know the ace 10 is ahead.
Yeah, the ace 10 is in the lead, obviously. By the way, if you have a question for us, you can hit us up on Twitter at HPTJames. All right, we go to the flop. 9, 7, deuce, 2 clubs. So Robert in the lead with his ace 10.
Let's see the turn card.
Turn card, the king of spades. So we're down to 3 cards left in the deck. Joe needs to see one of the remaining.
Robert runs good, so you'll see him fade this no problem.
As predicted by Mike Ross, we go to the river. 6 of clubs. And that's going to do it. Joe is eliminated, going out in 6th place with $23,835 here.
A lot of money. This puts Robert very, very, very dangerous.
I probably would have did it too. I had ace deuce.
I think ultimately it's going to come down to him and Mike Deese. That would be my my prediction right now, but we shall see.
And Mike's playing some good poker. You know, just here the last hour, things have just really opened up for him, catching cards and playing well. You know, anybody can get the cards, but you got to be able to play the cards too. You know, like you got to play well, you got to run well. We all know it all has to basically line up for you.
Right, he has to pick his spots perfectly,
and there he is right there.
The
He's behind us here. They're actually doing the exit interviews behind us. Amanda Leatherman will be joining him here. So going out with $23,835. You know, really at this point, Mike, it's not about the money. Everybody wants to be the champion. You know what I mean? When you got 2nd place, and we'll get to that thought here after Amanda.
Pardon? Snap.
Yeah.
Snap it. Snap your fingers.
I played against you.
What? I'm thrilled. Dude, he's got. How are you? 5 minutes. Yes, but it's also more than
You got
half
no
my
complaints,
job.
right?
No, then you should have.
Walk out with a little more money than it came in with? Chicago, Elmhurst? Yeah. Yeah, I usually just play this.
Welcome back to the HPT.
Well, thanks. Appreciate it. Hey, how are ya? He was at my table for a long time.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the
I gotta get
HPT
the,
here at the Ameristar Casino
phone back,
Hotel
right?
in East Chicago. We are down to our final 5 players, and the action is just heating up. Let's get back to the cards.
Great job, Amanda Leatherman. Great to have her out here in East Chicago.
Yeah,
Fabulous. So, real quick, Chicago Bears. Is this the season they win the Super Bowl?
You know, I hope the Bears win over 7 games this
Yeah,
year.
right, yeah,
It's an
we talked-
arbitrary number.
We talked about that last night.
All the squares bet on the Bears,
we
as
know
you know.
that. We do know that. Indeed, indeed.
Just over 30,600.
So the things moving along pretty quick here at this final table. We've had how many players we got left? We have 5
Looks like
players
5
left.
players
Yeah,
left.
so they're going awfully fast. So right now the
30,000.
30,000. Yeah, but everybody wants that first place payout, $142,386. You were so close at your final table. That was in Kansas City. That was
Yeah.
last year where you finished second place. But a nice payday for you though, Mike.
Yeah, it was almost 80,000. It was a lot of fun. Wish we could have won. Matt Culberson won it. Really good guy.
Yeah,
and,
real good guy.
You know, I'm sure we'll see him soon. I think it was St. Charles, actually, not Kansas City. We'll see him in St. Charles coming up, I think, real soon.
Yeah, we got a lot of events. We have Colorado going on this week. All the information is on the webpage at hptpoker.com. And give it a shot. You know, airline tickets these days, very affordable. You can get to the events, get yourself a hotel room, and you know, it's like a fishing trip, I always say. You know, bring a buddy, come on out, have some drinks. We like to drink, we like to eat, we play poker. If you're lucky enough, you get to sit down with one of us at a cash game, and it's a true ATM until we run out of cash. It usually goes your way. We have an all-in now here by the 1 seat. He started here, Greg K, as our chip leader. Started the day with 59 big blinds, and really never gained a whole lot of traction. Mike T is going to fold.
And Jeremy folds as well.
And everybody now folding. So
I don't know Greg. I've never played with him. I hear, I guess he's a cash game guy in Chicago, but I really don't know much about him. I would assume he plays a lot of the no limit.
Now you're all over the place here in the states and surrounding states, but you even like to dabble in the blackjack realm, don't you? And it's been a pretty good couple weeks for you, Mikey.
Once in a while, we like to play a bit. But,
yeah, sure, absolutely. Well, one of these days I'm going to join you guys. I'm not sure I can keep up. Maybe Mike Puccio is running around too. He's the one who taught me the game, but.
I heard you guys dusted off some Baccarat money.
We did, yeah. A little bit. We were bending cards, and we were having a good time with Robert and a few of the marketing guys from the HPT.
I'm always one to enjoy throwing a card or bending a card.
Bending a card is fun, yeah.
That's right up my alley.
And yelling "monkey" as loud as you can, or other things that we call the said cards. But yeah, we had a good time. Definitely had a good time. Let's fold it over to the 2 seat now of Mike. You know this Mike?
I do know Mike. Mike
He
is
arrested
actually,
you?
He's a narcotics detective in Chicago, believe
Yeah.
it or not. A lot of people are staying away from him.
He walks in, everybody.
His nose is moving.
Right. And he's all in now. And look at Robert. This guy was 1-9 away from being down the road.
That's all it takes.
Yeah,
That's
isn't
all
that
it
the
takes.
truth? One card is all it takes.
One card. This Mike, who's all in, I've played with him a bunch of times in tournaments. I was at a final table with him in a tournament. He did real well, and he could have anything here. I mean, I know that's ridiculous analysis, but this guy can have 9-10 of spades, or he can have 2 aces. You just don't know with him. He's very, very unpredictable, especially in this spot.
It's James Larson and Mike Ross broadcasting from the Ameristar, East Chicago. That's a fold. So the winner of the hand is Mike. So what do you like most about the HPT? I know you've been playing a lot of our events. Obviously your success, second place for a nice little payday, but what do you like most about playing our events?
Good people, good fun. The money is big. The staff is great. Jeremy that runs the tournament is fantastic. Once in a while you catch a glimpse of you.
Sure.
You know, usually you show up at the last second.
I know, right?
The big celebrities, they show up at the last second, and you know, you really can win a lot of money.
You know, the thing that I've noticed about the HPT, though, is the fields.
the competition it's crazy now, man. It's hard to beat a lot of these people. They're good.
Everybody can play.
Yeah, indeed.
Everybody can play.
But I got a feeling we'll see you back at a final table probably in the very near future. And, you know, Mike Puccio, talk about him who won this thing, 20th place.
Yeah, Chicago guy won it, I guess the last time I was here, way over 150,000. I think it was north of 150,000. He's running around here somewhere. I don't know where he is, but he's running
Everybody's
around.
here. I think I saw Chicago Joe, and there's all kinds of people running around here today.
Puccio's throwing around hundreds out there.
He's throwing around
Still
hundreds
has all
and
that money.
vodka cranberries, too, today it looks like. I told him I'd have him on the broadcast, but he's not quite sure he's going to be in the best of shape, so that's coming from him. Fold it over now to Robert. You wear sunglasses at the table, Mike?
No, I don't.
You ever wear sunglasses?
Yeah, at night.
At night, right, of course. You and Corey Hart. Yeah, Corey Hart. Jeremy with the stash.
I find I
hat.
have to look at the cards 3 or 4 times when I have sunglasses.
Yeah,
it's hard for
it's
me
awkward
anyway.
for me. I like to wear a baseball cap. That's one thing. I think that's almost easier to disguise yourself with a hat. But I've had that problem too with the sunglasses. Hint, hint. If there's any sunglass companies out there that would love to have a borderline, well, I won't get into all my issues. But yeah, I'd love to try out a pair that works under the lights, and I know there are manufacturers that make them. 5 players remain here at this nationally televised final table. We will have only one champion. That's the only bad part about poker. All that money's up top, and like you said last night, you really got to get in the top 3 or 4
You need
spots.
the top 3.
You really do.
Mean, you know, 30,000 right now to any of these guys. It's a lot of money in anybody. Forget about these guys, but they're definitely thinking about the money at this point. Looking at the pay jumps, everybody wants to win, but at the same time, very, very conscious of the money.
And I talked to you about those pay jumps. You know, 5th place 30,000, but you go up to 3rd, 58,000. 2nd's 87, and then you know 142 and change for 1st. So a lot of money is on the line, especially when we get heads up. You know, we're talking $60,000. So I got a feeling. I'm looking at my watch here. We're on a 30-minute delay, but this will probably go into 7:30, 8:30, 9 o'clock tonight.
Yeah.
We'll have a dinner break in here probably after a level or 2. We started the cards, I believe it was around 12:15 Central Time here in East Chicago. We're actually in the great state of Indiana. And you live in downtown just like your buddy Dave Goodfriend.
I live 2 blocks from David. He's often caught milling around my building.
After hours, the doorman's got to say, hey, this guy's back again.
I don't know exactly what he's doing. He might be looking to borrow money. I have no idea.
He had binoculars the last time you saw him, which was a little odd.
I turn the lights out and I pretend like I'm not home whenever he's around.
Saw a king and a queen there on the flop, which is a favorite hand to play here on the HPT. Folks love raising with the old king-queen.
Jeremy checks over to Mike in a 2-seat.
What's that? Yeah. Bar, yeah. James. It's just the salmon. Sorry, I was ordering my food there, Mikey. Getting a little hungry today.
Just got a text from Alan Kessler, the chainsaw. He'll be in Colorado next week.
Oh, of course. One of our players. He was our player of the year a couple years ago. The chainsaw. True grinder. Coming out to play Colorado. And folks, you can play that event too. Log on at hptpoker.com. Our first flight starts on Wednesday already.
Yeah, the last time I was there, it was I think it was 5 flights, and it was massive. It was over $1 million, and it was massive. Jose Montes, a good buddy of mine, good friend of mine, won it. He's had a lot of success ever since.
It's a great tournament to win, Mike. You know, it's just the prize pool. So I talked about it earlier, and somebody asked me last night. They're like, "What is it about that event?" I said, "You know, it didn't start off at $1 million. It just grew. It got bigger and bigger every year, and people just love to play it. But I like going out there just because it's a beautiful area, especially this time of year. We've had serious weather issues. You know, it's Colorado. You can have all kinds of snow. This time of year we should be okay, but
it's a fantastic place to play.
It is.
It's played at Golden Gate, which is across the street from Ameristar.
Yep.
Ameristar, if you could stay there, is one of the nicest. I
for
think.
sure, and one of the best poker rooms. You know, if you get bounced
big action.
big action, or
big
if
action.
you bag up on Wednesday or Thursday, get over to the Ameristar.
Yeah.
Get a room. They got the rooftop pool. Rooms are going quick, but they'll get you accommodated. So stop on out to the Ameristar while you're out at Golden Gates. And it's a pretty quick trip from the airport, 45, 50 minutes.
Yeah,
it's pretty scenic.
easy.
Might lose a little cell phone reception on the way up. But
The drive up is Just drive yourself. Don't take a bus.
Yeah, that I did that one 15 years ago.
You're putting your life in somebody
yeah,
else's.
that's the truth. Queen of Spades here on the turn, so some action on the flop and turn there. I don't know what the players have. You're going to tell me though. That's why I brought you in. You are.
This could be very interesting. I think ace high right here is probably way ahead at this point. Who knows if we will see it? And Mike is thinking about doing something very bad here, possibly putting chips in the pot.
There's no way Mike has a queen.
I would say there's no way that Mike has a queen here.
You heard it here first, folks. Folks first. Yeah, from East Coast Rossi, who now lives in the Midwest. Doesn't really make any sense to me, but I'm sure it'll all make sense someday.
Yeah.
I'll probably watch the movie. I'm gonna
Been here for a while.
There might be a movie someday. It'll be a Lifetime movie. It'll come out at 4 o'clock on a Tuesday afternoon, but there could be a movie.
He's gonna take a stab at it.
He's reaching for chips.
Mike's gonna bet.
That is a wager. What is that stack there?
450.
450.
450,000 is the bet by Mike in the 2 seat.
Oh, James with the.
I know. I got some food being
Wow.
delivered here. How great is this? Great staff here, Mike. Everybody's done a great job, and it's been fun to be back. I'll tell you that much for sure.
Robert does not want to give this hand up. He doesn't believe him.
Looks down one more time.
In the 8 seat, 450 is our total bet.
I really think that Mike is trying to steal this right here in this spot.
He's reaching for chips there.
And Jeremy's gonna make the call.
Jeremy makes the call.
450 and a call. Now heads up.
Kind of a big hand here, a brewing, Mikey.
Yeah, this is going to make or break one of these guys here.
River card.
And now we go to the river card, the 6 of spades. So.
Totally useless card here.
All right, do you have the hands figured out yet?
No, I have no idea.
You got to give us a guess. Action on Jeremy.
Jeremy checks over Mike.
Now Jeremy's going to check.
I don't know why, but I think Jeremy has ace high here.
All in.
And now an all-in.
Mike is all in. Action's going to be back to Jeremy in the 8 seat. Mike is all in the 2 seat.
I don't think he had a choice. I don't think he had any choice to do that.
Jeremy's asked how much.
He's asking for a count. $820,000.
On Jeremy.
This would be an unbelievable call here.
Live coverage, Ameristar Casino, East Chicago. Up top, over $140,000 in cash.
We know he doesn't have a queen. That's obvious.
Yeah, we know that.
Maybe he's putting him on 10 jack or something like that.
What a big decision here, a big pot. Derek Melliker joining us here in the booth. He's going to actually
food.
He's stealing food. He doesn't have a microphone attached to him, so he can do that. He's going to pop over for some commentary later. Got Jeff Madsen coming back as well. Had Dave Goodfriend earlier. Also had Robert Williamson III. It's been a fun day here. All the stars are out here in East Chicago, huh, Mikey?
Very interesting hand here.
Yeah, very. I mean, he's been in the tank now for about a minute and a half. I mean, he's really thinking about making this call.
I think he folds. This would be the greatest if he has king queen. It'd be the greatest slow roll you've ever
I
seen
know,
on
wouldn't
the
it?
HPT.
Yeah, exactly. Keep it going a couple more
There'd
minutes.
be a
And
battle.
then just flip it over, man. He might come across the table and knock the mustache hat off.
Yeah, I thought you had king.
That would be great. Okay, I call and flip it over. Or no, say I call and wait and just
Right.
hold on to it and then do it. I think you're right. I think he's going to fold here. He wants to call.
I can't tell exactly how many chips he has, but it would definitely hurt him.
Yeah, it would be
He
a
called.
Jeremy says call.
He
It's
makes
a
the
hand
call.
with Pocket aces for 2 pair aces and queens.
Pocket
Two
aces.
Wow.
And Jeremy shows kings and queens with the 8 kicker. He did have a king in his hand. For
You got a
2 pair
king.
aces and queens.
2 aces.
You get those hands, man.
Aces and queens,
Big
2 pair.
hand for that guy. The 2-seat of Mike
he's
gets
text-
right on his phone to say,
texting.
honey, I'm still alive.
220. That's what
Aces,
Jeremy
2
shows.
pair
Yeah,
aces and
$1.
queens, the winning hand. Wow, he thought about it a long time, Mikey, and he makes the call. You're surprised at that.
Shocked. I didn't think he could call there. What do you have, king 8?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't
2
think
pair
he could
kings
call
and
just the
queens.
king.
You might be going right to Twitter. It just hit a big hand.
Yeah, he's texting somebody in
He's
the precinct or
Yeah,
something.
in the precinct, yeah, right. Well respected around these parts, though, isn't he, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, I like I said, I played with him a few times, and
Not here, they'll
always a good
probably make
guy.
the broadcast.
Seems like a good guy.
So a big pot here. By the way, folks, keep it very interactive here. You can give us a tweet at HPT James. You can also follow Mike Ross at East Coast Rossi. You got some good stuff on your Twitter feed.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, that Twitter.
Who would have thought?
Who would have thought? Well, I gave him nothing, and he had aces. Obviously, that's why I'm at the final table.
Right. Again, folks, make sure to join us this weekend in Colorado. We'll be there going directly here from there. The first day one will be on Wednesday. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, day 2 on Sunday. And then they'll play for that truly life-changing cash then on Monday.
Big
out
money.
in the great state of Colorado. There's so much to do out in Colorado now.
There's a lot to do.
Last couple years, it's really opened up, you
A
know.
lot of people have moved out to Colorado.
I know, it's quite a poker boom out there.
Yeah.
There's a boom of something.
Here we go. That hurt him. No doubt about it. Let's see if he tilts.
Thought about it a
tilts
long
away.
time. He was in the tank for
I didn't
2
think
minutes.
he could call for 800,000 with that king. I just, I guess he did put him on 10 jack or some nonsense like that. Certainly couldn't put him on a king and call.
So let's talk about your HPT final table experience. Was it kind of a dream come true for you to sit down underneath the lights and the action of the HPT?
It's always a lot of fun to play on TV. A lot of guys are very, very, very serious, this and this, and it's always fun to play on
Were you nervous at all when we first started? You got to do your interview, and you got the lights, and the camera, and the crew.
I wasn't really nervous, but
It's different, though,
It's
isn't it?
it's different. It's
It's-
definitely different. We have an all-in here.
All in by the 1 seat of Greg.
Jeff Madsen staring at us over here. He's got 35 bracelets, I think.
Yeah, he's got 32 bracelets.
32
At
bracelets.
age 30, by the way, this guy. And each of his, he's got his cat wears 2 of them, one on its tail and one on its the front leg.
The last hand, he said, he's got aces. He has king 8. It was
Yeah, I know, right? He just called it out of the blue. All right, so we do have a hand brewing here. The 1 seat, Greg, all in. Look, Mike's still stacking chips over there.
He's very excited.
They love him at the precinct. He's texting them saying, fellas, I'm
The
buying
donuts
I'm buying
are on
the
the
donuts.
way."
The donuts are on me. He doesn't have one of those sniffing dogs with him, does he?
He might.
Is he going to Colorado? He's got no jurisdiction out there,
He's
though.
not allowed in the
Yeah,
state.
he's All right, so action over to the button, and that's going to be a fold. The other Mike of the table is going to
Not
fold.
interested.
So Greg's been all in a few times here, hasn't had any callers, so he keeps his tournament hopes alive.
36 minutes remaining.
HPT Poker coming to you from the Ameristar East Chicago. You are Mr. Chicago these days. Mike Ross
Great
hanging out
city.
with me in
Great
the studio.
city to live in.
Cubs having a great year.
Unbelievable. You know, they make the playoffs, the city's going to go ballistic.
And I think they are going to make the playoffs.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of, you know,
where
and you know, how deep can they go with the pitching they have? I mean, can they do it? We'll find out. You know, dare I say, Billy Goat around Chicago and like you? I don't know.
I'm not sure anyone goes there anymore, but
in the 60, Mike Foltz actually.
That's a fold over to Jeremy.
this guy's got something on his hat. Looks like a
It's
mustache.
a stash. Yeah, he's got the stash.
What is
Greg in the small line.
Over now to Greg. Greg's been all in a couple times. You ever see players just, I see it, where they just kind of get impatient. And maybe they just shove to shove. You know, they see kind of a mediocre hand.
Any spot. They're calling with real weak aces.
Yeah. You do see that. Do see that a lot.
At this point, five-handed.
You
You really got to open up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, we started with 9, now we're to 5, so a lot's changed here in the last few hours since when we started. First place, $142,386. So some notables: Bob Chow, your friend, 13th place. Mike Puccio, 20th. We talked about him. George Dietz,
Ponytail
21st.
George. Yeah. Ponytail George. Chicago legend right there.
He was doing great until Amanda Leatherman interviewed him, and then he knocked out. It was like the SI curse.
Ponytail George is a real good guy. Shiva,
who final tabled
another Chicago celebrity.
Yeah, 30th place, and Patty Bott, who was our chip leader after day one, after going into day 2, finished in 42nd. So we had 432 players, a prize pool of over 619,000. And we thank you for your 3250.
No problem. I did put 2 bullets in there.
Okay, great. Well, thank you.
No problem.
They're not contagious.
One of these
Don't
guys will
worry
thank
about
me,
it.
I'm sure.
How much are you playing? 4 million?
HPT, Ameristar, East Chicago. What do you like most about the property?
You know, the hotel, very nice.
Yes.
Very nice. All the rooms are redone. The staff is real nice. I know a lot of the guys that work here, and you know, the poker room's not around anymore, unfortunately. But it was a nice room. We played for a while, and you know, hopefully one day it makes a comeback.
Sure.
But, you know,
but it's great that the HPT can come back here, play this event. You know,
fantastic.
It's great for the area, and you know, we've always done well in this market. Even when we were, you know, over there across the street. This was a place where kind of East Chicago, Gary, Indiana, really put us on the map. If you want to be honest, you know, we had big events down in Iowa and Minnesota, but here in East Chicago and Gary, Indiana,
I played in one of them at Gary. Glad we're not over there anymore.
Yeah, I'd say we're happy to be here. Let me tell you.
Used to get bit by the bugs in the poker room while you were playing.
Oh.
And that's no joke.
But yeah, it's and this event, you talk about, you know, 432 entrants here on Labor Day weekend. You know, folks probably could have even been bigger, but I know people had travel plans. But I think this event could almost be like our Colorado event, where someday you could see, you know, upwards to 550, 650 someday.
Yeah.
You know, if you build it, they will come, and that's what we're hoping for. And the dealers have done a great job this week. You know, I spent a lot of time in the poker room.
Yeah, saw a lot of familiar faces that worked here in the poker room when it was open, and it was good to see all those guys.
Yeah, Dominic made this trip, the dealer Dominic. Always great to see him, as well as all the other folks.
Craig in the 160 first act. 5,100 on the line.
Want to thank
Kyle
Kyle.
snapping pictures
Want to
over
thank
here.
Kyle for all of his hard work.
He's got his haircut is unbelievable. I mean,
Justin
if
Bieber,
you
we call
look
this
at the
guy.
hair,
It's just,
it's
the girls love this guy. There's Mike Puccio milling around with a drink in his hand.
Right.
But last night we had, it was fun to all get together downstairs in the stadium bar. You and Dave, good friend, we watched his episode on TV with the cast and the crew, and it was just a lot of fun.
We had the Prince down there with us. The
Prince. I forgot.
The poker Prince was down there milling around.
And we thank you for picking up the meal. Thank you for picking up that tab.
problem.
Very nice of you, my friend.
No problem. My pleasure.
The small line's going to re-raise. 450.
You'll have to call this while I'm sending this tweet of you and I. So it's all you. This is Mike Ross, demo in 3, 2, beep.
We have Deese making a raise. And the narco cop is taking.
we said before, Mike is a Chicago police officer. He just looks like a cop that I would, I know he's in narcotics, but if this guy pulled me over, just hand him the driver's license and put both your hands on the wheel. Don't say a word. You're not getting out of the ticket.
He's about 5'2", and he looks deadly. And he's going to make a raise here.
And Mike's going to re-raise to $1 million. $450 was the original bets.
Going up to $1 million now? Is that what I heard Jeremy say?
Yeah.
Total of $1 million.
This is the third time that Deese has raised, and in the last few hands, really. And as somebody's come over the top and he's had to fold. Let's see what happens here. He might not want to get pushed around again. I don't care what 2 cards I have here. I'm probably putting these chips in the middle. But let's see what he does.
Boy, we're seeing some great play at this final table, as we knew we would, with the players that made it this far. And that's a testament, too, to our structure,
And again, he has to fold.
He folds.
Wow, they're torturing him at this point. They're torturing him.
So 10,080, 50,000,
Very rude.
100,000 on the line, just over 20.
All right, well, the payout, 142,386. Not too shabby for second, 87,909, 58,503 for third. Fourth place, 40,550. Fifth place, 30,644. If you had fun this week, join us in Colorado. Golden Gates Casino and Poker Parlor.
Frontier Airlines, Southwest Airlines, they all go out.
They're all going.
No problem, $99.
Yeah, it's just an easy place to get to.
Very simple, especially from Chicago.
A little bit of drive, though, to get there from the airport. Get yourself a $9 or $12 rental car. Call Alan Kessler. He'll get you a $3 rental car. He's got a coupon.
Actually, the chainsaw will pay for the ride. He will pay for the ride.
He's going to pay for the ride?
He's paying for all the rides.
Okay, it's official. I can say that.
He's paying for all the rides.
Chainsaw is paying for all rides. Just tweeted him at the Chainsaw, and he'll hook you up. I love this guy. He could be in the middle of, he's just tweeting people, hey, I need a ride across the street. Let me know when anybody's going. I'll hop in with you. I played slot machines with him only once. We had no luck. I mean, this guy, I'm told he's the slot machine aficionado. We didn't win a dime. It cost me a couple hundred.
This is not a joke. The last time we were in Colorado, he gave me a specific machine to play down the block, and the thing hit within 10 minutes of playing the machine. Not big, a couple of thousand, but the thing hit immediately. Him and Chris Treba, they run around that city just playing those machines.
Looks like Jeremy has just called out Mike Puccio. You'll probably get a shot of him here. He's in the crowd of last year's winner, 20th place this year.
Jeremy was on TV last night.
Yeah, Jeremy playing the Windy City poker tour.
He's taking selfies of him, and it was
I know, right? We just had so much fun last night watching poker here at the Ameristar on TV, Comcast Sportsnet, Chicago.
There goes Mike's back at it. I like when Mike does this. I mean, he's just pressure, and ultimately that's what wins poker tournaments. If you're gonna sit there and just lay back, it's just not gonna work. If you look at all these guys that win these tournaments, they press.
Like Jeff Madsen, who's going to join me again. I mean, we know about his success. Of course, he went into day 2 with a nice little chip stack, but the pressing sometimes doesn't always work. Sometimes, as my friend Robert Williams says, it ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun.
I don't know.
Or the kitty cat.
I don't really know what that means.
I don't either.
I'm just gonna laugh, but
yeah, it's a Texas thing, I think. It's got to be a Texas thing.
He's twiddling a stick somewhere, I think. I don't know.
Yeah. So what's your plans here for the immediate future? Are you going to join us again pretty soon here on the HPT?
Yeah, heading to New York this week, and then we'll hit up another event shortly after. Not sure where, but pretty soon. Maybe in Reno, Grand Sierra, Golden Sierra, something like that.
Yeah, that's a beautiful property. I know Amanda Leatherman's going to go to the Reno event. I don't know. Just invited her, so she's going to try to make it out there. But Reno is one of my favorite cities. I love the city of Reno. It's been a couple years since I've been out there, but
fun place.
It's a lot of fun. Reno's
still a little hungover from the summer, I'll be honest with you, but
yeah. How was your WSOP?
It was fantastic. I busted every event for 6 weeks. But the cash games were all right. Did well in the mixed games.
Well, good.
No, tournaments was very difficult. A couple of day twos, but you know, you really.
Well, you're not the only one. You're not the only one. It was a tough summer for a lot of
Everybody I
players.
speak to did fantastic. They didn't
Right,
bust.
yeah,
They
yeah.
all
No
made money.
issues.
Every single person. I'm the only guy to lose money on the internet
Right.
and to not make a score in Vegas. It's incredible. It really is.
But you'll be back next year to give it that college try once
Yeah,
again.
we'll be back. Yeah. Unfortunately, as much as you don't want to go, you go.
So before we get you off the air, you want to give a shout out to any of your friends watching the live web stream?
Not really.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Not really.
I didn't think so. You're a New York guy. You're actually a pretty nice guy for being from New York. You know.
Yeah, if I'm not at the card table, or if I'm running good, I'm the greatest guy in the world.
Right. 10 of clubs here on the turn. Well, we do have a poker game here. Mike got that intimidating look. At the
Mike's
poker
playing
table.
strong right now. I mean, he's raising, he's moving, he's shaking, he's playing strong.
As he checks. Hopefully it's a check raise for him, but to back up your story.
Rob just looks mean. He just looks mean. He has a law degree, Rob.
He does.
Yeah.
Well, he's reaching for chips.
Rob's gonna bet.
To wager.
165.
You heard Jeremy in the background, 165,000 is the bet.
Ohio State plays tonight. They're going to
Tonight?
score a lot of points. Yeah.
I wonder what that number would be. Any idea?
Off the top of my
For
head, 14 and a half.
yeah, for entertainment purposes only here in the great state of Indiana. Mike looks strong to me. He looks strong here. Now he checked, reaching for chips to make the call, but he looks strong.
Make the call, 165.
And of course, we've got 5 cameras on these guys, so it's a lot easier for us.
Every card is the 7 of hearts.
So,
What a
7
card.
of hearts. What a card, you know?
What a card.
Now, do you study tells? You're a guy that reads the books, the breathing
I try-
patterns, the
no,
wagging the tail.
I try and pay attention to everything, you know, especially at this point.
I think it's really turned. I mean, you've got to pick something that's going to put you at an advantage over the other players because so many people are playing good poker now. So I
Pressure,
think,
pressure.
pressure is the important thing. But you got to be able to read your opponent. You know, you've got to pick up on tells.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's a disadvantage to yourself if you don't try to. You know.
Robert is going to bet this.
And Rob's gonna bet 200,000. Actions back
Probably
to
has no
Mike. He makes the
choice.
call.
Instant
Two
call.
pairs,
Uh-oh.
7s and 4s.
2
Rob
pair.
shows
7s and 4s, no
two pair.
straight.
And Mike's gonna fold.
And that's I don't know what he folded or what he showed.
He didn't show. It was, well,
So 2
we
pair.
couldn't see it back here.
Yeah, 2 pair. Robert is going to win the hand now.
Edelstein.
Yeah, this guy, he was left for dead until that 9 came on the river about an hour ago. And
He picked up those 2 7s. He hit the set.
hit this set of 7s up against the overcards. You're right. Good memory against the ace-king. I believe it was an ace-king. So, yeah, he's
Paul Orstein called his hand perfect. I was sitting right next to him. Called his hand dead on.
So you got any other poker goals before you, I mean, you got
Not
second
really.
to
I
the
get out there, I
HPT?
play. You know,
Yeah.
whatever happens, happens. You know.
You're
It's-
kind of
it's
a
always-
laid-back guy,
yeah,
aren't
it's,
you, when
it's
it comes
always,
to that?
You know, it's always fun to get out there
5,100 on
when
the
you run
line
deep.
still.
Yeah, yeah. You know, it's never fun busting a tournament, even if you make the final table or 3rd or 5th.
It's
you know,
never fun.
you never want to. And then you on the drive home, you're always thinking about that last hand.
Yeah. What could have been.
What could have been, what should have been, what I should have done, what I could have done before that. You know, I always like players. You know, of course, we hear every bad beat story. Everybody runs up. You'll never guess what happened.
I walk away.
Well, I like to hear the stories, but
Do you?
I don't. Some of them. I say I'm gonna guess. I've heard this story before. We've seen some pretty crazy beats on the HPT. I remember in St. Louis, guy went all in with kings, got called by ace jack. Flop came out 6-6-6, so full house. Guess what came on the turn? Of course, another 6, counterfeiting the full house. Quads. One guy plays the king. The other plays the ace. So
St. Charles, the ace is ace 5. The flop comes ace 5-5.
Yeah.
Then
Yeah.
4 spades hit the board.
Oh yeah.
How does that happen?
Yeah, so we've, you know, there's those are bad beats, things like that. But that's poker. That's why we play it. It's a great game, and you know, you're constantly learning. You know, you're learning every tournament, trying to get better. Love the pitch of this dealer. She's doing a great job. All the staff has done well. It's hard to
She's
find
been
in this
around for a
dealer.
while, this dealer.
Greg's gonna be first back.
Greg's first, tattooed.
Greg folds, actions
He
to Mike in the
folds.
2 seat.
Over to Mike.
Robert with the button.
Actions on Rob on the button.
Shockingly, he's going to play this hand.
It's nice to have a little momentum. It's nice to have chips, and it's nice to be on the button. What do you know about this Keith Lutz guy? He's been hanging around here too. He's a Chicago guy. Oh, there he is,
Oh,
right
there he
behind
is.
me, just like that. He shows up.
Always with the U-Haul vest.
Yeah, with the U-Haul vest.
Always
Why
with
not?
the U-Haul
He's
vest.
kind of a wordsmith, though. This guy, he likes to do the APB. He put an APB out on Bob Chow the other day. The Chow-nado, he
He
said.
won an HPT, Bob Chow.
Bob
didn't
Chow
he
did
win?
Gary.
Oh, he did. Okay.
Gary, Indiana, yeah. Bob was there, and Vu.
Oh, Vu.
You guys know Vu?
Vu.
Yeah, Vu was
Vu.
there. Yeah.
I don't know where Vu is right now.
Yeah.
Last I heard, he was in Naperville.
We need to put an APB out on a Vu. King, Jack, Deuce, couple of clubs is the flop. Jeremy with the stash. I've never seen the stash hat before. This is a first for me.
Great
Never
hat.
seen it.
Great hat.
Fabulous hat. Reaching for chips.
Jeremy's gonna bet.
And that is a bet.
280.
Have you guys talked about Mr. Stan Jablonski yet?
We did. You know, great
This guy's
to
on
see.
fire.
On fire is right. Second place in Kansas City. Then he goes and plays a WPT event. Final tables. It was his dream to play on the big stage.
Yeah.
And he did that. And through all of it, the guy wears an HPT patch.
Yeah.
I mean, we can't. I mean, for nothing. I'll put it out there. We didn't tell him to.
he's-
He did it because he loves the brand. And
He's always fun to play with.
he's really been kind of an ambassador for us, you know, so many years. He's always smiling, always, and he's kind of a sicko. He's good. I mean, you don't want to play against the guy.
Yeah.
He knows how to play the game, and he has a lot of fun doing it. But yeah, a good little run for him.
Yeah.
And I know he's excited to get to Colorado, so a shout out to him and his wife Connie. Still celebrating that final table. I believe he got fifth place for about $1.17.
Jeremy in the 8 seat.
Robert
Rob
moved
is
all
all
in.
in.
Wow.
That's a $280,000 bet by Jeremy. Rob has gone all in. Back to Jeremy.
Are you a guy that tanks for? You don't seem like a guy that takes
No.
a long time to make.
No, in this spot, you take a, you know,
Sure.
you gotta take a minute or so.
Do you believe in the shot clock for poker?
Yeah.
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 Speed it up a little bit.
Very,
And I'm like
yeah.
you. I like to play.
And Jeremy's gonna fold.
You know,
Rob's gonna take
you have to
down
think
five.
about
Yeah, there's
decisions,
certain
but I like
spots,
to
I
keep
mean,
it going.
like-
But then you got the guys that are doing it when they shouldn't be doing it, taking too much time, slowing the game down.
They
so
stare at me for 7-8 minutes.
I know. And if you knew sometimes how bad their hand was, that's the frustrating part. You know, call or don't call.
They're staring at me.
I had a guy the other day ask me if I had a dog. He says, "Do you own a dog?" He was trying to get some tell out of me. I said, "No, I don't have a dog."
Will
He
you
stared at
show?
me another
Will you
minute.
show if I fold?
Yeah,
No,
yeah, I know,
don't
right?
What do you
yeah.
want me to say?
Yeah, well, yeah. What do you want me to say here? Do you want me to say yes? Do you want me to say no? I think the best thing to do is to just kind of laugh it off.
Mike on the 2 seat's gonna be first to act.
Great camera work by our crew, the jib operator, all of the guys. They come from Detroit, Michigan. We got guys from Fargo. We got guys from Iowa. My buddy Kent Sorgi. I'm from Cedar
A lot of
Rapids.
stuff goes on up there in Fargo. That's in
Fargo's-
North Dakota, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff.
Actions to Jeremy.
Somebody wanted to know your thoughts on the Blue Jays and the Cubs. This might be from a little while ago.
That's Judd. I see.
Yeah.
I can see who that's
Yeah,
from.
this isn't live though. He'll hear this in 30 minutes. But
that's Judd.
What the Blue Jays? That's a little random.
The Blue Jays got killed today, which was fantastic.
Oh, okay.
It's always great to see the Blue Jays lose.
Right. The biggest wager I ever made in my life as a youngster was Louisiana. Was it Louisiana Lafayette? I didn't even know they had a football team.
The Raging Cajuns.
Whatever they are, whatever it was, I put the
Cajuns.
biggest bet of my life on back in the day. Won that bet though, thanks to the ATS consultants. Pick a winner.
I like to bet on the Campbell Fighting Camels myself.
Oh, there you go.
The Campbell College, the Fighting Camels.
You ever had any money on Central Michigan?
The Chippewas?
Yeah, the
Of
Chippewas.
course.
Yeah, Robert. I think the garage that attached to his house was paid for by the Chippewa, or maybe the house. I don't know.
Central Michigan
He
Chippewas.
sure likes to talk about them. And how about the Braves? Plus to the EV. We're getting these questions from you folks.
The Braves are miserable. I mean, I always talk to Paul Orstein about them.
Oh yeah, Paulie loves
the Braves. Tim, his cohort, Tim is a big Mets fan, so those guys go back and forth.
Oh yeah, Tim Fioravante.
I think they had a bet or something for this year. One had to wear a cow costume or ring a cowbell or something. They did some nonsense. I don't know what it was.
Help yourself. Want to thank our audio technician today, Chris the Goose Ragusan. We call him the Goo. Nice Twins hat, by the way. I want to see Twins Cubs in the World Series. Could it happen?
It could never happen.
It couldn't happen.
It could never happen.
Twins Cubs, and then the Twins take them down as a goat runs through the outfield. Well, the Vikings. Maybe the Vikings will make it to the World Series. He says that could happen.
The Vikings are going to be all right this year.
Yeah, the sharp bet this first week.
Speaking of the Vikings,
Vikes over Frisco.
I was in Canterbury, which is the casino in Minnesota. Adrian Peterson playing some 20/40 limit.
Was he really?
Yes, he was in Canterbury Park.
280,000 is the raise by
Years ago on the HPT, we did a big fundraiser poker tournament in Las Vegas for the Starkey Hearing Foundation. Adrian Peterson was there, and Larry Fitzgerald, and all the stars were out. I remember that day because Mini-Me was there. He got knocked out of the tournament. This is a true story by Hercules. Hercules knocked out Mini-Me.
Wow. That's usually what should happen.
I know, right? It was kind of an awkward exit interview, but yeah, Vern Troyer was out there, and we raised a lot of money for a great cause, the Starkey Hearing Foundation.
This Mike has a big following on Twitter also. Does a lot of tweeting, this Mike.
Mike in the 2-seat is announced all in action.
All in now by Mike.
In the 8 seats.
I call.
And a call. Let's see what they have here. That looks like Ace King.
Mike's going to show Ace of Spades, 3 of Diamonds.
That's Jeremy Ace.
Shows Ace of Diamonds, King of Spades, and is currently in the lead.
What did they say?
I don't know. I can't see it.
Both players have an ace.
Mike
I know
doesn't
that.
look happy. I can
We
see
got
it.
Ace King over here.
Ace
Ace Trey versus Ace King.
Here comes the flopped wheel.
Yeah, here we go. 2 or 3. 2, 4, 5.
It's going to be some sort of sweat here.
They're always just look at the crowd. We got a nice rail.
Yeah, big rail.
Is currently in the lead. Let's see the flop.
And we go to the flop now.
The
flop is 9, 8, deuce.
Jeremy is still in the lead with
So not a good flop for Mike.
There'll be a 4 or a 5 on the turn. I'm not sure which
Let's see
one.
the turn guide. Ace of Hearts.
And now the Ace of Hearts.
Down to a 3.
Down to a 3, and that's it.
King kicker. Jeremy needs to fade one of the remaining 3s in the
It
deck.
can't happen, can it?
Let's see the
Almost
card.
impossible,
cannot
Mikey.
happen.
It cannot happen.
River card is the Jack of
The Jack of Spades. You were right.
And the double up.
The double up complete for that man.
He doesn't want to
Jeremy.
smile. I'd
Well,
be standing up so excited.
There'd be no reason to smile here at this
Hey,
point,
why would you
right?
smile?
Why would anybody think about doing that? I'm not going to let him think that
The money means anything.
that money means anything. Jeremy's playing great. Great to have him here at the final table.
Mike's smiling because he's still got a ton of chips.
Got to see a lot of friends out here. It's James Larson and Mike Ross broadcasting Ameristar Casino East Chicago. Amanda Leatherman is providing the floor calling this week. Her and Jeff Madsen did a couple shots last night on Twitter. So you can follow her, follow us on the Twitter, and you can send me a question at Twitter at HPT James. Easy for you to say. And we'll try to answer your question here. Mike's going to stay with us for a few more minutes, but it's been fun so far.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to watching the rest of this final table.
Dave Goodfriend just sent us a tweet, but he's got it on private, so unfortunately I can't retweet that. So all I can do is hit the star button.
Oh, you can't retweet.
No, because he's got it.
Private.
He's private, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Because Dave has so many adoring fans that he's got to put his.
Why would you be private?
It's a setting. It's a setting.
Oh, okay.
So I can't get on there and say, yeah. I can't say anything.
Wow.
Yeah. Keith Lutz. What's with the U-Haul jacket? With the U-Haul, is he working?
He always has that U-Haul every
Whoa.
time I see him. I only see him twice a year. He's got that U-Haul jacket on all the time.
Yeah. Well, we'll give you a few more hands here. Anything else you want to talk about before? And are you going to stick around for drinks, or are you?
I'm going to stick around, watch the end of this final table, which would be perfect timing to avoid the traffic on the Kennedy.
There's no traffic on a Labor Day. Oh wait, it's Monday Labor Day.
There's always traffic.
Yeah, there's
on
always
the Kennedy.
traffic. Yeah, exactly.
So.
Well, again, tell everybody where we can reach you on Twitter. Maybe spell it out for them. How do you spell Rossi?
East Coast Rossi, ROSSYY, and you'll see some not much poker stuff on there, but a lot of me cursing baseball teams and various college football teams.
Yeah, there's a lot of bums out there, isn't there?
Yeah, there's a lot of players in college football right now that should really lose their scholarships for dropping passes in crucial times.
The favorites really came in yesterday, didn't they?
Yeah, great. Yeah.
Let's add the over to that too while we're at it. Huh?
That should be a rule, though. I firmly believe that. You drop a pass in a crucial place,
exactly.
You lose your scholarship. That's it.
So a lot of money up for grabs here. Final players battling it out for not only the title, but now we're giving away a bracelet. That's the new thing. And I don't know if you've seen it, but it's
I saw the
cool.
bracelet. It's nice. Very cool.
I mean, just it was Ken Lambert's idea, I believe, and we just wanted to do something to give the players. We had the WWE belt we gave away in L.A. Did you win that, Jeff Madsen? What did you win in L.A.? You didn't get a belt. Oh yeah, you got it.
And the money.
Yeah, and the money. Yeah. But yeah, we actually gave away at the Congressman Year a championship belt.
Oh, really?
Like a WWE belt, yeah. Crazy what's going on with Jimmy Superfly Snuka, huh?
Unbelievable.
I mean, unbelievable.
I like the wrestling. I know nobody wants to
admit.
Oh,
are you into the wrestling?
I know nobody wants to admit they like the wrestling. I like the wrestling. I'm sorry, I've always liked the wrestling.
I liked it when I was a kid. That's when you're supposed to like wrestling. And I'll never forget WrestleMania 3. It got no bigger. Pontiac Silverdome, right?
Yeah.
Largest indoor ever anything. Andre the Giant Hulk Hogan. If you look back at the tape, Andre tried to pin Hogan because he was mad. He tried to actually pin him. And because he was set to lose that match. Bobby Heenan, of course, was the manager of Andre the Giant. Honky Tonk Man was there. Jake the Snake Roberts, who unfortunately has kind of switched to a life of meth.
Both Hogan and the Giant are not involved in wrestling anymore.
No, they're not.
Andre because he died, and Hogan for other reasons.
For other reasons, yeah. Who would have ever thought Hulk Hogan would be
terrible?
But you do something stupid. That's what you get. What you got.
Yeah.
You get hit with the buzzsaw.
It is what it is. And the Superfly killed somebody. So
yeah,
I
like 30 years ago.
I don't know what's going on.
And now you can't really understand him because he's so crazy. You don't know if...
Yeah, they said he's going to die. So.
Yeah. So we're watching poker, talking wrestling. James Larson, Mike Ross. Trying to give away some money tonight. We started with 432. We're paying 45. We did pay 45. 5 left to go. A prize pool of 619,000. And 142,386 up top. Your final table bubbler was Casey Carroll. So Casey technically made the final table, final 10.
Final 10, yeah.
But didn't make the TV final table. One last thing to talk about before we let you go. We used to be a 6-handed final table. We went to 9. What are your thoughts on that?
I think it's a lot better. I mean, you give a lot of people, more people a chance to play on TV to play at that final table.
And Mike in the 60 is going to make the call.
That's what everybody strides for.
It's kind of the biggest
thing.
And
it gets down to 6 real quick. It gets down to 5 real quick because it's going to be 3 real short stacks. And
big flop here. King, Queen, Jack, couple of hearts. Well, he hasn't. These guys, there's no banter. There's no talking. There's not even any smiling. These guys all look like Jeff Madsen at the table. It's a bet.
180,000.
Bet of 180,000. What's that hat say there, Rossi?
It says under crunk.
I'm not sure what that means.
Uncle Crunk. No.
No, it's not. It's not Uncle Krug. It's UND.
Yeah.
So it's got to be
I don't know. Some weirdo shit.
I don't know what it is either.
I don't know what this is. I have a Nike T-shirt on.
Right, yeah,
I don't-
exactly.
I'm not as cool as these guys.
You know, I feel bad that oh no, Mike Puccio just
Puccio's
walked
here.
into
He's
the,
drinking.
He's drinking.
touching
He's
people.
yeah. The security guy.
Brian's happy to get rid of him.
I know, right? So he sends him into the broadcast booth.
Where's James? He goes, oh, I'll show you right away.
Yeah, he's right over here. Yeah. So Mike, real quick, just one quick question, Mike. You played great. You won last year, but congrats, you made it all the way back to 20th. You played well.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it was tough. I mean, coming in day 2 with only 49,000 chips. But I remember last year, day 2, I came down to 35,000, and I turned that into 3.2 million. So I knew you can do it.
And for you, you went all in. Well, not all in, but you lost the majority of your chips when you had pocket queens, ran them into 2 9s.
Actually, yeah, I turned that 50,000 into I think it was 780,000 chips. And right after dinner break, I end up with pocket queens against pocket 9s, and he turned a 9. Just like that. So
a bad beat.
Yeah, just like that.
Yeah, it's just like that. But I had dreams of being right back at the final table.
Almost. Good, man.
Think about it, though, Mike. I mean, for real. He gets through 410 other people. I mean, he's 19 spots away from being right back at that final table. And what a feat that would have been. But congratulations, though, on your play. It's great to see you again.
Well, thank you. I can't wait till the next one because I'm gonna make that next final table. I swear.
He's gonna make it, folks. Right there, kind of like a Joe Namath thing. Hey, are you a Jets fan, being from New York?
I am a Jets fan.
Yeah.
Geno Smith got punched in the face.
Yeah, he got punched right in the face. The Jets are horrible again, aren't they?
Yeah, there's probably it's not going to be that.
So you don't like Tom Brady, do you?
I mean, the guy's the greatest.
But we don't like him.
He's the greatest to ever play the game.
How lucky
right?
is this guy? Think about this guy.
Yeah.
What is he? 6'5".
Yeah.
He's one of the greatest quarterbacks to ever play.
Yeah.
He married
Great-looking
Giselle.
guy. Yeah.
Come on.
Wins
What's
Super
going on
Bowls. He's been on Family Guy. I mean, he's been on
He was
Family
on
Guy.
Entourage. He was on
6'5".
Family Guy.
I'm like 5'5".
5'5" says Pooch back here. I don't know about that. But,
What's going on? I mean,
yeah, exactly.
he's got some nice baseball plays in here.
So again, you're watching this exclusive final table coverage coming to you from the Ameristar Casino, East Chicago. And you guys are all hanging out tonight, and if you're watching this and you live in the East Chicago area, stop on out because we'll be at the stadium after the event.
Yeah, you can watch the last few players get there. And, it'll be fun. Money goes on the table. It's fun. It's fun to watch.
Yeah.
Actually, first drinks are
Puccio's buying drinks.
Hey, Puccio, one last question for you. What was it like for you? What was the feeling like when the hand was awarded and you knew you were an HPT champion? What went through your mind?
Oh, I mean, it's just all sorts of stuff. I mean, I don't want to really get spiritual or anything like that, but my dad died 20-something years ago, and him and I were playing that whole tournament. And I'll never forget with the 7-3 offsuit, won in $200,000 blinds. I'm like, Dad, what the fuck? Oh, excuse me, Dad, what the hell is this? And I was like, all right, well. So I raised it to 800,000, and I can't believe it. All of a sudden, the flop comes 7-4-3. I flop 2 pair, and the guy is smooth calling on ace queen. I mean, if he would have gone towards his chips, I would have mucked that hand in a second.
Right.
But he thought he was going to trap me. He smooth called me. Then he pushes me all in when I bet 800,000 after the flop. And he pushed me all in. I was so damn excited that Dad, that's something that you would do, Dad. The back door.
And we're going to be seeing this episode air here in about 4 weeks. Now, last question for you, and then I'll let you go, Mike. But the next morning, you opened up your eyes. What was that feeling like?
You know what? Honestly.
Well, let me interrupt real quick. Tell him what you did with the money. It's fantastic what he did with the money. He told me this story last night.
paid off my daughter's college loans, paid off my other daughter's car, and I bought my wife a car. And it was right around Christmas time. And not only that, well, and they were all so appreciative, it wasn't even funny. But I did tell them, guys, next tournament is going to be all about Dad. And that's it.
Well, congratulations, Mike. Always great to have you here at the final table, and whether you're in the booth or at the table. So, Mike, that's it for you, man. Hang around, though.
I'll be around.
We're going to bring Jeffrey back in for a minute, but
it was fun. We'll
to
see you next time.
Absolutely,
and,
my friend.
Here comes Mr. Jeff Madsen.
Jeff Madsen, the man, the myth, the legend.
I'm not a myth.
You're not.
I'm real.
What'd you do in your spare time?
Confirmed. Oh, you don't want to know.
Oh, right. Yeah,
you don't
exactly.
want
All right,
I drank some water.
Action continues here at the Ameristar Casino, East Chicago.
I'll tell you the truth now.
Oh, it's getting a little
We got a
wild.
bunch of animals shouting at each other.
Shouting here. We got Red Bull. We've got.
Oh my God, we got a lot of hyped up energy right now.
All right, action over here to Jeremy, who's got some chips now before you left.
Why is Amanda doing a strip dance right
I'm not
now?
sure what she's
Lots of
doing.
stuff's happening.
You still have to be on TV here. You
Yeah.
can't get,
Put that back on.
215 is raised by Jeremy. 215.
Strip dance. What is that? A thing?
All right, action now. We're going to be out, Mike, for sure. Absolutely. Mike, one of the good guys here on the HPT, and we did celebrate after his win last year and had a lot of fun. His buddies are coming back, and he's treating it like he won it again this year, even though he got 20th place.
That's a good run, though.
Yeah, real good run.
Nice.
A good way to follow up. You always want to come back, especially for Mike. You want to come back and represent. You just won the thing. You don't want to get knocked out. 5 bullets later and be that guy. But it does happen. No matter how you play. Sometimes just the cards sometimes doesn't.
I
work.
have found if you've had success in a certain tournament, you kind of tend to be a little more comfortable. You do want to defend your title or whatever, but I found you're just sometimes a little more comfortable, and it makes you have a better chance of going deep because you're not you've won this event, so it feels almost like a free roll. Like everyone knows you're the champion of the same tournament. So.
I agree.
100%. Amanda's face. 100%. Should we do accents? What's accent? What's your best accent?
I can do a Sean Connery, but it sounds more like Tom Brokaw.
Clever girl.
Clever girl.
Raising me.
I also do this old man on the radio. I call him Bill Johnson.
We should do British voices.
I can't do the British.
Sometimes I can.
I used to be able to do the Macho Man Randy.
Oh, that hurts my voice.
Adrian.
I can't do it anymore. Once again, follow us on the Twitter line at @HPTJames. We have a lot of tweets to get to. I'm sorry, I've been busy. We've had so many different people in the booth here.
Yeah.
It's been a
Your
fun
job is
afternoon.
so just
it's tough,
so grueling,
and it's Labor Day. Here
Labor
we are
Day.
working.
Is today Labor Day?
Today's Labor Day.
Well, okay,
So
tell us the history of Labor Day, James.
The history, we'll get to it after this hand. I have no problems giving you the history.
Pulling up Google.
But I really want to thank today, especially on Labor Day, all the people that have jobs.
Yeah.
What's
that like?
Without them.
I want to thank them. I just don't know how they do it.
A 4 and 2 deuces here. One of these flops, 2 spades, 2 deuces, a 4. You think, all right, not much happening here, but this could be a big hand.
It could be. It could just be the deuces versus the pocket 4s,
Especially small blind, big blind. I mean,
oh my God, this pot's gonna be massive.
You never know. They both check because they're both slow playing.
Another 4.
How about just a spin?
A 3.
Now we have other options here. We have coordination of all kinds of sorts.
Double chord. Yeah, we got wheels. We got
all
2
kinds
flush
of
draws. Oh man.
So now
this is a bluff, by the way.
You think it is?
Yeah, this is a bluff. I played with him a little bit. I don't know what's going on. I'm just gonna say it's a bluff.
260. Round's gonna bet 260,000.
Now, all seriousness. Talk about. Do you try to read players and obviously, look at them and try to gather information? And what tricks do you use? And
yeah, I mean, I'm always looking at just subtle little body language things. And people ask what are the give me the tells that everyone it's not that simple, but it's more just subtle comfort or discomfort. And if someone looks kind of weak, are they trying to look weak or do they naturally look weak? And it's really hard to pinpoint exact things sometimes with different people, but so he's doing a little gulp. He looks maybe a little hesitant. So is he trying to look a little weak or is he actually weak? So I would just say I picked up that there was a little bit of weakness. I don't know if it's forced or not. But
Well, then you also have to ask yourself, can my hand beat the hand that I think he's bluffing with? And look at this quick call. Oh, it was an all-in.
Rob makes the call.
And a call.
Let's see, guys, we have an all-in.
So we have the bet.
Oh, he rivered the nut flush.
The all-in and a call. He did. That's ace-10 of spades.
Greg had the straights.
Oh,
The turn with
Oh,
ace
wow.
of diamonds.
So
It was a
Greg-
huge hand. You were right.
Yeah, he called it. Greg had the straight. He rivered the nut flush. I believe that was an ace-10.
Yeah.
And that's going to do it. Greg's eliminated.
Wow.
Look at that. There it is.
Oh, my God.
He makes it with
Greg's
the
out.
3.
That really was. That was a sick turn in river.
Wow, look at him. Not happy. Not happy.
And I don't know how much the shove was for, and I'm not saying you shouldn't shove there, but you know, there's something to be said for at least taking your time there, and this is your tournament life. So although you do have a wheel, but what's your opponent going to call with? Just a deuce, right? Like what else is he really going to call with? He might hero it. Even if he has a deuce, it's a hero call because there's a straight and a flush out there. So in that spot, I think that's a perfectly fine spot to, pretty standard spot to just call. Because it is your tournament life, and you got to think, what is my opponent going to call me with?
Exactly. Because there's only 2 things that can happen.
You could be
here.
like leveling, you know. But
Yeah, here he is right in the booth. Let's ask him. Totally shocked, weren't you, at the end when he flipped over his cards?
yeah, it's the sickest run out for you.
We thought we saw. We're gonna hold on 1 second. We'll go to Amanda.
$30,000 and the action is heating up. Don't go away.
You mean the best how Rob Jim felt? What are you talking about? The Bulgarian Mafia.
Welcome back to the HPT. Welcome back to the HPT here at the Ameristar Casino and Hotel in East Chicago. We are down to our final 4 players. Let's get the cards in the air.
PLO.
All right, well, great job, Amanda. And, you know, we're going to let her go one more.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the HPT. Welcome back to the HPT here at the Ameristar Casino and Hotel in East Chicago. We are down to our final 4 players and the action is heating up. Let's get back to the cards.
Yeah, so you're like 600 more. Yeah. I would just snap flat. Yeah. Actually, I don't know. Snap, 'cause you
All
might
right,
be
so
able to
Greg
go
was
higher.
in here with us, eliminated.
I don't know. I might even shove.
Not a fun way to go out, brother.
500. I might shove. His river is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a tough spot. We were saying, you know, it's pretty much the worst run out for you. You know, when you shove the river, you know, you're thinking maybe he has a pretty strong hand he can call with. You know, maybe he's not going to call with worse than a straight. But you know, it's obviously cooler either way.
Full ring.
Yeah. And we were saying when the hand started, it was going to be a big hand. It was a joke for me, and it turned out to be a pretty cooler situation.
Well, you're going to go talk to Amanda over there, and you can explain all that to her. But Greg knocked out, went out in 5th place, $30,644 now.
Down to 4 now.
He acted real surprised over here, but his eyes should have been opened a little more, right? There was a higher straight up there.
Sure.
There was the spade draw. Not to mention the board pair.
Sure.
In the big blind there, anybody could have any hand.
Yeah, I mean, it's a blind versus blind hand,
Right.
So, you know, when you're talking about, you know, getting value and hands, you have to think about your opponent's range. So, you know, if this was like a 9-handed table, you know, you still be wary, but, you know, blind versus blind, he could have deuces full, he could have a flush, and he could easily bet the turn with a flush draw or something. So, you know, you have to think, what's my relative value in the hand? You know, yeah, I have the straight, but on some boards, you know, the straight is the nuts. On other boards, you're fine just calling, protecting your stack a little bit. Maybe you lose some value against randomly like a, you know, an ace-10 that randomly just decides to hero call the river.
Sure,
but,
sure.
I think, you know, something that you can take from that hand is just take your time. You know, he instantly shoves, so unless you're sure that this is like some kind of tell that'll make your opponent do something, you should probably, you know, take the same amount of time every decision, really think it through. Like, if I shove here, what am I getting called with?
Yeah.
Is it worth it? So
Is it worth it? I think that's really what it boils down to.
Yeah.
what am I going to gain here by shoving? And we don't know the exact number of chips, and we were half joking through most of the hand, and it developed, and we lost a player. But thanks to Greg K for coming out, and great guy. First time we got to kind of chat, and we'll see you. Maybe we'll see you downstairs if you're still around. We'll be hanging out. But, you know, a nice little payday here on the HPT, and you got to play on the bright lights of the camera.
Yep.
And
the pinnacle.
Pinnacle gaming. James Larson, Jeff Madsen, poker professional. Where are you living at these days?
I am still Vegas, Los Angeles, kind of West Coast, general coast, but I've been traveling a decent amount. I'm going to be traveling around different places, probably do maybe a couple Europe trips the next couple months. So
maybe play some more HPT events down the road. We have so many going on. That's the nice thing. But I'm glad you came out, brought some friends with you, and obviously, you know, we talked about it before. You've won a title here on the HPT, so for you to get in the car or get on a plane and come out here probably doesn't take a whole lot of arm twisting.
I mean, since the World Series, I've been taking a lot of time off, so this is really all I've really played was like the Legends of Poker in LA and you know like the World Series National Championship. So yeah, just seemed like a good time to come out, see my buddy Amanda, see you guys, play a tournament. I mean, the tournaments are great. I mean, there's no question they're just much softer than a lot of the tournaments I play in LA or Vegas, just because obviously there's a higher concentration in LA and Vegas of professionals. So it's good to come out to these.
Do you ever get bored playing poker, and how do you fight that off? How do you keep it interesting and want to keep playing?
I think tournaments are always exciting for me. I always want to. That's why I like tournaments. I mean, there's always a title to be won or something. So occasionally you might get card dead for a while and be a little distracted. Maybe your heart's not totally in it, but honestly, I just like the challenge of the game. It's it's probably even more when there's better players at the table. It's probably more exciting and less of a chance to be boring because you can watch what everyone's doing. It's not so ABC, if I'm just playing more of an ABC tournament and maybe it's not as big a tournament, like a little side event, yeah, sure, I'll occasionally maybe lose interest, but I usually snap back into it when I realize that, this is my career, this is money I could be making, and the more focused you are, the better you're going to do in the tournaments you play.
I had a question tweeted to me about a half hour ago, and somebody just wanted to know, how did you get good? I mean, you've had a lot of success here, let's be honest, Jeff, but how did you get good? Was it a book? Was it experience? Did someone sit you down?
Yeah, I think, part of life, there's like a luck factor, and, you are who you are, and then that makes you maybe naturally good at certain things. So I was always kind of a gamer, just like video games or just kind of competitive, all kinds of games. So that kind of set me up to be good. And then in the beginning, when I found poker, I definitely read a lot of books in the beginning, like Helmuth's book and Dan Harrington's book and Super System and all that. So, math. Yeah, I mean, I was always good at, naturally good at math, I guess. But again, it kind of, I don't think being good at game theory isn't just necessarily math. Like, you could just be not the best at math, but play enough poker where you understand ranges and spots. It's more about spots, which is part math in it, but part just strength and weakness. So I just read a lot of books in the beginning, played a lot at my nearby Indian casino, just played a lot of 2-5 mostly in their weekly tournaments, and just really studied the game. Treated it like I had to study the game to get good. I can't just get good quickly without putting in extra work.
Sure.
So, and nowadays, I don't read poker books anymore because it's not relevant when you get to a certain level and you understand how people can play differently, and there's different ways to win hands, and you just have your own style. But in the beginning, read a lot of books, watched a lot of poker on TV, and just played a lot of hands, and realized don't be results oriented. Let's see how your decisions affected the hand, and just make good decisions every hand, and know when you're being emotional versus being realistically looking at your game. And and talk to people, talk to everyone about how they play.
We've been through so much, Jeff, with poker.
Me and you. Oh, I thought you meant me and you.
We have too, the long
relationship
we had last night on the
yeah.
arena. But poker's been through so much. Black Friday, the ups and downs, the swings, this or that. What is the future of poker?
Yeah, I think it's going to always be growing. I think it hit a boom, and then there was a little bit of a dip, but obviously Black Friday affected a lot of things. But you know, poker's so big in Europe, and poker's just always going to be big because everyone likes to play poker. It's a universal game. Actors like to play, athletes play, so it's it's a cross industry type of thing that what else is like that? There's not many things like that. I mean, you don't even have to be good at it. You can just get a famous actor who likes poker to play it, and then that spreads the word about it, and that makes it popular. So
poker's been around forever. Okay, so people that say, "Oh, poker's dying," poker's not dying.
Yeah.
Poker was big before the boom.
I don't know why people say that. It
I
doesn't
don't either.
It's almost like they want it to die.
I know.
Like, it's not gonna die, just because like there was this boom, and now you look at it like people are better. Like if players get better, that's good for poker. We want everyone to get better, it to be competitive. There's still going to be dead money. There's still going to be the businessmen who want to play always. What is a billionaire not going to stop playing poker because of some reason? Because they don't care. These guys with money, they don't look at like the industry. They just go and play, and they're always going to be there. So
and we all just had to make changes after Black Friday.
Yeah,
I mean, the
it's made a lot.
HPT. I'll say this just as not as an employee, but the HPT, I give them credit for the fact that we're still here. We're still doing shows. We survived it, and everybody's kind of came back. Like anything in life, everything kind of comes full circle, and you figure out, all right, you might have wounded us, but we're not going away. We're not dead yet.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Black Friday wounded me as much as anyone, probably.
Was it pretty bad?
Yeah, just because I literally worked for Full Tilt, or I was, so I built a lot of my lifestyle based on this guaranteed money that, as a 25-year-old guy, I never expected rip from my hands from one day to the next. So it's not like there's no sympathy from Full Tilt about the situations that they put people in. It just kind of happened, and then okay, you have all these things you have to pay for, and you have to change your life completely. So too bad. So that was a big thing, but that made me a better player. I couldn't be lazy anymore. I had to put in a lot of work.
I'm sure you still remember where you were when you heard about it, and I can tell you where I was. This is very ironic. I was in a car driving from the Midwest to Gary, Indiana, which is about a mile from where we're sitting right here, and I was told by our then producer and said, "Hey, go to Poker Stars."
My guy.
He said, "There's an FBI warrant." I said, "Whatever." I was in my car, pulled out my BlackBerry, turned the White Snake down on the CD player, put the cigarette out, and I went to Poker Stars, and I saw it. And I was on Highway 80, and I almost drove off the road. I couldn't believe it.
It's crazy. Yeah. I finally, and then I didn't really play online for years. I finally got my Poker Stars account back up, like last year, just in Canada. But the good thing for me was, although it affected my financial situation, I wasn't one of those guys that was like primarily an online player. I just kind of happened to have a sponsorship. But I always liked live poker better. So it was more about the the logistics of where it put me, not about like it affected what I wanted to do. I just was kind of screwed for a little while.
Yeah, well,
but we're good. We're back.
Yeah, you've bounced back in a major way. I know you and your cat very happy.
My cat, it's just great. We're great together. I love you, little Bruce.
Yeah, little Bruce watching the live stream.
It's so cute.
Got the paws on the stream, so
yeah,
that's great. So
yeah.
James Larson, Jeff Madsen, broadcasting here, Ameristar Casino Hotel, East Chicago.
Yep.
Been on the air now for a good 5 hours. I want to say dinner break is. Do you know, Amanda? How far are we away from dinner break? Do you know, Robbie? Okay, we're finding all this stuff out.
Pulling some strings here.
Yeah. So
looks like we got a pot brewing.
We sure do.
Hi, Race.
Oh.
What's that a sign of?
Clumsiness? Yeah, that's where sometimes like random things happen that you might read as something, but they're just kind of, you look too much into them. But if someone's genuinely fumbling with their chips, it should be weakness. I mean, if they're doing it on purpose, that's different. But if they kind of look a little unsteady, their betting motion is not as smooth, that should mean weakness. And those are the subtle things you can sometimes read.
And Rob's gonna make the call. 410 and a call. Gonna be heads up to the flop here. Let's see the
Basically, the best way to not give off tells is to do everything the same way.
Yeah, but that's hard. That's hard to do.
It's easier said than done.
Yeah. 963 is the flop rainbow. Especially for an amateur, who's playing under the lights.
Yeah.
It's almost like a person giving a speech for the first time. You saw that where the person grabbing the side of their leg and they don't realize that they've crumpled up their entire
nervous tics.
Yeah, I mean, I'm an amateur player and I watch poker. I've been doing this for almost 10 years now, and I still have those tells. You know, I
Yeah.
wag my tail like a dog when I got aces, and
Yeah.
yeah. Actually, I got ace anything. My tail's wagging.
Oh, ace deuce off.
Right. That's good though. Well, see, the key for me is you learn to know how to throw some a little bit subtle reversals, and you know, people who are naturally maybe introverted or less expressive might be tougher to read. Doesn't mean they'll be good at poker, but it does mean that aspect of poker, maybe they'll be tougher to read, so they can use that to their advantage. And other people might be a little more expressive, and they have to learn how to balance it by giving off, you know, reverse tells, and if they know they have a tell, then they should try and mask it by doing other actions that doesn't make that certain action stand out.
Do you like watching yourself on TV?
No.
Awkward?
Yes.
Yes.
Even interviews. Even though me and Amanda's interview was good yesterday. But I've gotten better. You know, I used to be super shy. I'm still like shy in my own way. But when I was younger, but now you do enough interviews and stuff, you just get more comfortable on camera. But I'll still watch it because I want to watch like the hands I play and stuff. But I don't really like it. I don't think it's kind of like hearing your own voice. You probably love hearing your own voice, but
let's stop talking about me and talk about me for a while.
Yeah. My silky, milky voice.
Right. No, I know what you mean though, and we're going to critique ourselves obviously the most, especially if you don't do it a lot. But I think you can learn a lot by watching poker though too. You get to see the whole cards. I mean, you still have to get in the box, you still have to play, but I think you can learn a lot from watching the game and watching what other players do, right or wrong.
Yeah, I think people learn in different ways, just learn anything. So it's about pinpointing, like, how do I learn the best? I might learn by reading a book and kind of intellectualizing, all these concepts. Other people might just watch and get a sense for good plays and stuff. So you have to know how you learn best, and then see what's improving your game the most by watching, by reading, and obviously you should be playing all the time and incorporating what you're learning and trying things. And the big thing is just to not have fear. I mean, sometimes you have to make an aggressive play, and you're going to give off more tells if you're just worried about, oh, he might call me, he might not. You have to shut yourself off from the results and just think, okay, this is going to be a good bet. I should bet here. He calls, oh, I should bet on the turn again. It feels like a good bet. And just do it.
I'm standing up straight all of a sudden. Who you play with the best in the world? You've played all over, but besides the obvious names, the Ivies, the Helmies, who's a player that we would all know that you really respect, and somebody that you really don't want to tangle up with and play high stakes against?
Yeah, there's so many guys. I mean, people ask me this question. It's tough. I mean, because I play tournaments mostly, so it's kind of randomized who you're playing against. But there's a lot of good younger guys. Really? Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, Mercier and.
You can continue to talk while we take a picture.
Yeah, no, I'm just make sure that
I'll do this.
It was
you be like, what? Well, let's get him. Yeah, let's get him in here. Now we can look at
Charlie's Angel.
Okay, thank you. I want to thank Kyle. As you were saying.
I don't know. I think I'm good enough where, screw these guys. I'm better than all. No, I'm just kidding. There's a lot of good younger players. I don't really sit down and fear anyone, but certain players are just tougher to read and more aggressive. It's hard to say off the top who I would think of, but.
Well, you answered that real well.
I really appreciate it's a hard question, There's a lot of players.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, a lot of people put you in that category. I could ask that to some of the top name players, and they don't want to play against you. I've noticed, I've seen you play live, obviously, when you won your title and a few other times, is you talk about tells and demeanor. I mean, you got it down as well. You're, excuse me, kind of a stone statue, pretty much all the way through. I don't see you tanking a real long time. I appreciate that. Guys that are in here, the whole questioning and answer. If you've really got a plan, that's cool, but some of these guys are just doing it to do it.
Yeah, I just balance it by, I might take like 5 to 10 seconds per decision.
Sure.
And then, it's not tanking long, but some decisions might seem like it's too long to think, but it keeps your opponents off balance because they don't know, like, your timing isn't giving away anything. And timing tells are a big thing. I mean, especially online poker, but just timing in general. You might not be able to read any physical things, but if the guy, if you 3-bet and the guy calls pretty quick, you might just think like, okay, didn't really consider 4-betting, so he has a hand that's, you know, you can put him now, you can narrow him down to this range of it's worth calling a 3-bet. It seemed like a standard call. He didn't think about 4-betting, so he doesn't have, you know, it might be a spot where he doesn't have ace king or jacks are better. So
jacks are better trips to win.
Right. Yeah. Do you have video poker here?
Yeah, somewhere downstairs. We digress. So Jeremy here, these guys, I haven't heard these guys say a word.
They have literally not one word.
I'm not sure they can talk.
When I'm meant to say all in, they got really uncomfortable.
He's like,
his throat was so sore. All in. Yeah. I tend to not talk at the table, but if there's, you know, I kind of am. That's kind of just how I am, and unless it's like one of my good friends or just someone who I get along with, but I don't really just kind of keep chatting up the table. I kind of keep it stone-faced and have an image of like just playing aggressive. I don't, you know, I'm in focus mode. But yeah, this is usually you'll get, you know, a couple guys, 2 or 3 guys who are a little more talkative. This table seems like it just has happened to be more stone-faced. You know, high quality players. They know that they don't want to give anything away, and this is a big stage, and they don't want to jeopardize that by just trying to be TV friendly.
Yeah, and you know, Kenny in the 5 seat was somebody we thought would really be electric at this final table, and a lot of times that's the plan. And just like me, I'm a player who's talking all the time at the table, but when the red light, you know, right. But if I was out there and the red light goes off, all of a sudden things change, you know, because everybody gets a little nervous. Even if they don't want to admit it, it's a little nerve-wracking, and it's more of a distraction. But once you get dialed in, that's why the first thing I do before we start a broadcast, I go out and I say, guys, I know this is easier said than done, but just everybody chill out. We're going to be here for 8-9 hours. I don't want somebody to play bad because we're here for TV, and we don't make it easy for these guys, okay?
Right.
We have them here at all hours of the day, and, you know, playing. They got to get here for interviews. They got to get makeup on. Yes, it is what it is.
I think being on TV will kind of polarize players. Some will, you know, they'll step up to the challenge and be on TV and really step up the game and play their best. And others are, you know, might be worried about making a mistake on TV, and it might put them into a playing too tight kind of situation, or you know, they think they have to show off for TV, so they get out of their game and play too aggressive. So I think for me, it probably makes me play better. But yeah, you don't want to see someone, you know people are seeing this, so if you make a huge mistake, you know everyone's going to see that. That might be in the back of someone's mind. But at the same time, they might not make a bad call that they would normally make because they see that, you know, everyone's watching, and they inherently know it's a bad call. We all make those bad calls sometimes where you're just curious, but you kind of like, no one's going to see what I had, so I'll make this 4th pair call. Maybe I do that more than most people.
Sure. What's the thing you dislike most about poker? Maybe a pet peeve, or, you know, everybody's got certain things.
Dislike, you know, the game is the purest. You know, I love the game, so it's never anything about the game. I just think that there are some people in the industry who kind of bring it down a little bit, and maybe the gambling world will naturally bring some scumbags, but there's scumbags in all industries of life too.
And for you, especially being a young person, you've really got to be disciplined. You know, we've all heard the stories. Amanda Leatherman and myself were talking about our own stories of losing money in the pits or getting on a sports bender.
Yeah.
How do you stay disciplined? And you seem like a disciplined cat that locks it up, and you know what you're doing.
Yeah, you know, years of learning for sure.
Mistakes.
Because when when you're 21 with $1 million, there's no discipline that's inherently in you to know how to deal with that situation. You're just kind of okay to spend money, and you don't really see the real reason to have discipline yet until you make those mistakes. So sometimes you're gonna just have to make those mistakes unless you're really, you know, really smart and can handle your own thought processes and realize this is not, you know, it seems fun, but in the long run, this kind of behavior is going to lead to, you know, negative situations coming up. So, you know, just kind of adapt it over time.
Did the family ever sit you down and say, this is a terrible life choice, you're going to ruin your entire life? And what did you say to them?
You know, well, because I started in college, so obviously any parent's going to be like, stop playing so much poker and focus, and you know, and then even after I went pro, I mean, there's the ups and downs of it, and, you know, it's not like a 9 to 5. So I've been broke a couple times, and then there's times where it's just like, okay, time to like do something else now, and you don't see that being a professional is about, you have to go through the ups and downs. You can't just quit when you're broke the first time or you made those mistakes. That's how you get good. And, you know, you see the light of day eventually. I mean, I've been playing 9.5 years professionally, 12 years total. So I don't know. I think if you've been playing less than 3, 4, 5, 6 years, how are you really going to know all these lessons? Like, you know, you have to get a lot of hands in and a lot of life experience, a lot of money management skills.
Yeah.
So it never, you know, I'm a smart guy. I always had a good head on my shoulders. But even me, I just, you know, had, you know, awful money management. Just obviously from getting so much money so fast. That happens in tournaments sometimes. So be smart with it and, you know, manage your bankroll so you can just get better at poker gradually instead of worrying about where am I going to make my money. Just
and hopefully
lock it
someday,
away.
yeah, hopefully someday you can be the greatest like Phil Hellmuth. I mean, we all aspire.
I can't even.
It's positivity.
Talk about him without
It's
bowing my head.
It's positivity.
Yeah.
We all have to be positive.
You have to be positive, or you have to be like Hellmuth, where completely like, you know, your brain is just outside of anyone's thought process of, you know, you see yourself as a golden god. That helps in poker.
Have you ever taken your cat for a walk down Las Vegas Boulevard? Can you take cats for walks?
Probably, but it's like weird.
Cats
it's
hate their
weird.
hot weather, don't they?
Yeah, my cat goes outside in the backyard sometimes, but it's hot. It is. I don't think they love it. I think if you took your cat for a walk, sometimes, like, what if it just freaks out, you know? And then it's just be like,
tails flying around,
circling around. It's not gonna just
hissing,
like, walk where you want it to.
And they can squirm out of those leashes, Amanda.
Yeah.
They can squirm out of them.
They might scratch
you
got
to put them in a full holster.
In a harness. That's so cute.
Yeah. Put them in a harness. It's James Larson, Jeff Madsen, Ameristar Casino Hotel, East Chicago, here in East Chicago, Indiana. A lot of people think we're in Illinois. This is East Chicago, Indiana.
Oh, we're technically in Indiana.
Yeah.
You know what? I didn't know that, actually.
East Chicago,
I thought like
Indiana.
Hammond was Indiana. I didn't know.
All right, back to the poker. We've got an all-in by the police officer in the 2-seat and a fold.
Oh, he's a cop?
Yeah, he's a
Shocking.
Chicago police officer.
Shocking. I feel like he's going to arrest me at any moment.
Look at his bio here. Police officer in the tactical unit. They call him Narco Cop. Is his that's his Twitter handle. So over 100,000 in total career winnings. Plans to buy a car for his wife with the winnings.
Wait, so he's a narc?
Narco Cop is what they're called.
Should I be hiding some paraphernalia?
Going to Colorado next week, so you don't have to worry about it there.
Cool.
Speaking of that Colorado event, we're going to have a lot of fun. Blackhawk is the place. Golden Gates Casino and Poker Parlor. A lot of money up for grabs.
I love Blackhawk.
It's a great place.
Amanda loves Blackhawk.
It's a great place this time of year, too. It's beautiful. All the information on the webpage at www.hptpoker.com.
It's a great stop.
It's a good stop. Blackhawk. Not too far from Vegas. It's a pretty quick.
I've never been to Colorado.
Oh, really?
I will definitely want to hit that stop at some point.
Surprises me.
Yeah.
Really surprises me.
Yeah, I have to go hang out with my girlfriend.
Yeah, you recently got a girlfriend.
Sort of.
Good for you.
Sort of. It's weird.
Yeah.
It's strange.
So what's her name and what she does?
Maybe she's listening right now.
She could be.
Maybe. Sophie.
Does she like the cat?
She loves the cat.
Because that would. Ooh, I'm hearing good things from our producer.
From our producer. Let's get the info from the producer. If she's listening, hi.
I got a tweet from Steve Fox. James, what about a shout out for at Card Player Cruise in January? I'm currently playing on the Oasis of the Seas in a Card Player Tour event. So thank you, Steve Fox, and absolutely we will be on that cruise, and we're going to try to get Corey in later to talk about that. But that'll be in February. Have you been on a cruise before?
Never.
Yeah.
Never ever.
We did 2 of these. We're all talking about going this year. I've done 2, and it's a lot of fun.
When in February is it?
February, Corey, 13th through the 20th. I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, 13th through the 20th.
You know, the LA Poker Classic is
right around
competing,
there.
but I do want to go on a cruise.
Yeah, we have a lot of fun. Jan Fisher and of course Linda Johnson. I've met a lot of great friends there. Steve Fox being one of them, who just sent us that tweet. You wake up, you eat breakfast, you have a Mai Tai, you sit and play cards for 4 to 5 hours.
I like Mai Tais.
Then you go to dinner, you have a giant steak, and then you go back and play some more cards. Oral Hershiser was on the cruise with us last time and played a lot. Him and his wife, they just lit up the room, had a lot of fun. I was what I thought drawing dead. I flopped 3 jacks against 3 kings. It was one of those setups where I knew I was dead. I was like, raise, re-raise, get it all in. Okay, you have kings, I have jacks. It's right. I stand up, turn card blank, and as I'm going, it was 5:25. They close the poker room for at 5:30 for dinner. Of course, the jack of spades peels off the end. I make quads against a guy. He's an HPT final tableist. His name, Cruz Baca. I rivered quads on a cruise against a guy named Cruz.
You bacadored it.
Yeah, that's good. That's real good. Huge pot.
That's how you win.
It wasn't that huge. It was big, though. I was all in. He was all in.
I've probably only done that once, where set under set and then hit the quads.
Yeah, don't you hate that when you know you're raising, knowing he's gonna, you know you have to get it all in, and you know you're behind.
Yeah.
Good players like you can fold there, though.
Yes.
No,
the thing is,
it's
like,
hard.
even the good players know that, like, mathematically and
over
you just
time.
like, if you're ever making that fold, you have to be right. Like, there's no so unless you're. But sometimes, yeah, I get that feeling like, wow, he probably has it, and I still go with it because sometimes they just have like the top 2 pair, or they have aces and they're overvaluing it. So
because if you start second guessing that your whole career, you're really going to be in trouble.
Yeah.
You're throwing away sets, thinking that the other player has a higher set.
Let's just say never fold a set unless like the hand's played out to the river, and it's like obviously that there's a straight or a flush.
Yeah.
But if you're just talking about a board. I've only folded a set on the flop once, and he just had a higher set, and it was like a spot where a guy shoved, and the other guy, not worried about his tells, just immediately shoved, and it was like a dry, no flush draw board. I mean,
because and a lot of times they do have 2 pair. I mean, that does happen where I'm way good here, and get your money in and hope for the best.
But hey, I mean, some boards like they can't really have 2 pair because like 10-5 deuce, and they would never do it. So then you're like, okay. This is the tightest guy I've ever played against, and I have pocket deuces.
It's a good point. It's a good
and I just
point,
so. But that being said, mathematically, still some spots you should just. If it's a cooler, it's a cooler. You just go with it.
Yeah, exactly.
Move on to the next tournament if he has it.
Right.
Because it really doesn't happen very much. I play a lot of tournaments, and it's not like every tournament I'm getting set over set. I hardly even see it.
Yeah. It's not like a James Bond movie where he says full house, and the next guy says straight flush. Wait, there's one left. Royal flush.
And then Bond's like, high royal flush?
5 of a kind?
I made a new hand. Jokers. 5 jokers. The guy bleeds from his eye. I still like that movie, though.
Yeah, it was good. And I watched that scene a couple of times. What is your, besides Rounders, what's your favorite poker movie?
Yeah, I mean, Cincinnati Kid is a pretty good movie.
Yeah.
It's a quality movie. The thing is, they're just usually not, for some reason, they tend to go so stereotypical. Because, okay, sure, if you're showing poker, people want to see, like, drama. But Rounders, yeah, there was drama, but it was, like, a good storyline, and, like, the characters were interesting. And you cared about the characters, so usually they're just shit, like poker movies.
Yeah.
There's this movie Shade. Have you seen that? It's this random poker movie with Jamie Foxx. It's pretty bad, but
my biggest pet peeve with Hollywood, and you would think all they'd have to do is call a guy like you, or even a guy like me, who just anybody that knows anything, and you see a blackjack scene, and I've seen it before where they've got like the paper thin chips, and then I've seen it where it's like, I'm gonna make this big bet, and they put 2 silos next to each other on the betting circle. Have you ever seen that in a blackjack game?
Let's go for it.
Yeah.
Like in 21, you'll see it. Like the movie 21.
I know. I mean,
that movie's okay too.
All you have to do is ask one of us, Amanda and I, a fellow degenerate, just say, how does this work? And the chips that you would used to buy at like Walmart before poker was big is what they're using in the casino. The cards have holes drilled in them.
Right.
It's just not very realistic.
If
and
only,
then
if only like movie crews could actually go into a casino and just film, but they like casinos don't really allow it, so it's like
next to impossible.
Yeah.
And then the dealers like berating you. That has happened, but it's.
There's really not too many good poker movies, but like Ocean's 11 or gambly type movies. There's good ones that have casinos in them, and
how about the
like Runner was awful.
Yeah. Well, Runner was terrible,
atrocious.
The movie Savage was in. What was that?
Lucky
TJ.
You.
Yeah.
Awful.
Yeah. Awful. I mean,
look at Amanda's face. She almost threw up.
Just bad.
Yeah.
Just bad. I mean, somebody, Rounders.
I think because the stereotypes of, like, a screenwriter thinks, like, these stereotypes of poker should be included, and it makes it really cheesy, and, like, the movie becomes cheesy because it's centered around all these, like, ace on the river.
Right.
Like,
exactly.
If they sit on the river, then I'll marry you, or I don't know. I'm just making up a storyline, but it's always an ace on the river. It's always, like, the Texan with the big hat goes all in with all, with 500 million chips.
But even Rounders, I mean, come on, with the Oreo. I mean, I love
Yeah.
the movie. I'm not tearing it
Yeah,
apart.
see, Rounders did the same thing, but it was just still like better
Of
written.
course. But when
and-
Mikey's like, oh, timeout, I gotta think of it. Sets the deck down. He's like, oh god.
Yeah.
Hold on. You know what? I won't respect myself in the morning. Hey, there's Mike Puccio, last year's champion.
And like the overbetting in that movie.
I know. I mean,
it's like I'm gonna bet 30,000 into 1,000.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But you know that was before poker became more mainstream, and nowadays like a poker player is more likely to watch a movie like that and be like, this is ridiculous. But
and
you don't
when you
watch a movie. You watch a movie for it being a good movie. It's not all about the accuracy.
But walking into
Suspend
the
your
judge's
disbelief.
game and saying Bill's got 2 pair, I mean that stuff just doesn't happen. We know people can, but to size it up that quick.
Yeah.
That was good for TV. Ed Norton to me is my favorite character. I love.
He's my favorite actors.
Yeah, love that guy and everything he's in, and just
We
because
need
we
to
all
make
have a
Rounders
friend
too.
like that.
I've heard rumors always of Rounders too, but
we keep hearing that.
Could it really be? How good could it be?
But we've
Hopefully.
all had that guy that we've had to help out. That's always been there, but he's our friend, so he's always going to be there.
Yeah.
Never
He's just
hits
a
score.
DJ.
He's just a
Chino
full-
Ream.
Yeah, whoa!
He's my worm, probably. There's a lot of guys, and there's a few guys, Some guys are just sick degens, and I had like a degen phase, but I don't walk by a blackjack table now and be like, oh, I really want to. Like, I don't really want to.
I just
that
kind of
much.
got out
Who
of it
cares?
because I got tired of losing money. Amanda and I talked about it. I don't want to bring you into this, but I lost thousands of dollars over the years, and it was just like, this isn't fun anymore. Now, the other night, Corey and I slipped back into DJ mode in a very fun, healthy kind of way.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's. I don't have the desire to go play blackjack anymore. I'd rather sit and play poker, and that's a game of skill, if you will, than just throwing your money away. I used to smoke cigarettes and drink beer and sit at a blackjack table. I since gave up the smoking.
You sound like a 75-year-old woman.
I know. Hello, give me another
Hit me.
marker. I'm
Oh,
good
man.
for another 1,000.
I'm good.
What do you mean I'm cut off?
Johnny knows me in the back. We used to date.
Yeah.
In 84.
So back to the poker action here. We are going to crown a champion tonight. I promise you that. And we're going to go to dinner break, I'm told, in about 17 minutes. So we'll be doing a break there.
Oh, that phase is still going.
Yeah, I went through that stage too. I did. It wasn't really a stage. It was just some times. It wasn't like a full-blown stage.
It's like
folks don't know.
we all like that. I've had just too many negative experiences, like remembering blackjack and losing a lot of money, and it wasn't that fun.
Here's
When you have a lot of money, now you can just waste a lot of money, and you don't realize just what bad habits and what pointless things you're doing.
And here's what I hate about blackjack. It's like we won't say how much you're playing for. It could be $10 or $10,000, but we'll just say units. All right, you're playing 3 units, 4 units. All of a sudden, you make a 12-unit bet and you get a 12 against an ace. I would never do that in poker because I'm not just going to call off my stack with 7 deuce. So all of a sudden I'm handcuffed. Insurance is close. Oh, I have it. So I just lost 12 units because I felt lucky.
Lost your units.
Before they.
Yeah.
It'd be like you raising before you get your cards.
Yeah, gambling is non-poker gambling is just like a faith game. Like I just feel it.
I
Just
know.
going with the energy. There's you have no information unless you count cards. I'm not telling you to count cards, but you have no information. In poker, you're always have some information, and obviously when the blinds get bigger, you're technically gambling slightly more. There's more gambling slightly when your cards are face up. Yeah, but you can play in many different ways. You can play like Phil Hellmuth and just never be all in and fold queens pre-flop and wait for the very best spot. And hey, it works in certain. Obviously, it works sometimes.
All in here by the police officer and a call, and he's going to show ace 4 up against ace tray.
Suited. So it's going to be chopped a lot, but
chopped a lot.
Ace 3 is suited.
Anytime you see an ace and a low card, you're right. Plenty of times that chops, but the cop is not really happy to be in this position right here for his tournament life.
Yeah, once you get say it was ace 8 versus ace 7. Something like that, it's chopped a little bit less, but when it's a 3 and a 4, it's very likely they have to hit a 3 or a 4.
There's Kenny on the rail, who was eliminated, ran his kings right into the buzzsaw of the aces of one of the other players. I'm not sure.
I don't think it's going to be a chop.
I don't think it is either.
I don't think that's the kind of
day
this is.
Yeah,
Oh, it's ace 4 suited. They're both suited.
They're both suited. And here we go. Two queens.
Both have backdoor flush draws.
Queen of diamonds. Rob is still currently in the lead with the.
So 3 overcards, if you will. So we'll see right now. Oh, look at it.
So I think you hit a backdoor flush about 1 in 15 times. So still a 3 or a 4.
6
outer for drama, we'll call it that.
Yeah, for that at least. And we go to that
Huh?
card. It's
Oh,
the ace.
they
So a
didn't even
full
play
house.
their
The ace
cards.
doesn't even play.
Don't even use those cards.
Oh man.
There's 2 diamonds, so the diamond should actually win.
Right. It's the only fair way.
Yeah. Speed things up.
Absolutely. Once again, you can join the conversation like so many folks have done here at HPT James. I'll try to get to those tweets here in a minute. We've just had a lot of other talking about cats and other stuff here at this final table. Happy Labor Day to everybody out there, and thank you to the web stream, all the comments and questions. Everybody's been pretty nice on the web stream today. This is,
They usually bullying you, huh?
you know, I try not to look because they're usually talking about me.
Screw you, James.
Yeah, you're an idiot.
Why'd you?
Idiot. Hashtag.
Why are you talking about cats? I like dogs. Not one mention of dogs.
Yeah, we haven't talked about dogs. I'm a dog
Dogs are
lover
cool.
too. I like all animals.
Yeah.
Make sure to get your pets.
I like how you
spayed
can
or
use both as like a slang for your buddies.
Yeah,
Hang with
yeah.
this cat.
Yeah, hang with this cat.
Hang with my dog.
With the dog.
Yeah, the dog. They have a slightly different connotation though.
What's your favorite place to play in Vegas?
You know, because I play tournaments, it's kind of just where it happens to be. But you know, I play maybe Aria, the Win. I played the Venetian. They had like a mixed game. Bellagio. But you know, the Rio, because that's where the World Series is. So the right answer is the Rio, because the nostalgia and everyone's in town during those month and a half. And you know, it's not like the Rio is the nicest casino. But it's not terrible. But everyone's there, and it's just a really good atmosphere.
Who helped you? Is there somebody that helped you with your poker career along the way? I'm sure there was a lot of.
Just in the beginning, just played with the college buddies and got better that way, and then first came into poker and met almost everyone at the same time, kind of, and met Amanda and Seabach and those guys, that whole Poker Road crew. So
Gavin Smith.
Yeah, they were there in the beginning.
One of our favorites.
So they were there to just kind of be cool guys to be around. So I wasn't just kind of, you know, it's good to have funny people in poker that can hang out with, have a beer.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not, you know, we all want to take each other's money, but it's good to have just some cats and dogs to hang with.
Cats and dogs.
Yep.
All right, Mike's going to fold over to Robert. Real success story here.
Yep. Robert, I was sitting my first table. I sat next to Robert. I sat down and he looked at me and said, "What the Oh, I already said that, didn't I?"
Yeah.
He said, "What the fuck are you doing?" It's just funny the way he said it.
Are you ready?
People say that sometimes. I'm like, I don't know. I'm just a person.
Yeah.
I sometimes go to places.
Hanging out, yeah.
Sorry.
Are you ready to talk about how you got bounced yet from this tournament? Have you?
Sure. Yeah.
Because you went into day 2 as one of the chip leaders.
Yeah, I mean, I was 11th in chips. You know, it's good to go back over the hands you played and really be realistic about what happened. I'll tell you what happened exactly. So I'll give you a good sense of how things could go wrong. Started out, you know, kind of card dead. Then I had folded down to like 200K, no big deal. Then I don't know. I'd been pretty tight, so guy just raised button to like 10K, and he had like 70K, and I just jammed King 4 from the big blind. You know, just if he doesn't have a big hand, I mean, he's gonna fold there. I hadn't played many hands, so it's not really, you know, when you make an aggressive play pre-flop, it's not like it's a mistake or not. You know, there's more straightforward mistakes, and then there's just kind of decisions to be aggressive or not. So he had pocket aces, so I lost 70K there, was down to maybe 130, but then I just kind of raised, won a bunch of pots, went back up to like 170, 180, was feeling good. Hand came up, guy raised, middle position. I had to tell he was weak. You know, I just felt he was weak. I 3-bet. He made it like 11K. I made it like 32K with Jack 8 of clubs. I think he's just going to fold here because he only had 120 behind, and I just think he seemed kind of like a tight player. Folds it back to him. He calls. I still don't think he's very strong, but I didn't expect him to call. So now see a flop deuce 4-5, 2 spades. I do think he has, you know, an ace high or a mid pair.
Sure.
So he checked. I decided to check back, and that was my mistake here, because I really should be betting here, because I think he's going to fold his ace highs, like ace 10, ace jack, you know, because he just has ace high. Obviously, if he has the nut flush draw, he's gonna get it in there. But if he doesn't have the nut flush draw, I'm gonna win this pot. And if he has something like 8s or 9s, he might call a bet, and then I can shove the turn, which would be, you know, advanced and aggressive, but it would work. But I decided to check behind, and if he checked again, I was gonna take control, but the second you get passive sometimes in a pot, that's where things spiral out of control. So if I decided 3-bet here, I should continue my aggression. Long story short, well, okay, so the turn is a jack. So, so now at this point, okay, so now he shoves. He just open shoves 120K, and it's an overbet. But let's put him on a range here. He doesn't have queens through aces because he's not the type of player who gets tricky and flats there, and he was too short. So he does not have an overpair. He doesn't have a set because there's a flush draw, one flush draw, but the way he shoved, he just doesn't have a set. He would bet for value, absolutely. He would not shove. So if he doesn't have a set or a straight or an overpair, and I have a jack, it seems like kind of a must call, just in the long term.
Yeah,
of course, I put myself in this situation. I called and he has ace jack, which is off, which is a hand that makes sense. I thought he would fold that hand pre because I kind of made it big enough, but maybe I needed to make a little bit more or just bet the flop and he folds ace jack for sure. He just had ace jack off. So that's kind of a cooler in the way you see how you got to break down these hands and see.
Right.
So although I had a lot of chips to start today, I'm not mad about that hand overall. It's unlucky we both hit a 2-outer.
Right.
But I should have just bet the flop.
Yeah.
So that was.
That's what
I'm not really mad about the king 4. Like the king 4 is just a hand, but that hand I should have just bet the flop. And then I was down to 3 big blinds, and 3 hands later I get aces in the big blind and triple up.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. And then 2 hands later I get 10s, and the guy raises and I
jeez.
shove, and the guy has ace king, and I just lose a race.
Oh.
That was going to be be back
Shipping
in
a
it.
chair there all of
Shipping
a sudden.
chair, yeah. So
coming back from nowhere.
Yeah, I would have had 120K after having 4K. So I could obviously I need to tell myself sometimes in these semi-softer fields to just kind of take a step back, and the king 4 may be unnecessary, but if you have a plan of being aggressive, just keep your plan.
It's a video.
Oh,
hey Bobby.
Hey Bobby.
Hey Bobby.
Hey Bobby. I always talk like in a southern accent when I'm around him.
So anyway, the action continues here as we're wrapping up before we go to dinner break here. I don't have an official clock back here, but I know we're probably about 7 to 8 minutes away. Play before dinner break slows down a little bit. Guys ready to get going after dinner break?
As breaks approach, as dinner breaks approach, it does. I think it slows a little bit. People kind of see the light of day, and they know they're gonna get a little recharge,
right?
And maybe have some time. So conversely, if you're approaching a break or a bubble or end of day, some people amp up the aggression because they know people are maybe playing slightly tighter. So
I'm guessing that's probably the way you play.
Sure. I don't know. It's weird because people definitely. My success is I obviously have an aggressive image, but I have stretches where sometimes I feel like I'm playing too tight. And that's I feel like I'm a good player because I can switch gears a lot and I play off my image. And some days I'm playing pretty tight. If I don't, if you're not getting good spots or you have a lot of tough players to your left, what's the point? I don't have to just keep being aggressive. You can pick your spots a little bit more and kind of just wait for hands. That's totally fine sometimes. There's no one way to do well in a tournament. You can have an overall. You can play each hand, look at each hand and play it well, but you can have an overall tournament strategy, and that'll affect slightly how you play your hands. And if you have a close spot, you're playing tight today, or you think it's better to play tight, you might fold it, or you might 3-bet it if it just seems like that's the way things are going. So yeah, but a big part of getting better is like we were just talking about the hands I played. Go over the hands you played. Did you really play it well? Could you have played it different? What if you did this instead of this? Look at all the the decision matrix of how everything affects it, and then that's how you get better. You see all the possibilities. Get all in here.
It's like an all in on the button. All in for Mike.
The stash is looking interested.
God, these guys still just haven't broke at all.
Yep. Still not one word
No,
outside of
the
all
other
in.
Mike.
Oh, he said how much is it?
Yeah, I think he likes it though. I think he's going to make this call.
Ace 10?
I think it's ace jack. There's queen. I think he's going to, if he's got that, he's got
ace
call,
queen
right?
is a snap. I think ace jack's a snap.
I can tell you
ace
it's
10.
a call.
King jack.
Yeah,
I think that's still. I think that's still a
he
call.
get a little fight. He's ahead. We know that. He's happy. What's the other Mike got? We'll see this here in a minute.
I think that kind of hand, unless you're against a super tight player. I mean, in a short-handed situation, it's usually going to be a call.
Yeah, Mike.
I think he's up against queen jack.
All right, Mike's currently in the lead here.
Because I see 2 paints, and we saw him fist pump. So yeah.
Oh yeah, King Jack up against the Queen Jack, both suited.
Yeah.
Hearts versus clubs.
Yeah, and when you call there, you got to think it's a good call because overall your opponent's range. Sure, he has ace rag sometimes, and you're usually live. Ooh, it's a nice flop. But usually live, or you become dominated.
Well, this is an interesting flop. Ace, 9, 8, 2 clubs.
Yeah.
So what do we got? A gutter ball and a flush draw.
Well, flush draw or the queen.
Yeah, I mean
this is a dream flop.
That's a you know, don't just pause time as Zach Morris used to do. You're too young for that. And enjoy this for a minute.
I mean, he was actually a favorite on the after that flop, I think.
Yeah, I think
and now
you're right.
he's not.
Now he's not after the tournament card. He comes out as the 8 of spades.
Because he had 12. He had yeah, he was sitting on 15 outs, which is a slight favorite. So
15 outs.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, 15 outs.
So now we go to the river. Club 10 or queen.
That's all. Or they could chop with the mystery 9.
With a mystery
the
9. And the river card
is the club.
Oh. Just like that, you know, it's hard to it's hard to dodge bullets. It's hard to fade that.
Only Helmuth can do it.
Only Helmuth can do that. No. So
did I take Robert's job? He was just behind us. He left.
No, was he?
Yeah.
Oh,
he was for a minute.
Okay. Oh, okay.
So this is the last level. We're approaching it.
We're approaching
it. Cool. So go eat some more tuna melts at the stadium bar.
Yeah, I just had the salmon. It was very good.
Salmon. It's pronounced salmon.
Okay, my bad. So Mike wins the pot. Mike beats Mike. Mike left with just a few chips now. We'll have a full chip count for you after dinner break. And folks, I want you to stick with us. You know, when we take our break, it's going to be about 45 minutes. So we're not doing that yet, but at the end of the level, we will be doing that. We want you to make sure to come back right here to twitch.tv/HPT poker. A lot of people get us confused with other. They hey, how's the WPT? I know it's HPT, and then I have some people that call it HTTP. They think I get that like 1 out of 8 people. Hey, how's everything on the? It's usually older people. Hey, how's everything on the HTTP?
Yeah, it's a totally digital poker tour.
Yeah, man, we're all digital.
Check the site. Check the site. So yeah, I mean that hand right there, that's a huge emotional swing. I mean that's a good example of tournament poker. Things can just switch in the tournament card. I mean you make a good call, King Jack, kind of got a call there. You know, guy flops the big draw, he breaks on the turn, and it all comes down to that. And, you know, and the Queen Jack, if he misses that, he's out of the tournament. He has no chance to win this title. Now he has a chance to move up to 2nd place money, 3rd place money. Might win the title. It's a huge emotional swing.
515,000 is what Mike and the 2 seeds all in for. Action is back to Jeremy.
And Mike looked, you know, Mike's all in there, but you saw a little bit of uncomfort. He's a little bit uncomfortable.
He's got to make this call, right? It's 515. He doesn't have
to.
The
blinds are. What are the blinds? They're.
I don't know what we're at right now.
That's relevant. Yeah. Is he on the button? Oh, he's on the button. Yeah, I mean, there's certain situations where you know the short stack's really desperate and he's so short, you're gonna have to call with any hand, like in the big blind. But he's, yeah, it seemed like he'd probably have to call there.
Makes the call. So the all-in of Mike does have an ace. He's got the ace tray. I believe it's suited in spades. A little smile. They're actually conversing, which is good. So an ace against, I think it's like a 9-8 or something I saw. Or 10-9.
9-10.
Yeah,
yeah. I mean, after raising and then get shoved on, you're calling there. You're going to be live.
Sure,
you're going to be 40% or whatever.
Just thinking it over his head before he did. Yeah, 10-9 going up against the ace tray. So we know the math on that.
Yeah.
So we go to the flop. Queen 7-6
action flop.
So an
so
eighter.
Yeah. Equities are pretty close. I mean, he's got 10 outs and a backdoor flush draw. So he's about the same equity that he was pre-flop, which means that you flop pretty well if you were behind pre-flop. Oh wow! He does the world. So let's count his outs. So he has 9 clubs, right? He has 3 8s and 3 jacks, so that's 15, and then he can also hit 6 more. Or it's a lot. It's like 20.
It's
like
about
20
20.
outs.
We go to the river card.
It is the jack.
It's the jack of hearts. 9.
Yep. He got a bust out. He's out. Mike's out.
That's it. Mike has been eliminated.
Yeah, brutal to get rivered back to back, but
that is brutal.
It is. His opponents did. It's not like he was 2-outed or 3-outed.
No.
I mean, at least his opponents did flop a lot of equity, so it's unfortunate for Mike.
Going home with a nice little payday, though, $40,550. I mean, let's talk about the money a little bit. That for maybe somebody who got into this thing for as low as $375, or maybe even the $1,650, $40,000, $550, and we've got him right here, Mike. Just a quick word. What went through your mind there? Well, the last two hands, kind of a brutal way to exit.
Yeah, that's poker. I'm used to it. I've been playing for a while, so I take the beats in stride. I'm sure I've given a lot of people beats. So,
it's a good way to look at it. Yeah,
it's a great way to look at it. 40,000 and change. What are your plans for the cash?
Just probably invest it in something.
What are we doing here?
I work full time. So
we got like 5 minutes.
Will you be in Colorado? Because I always tell players, and it's not me working for the brand, but I'm saying, hey, you're running good. Are you going to try to make the trip to Colorado and try to repeat?
Probably not. I played locally for the most part.
All right, guys, with Mike being knocked out in fourth place, but taking home the
HPTs. Yeah, I will try to make it to the
All right, guys, with Mike
Congratulations, my friend. Nice little payday. Going home with just over $40,000.
I mean, it's nice he only plays, very few tournaments to go deep, get top 5.
Hey,
that's really where all the money is, really top 5, top 4, top 3.
Hey, why don't you guys stay in there and see? Because they said we're going to start right back up.
Nice.
No, there is no break, I'm told. So
I mean, quick, give me a beer bottle.
Stay here with the action. So now the money really goes up. Talk about your feelings on poker is so tough. Yeah, when I got into poker, I was one of those guys. That's probably why I'm in the booth, not a professional. I was always kind of playing for the cash.
Yeah, who wants a Newport?
The smaller amounts. I never had that drive. I just kind of wanted to pay back. I think that was as aggressive as shit.
I gotta go.
How do you feel about that? Top one.
120,000. Go ahead and deal. 8 minutes remaining. Players, we got a 45-minute dinner break at the end of this level. 15,000 ante, 60,000, 120,000. Go ahead and deal. That dead button in the 2 seat here, 6120. Camera's gonna be first to act.
I think the camera's like poking in.
No, it's good.
Okay.
You guys okay with the camera in the 8 seat? Is there any issues? They would say something.
Okay.
Jeremy folds over to Rob in the small blind.
Hey, Goose, if it matters,
Rob raises to, was it 260? 260,000 is the raise by Rob. Action to Mike in the big, he folds. And Rob's gonna take down the pot.
All righty, welcome back. James Larson, Jeff Madsen.
Sorry, it's coughing out, man.
I didn't know if, yeah, something happened there. So somebody gave me a hard time on the feed. They said, great question, announcer. How did you get good? I thought that was a good question because I wanted, it was up at the top.
What question?
When I said, how did you get good?
Yeah, why
But I
not?
wanted to know how you got good.
It's a
you're
very
good.
straightforward, general
Yeah.
question.
I mean, I say a lot of dumb things, and I'm the first to
Wait, you
admit.
thought he was being sarcastic?
No, he was being, it's up here.
Or he was being genuine?
No,
Like,
they were
great
being-
question.
No, oh no, it was. I'll go up to it. It was.
Was it in like
oh, it was
quotes?
Vol
Oh,
Rath,
left.
announcer. How did you get good?
Yeah, what? I mean, you don't want to know how that's. If you guys all knew the answer to that question, you guys would all be good.
But
at
I'm
poker,
not calling
right?
out Volbeat or whatever the person is. I'm not calling them out because I have said a lot of stupid things over the years. When I first
Right.
started, it was real bad.
It's
just
better now?
bad. It's gotten.
Nah.
It went from bad to better. Oh, I just got cut out there. All right, so back to the action here. I do want to thank Zach Howard. He's watching everything we do back there, running the dials. He's a good friend of mine. I've been working with him a long time. And we've crisscrossed this entire country, and we'll continue to do that here this year. Okay, we have an all-in and a call. As you're tweeting, I'm talking about Zach.
There we go. Oh, wow.
I think I see.
Got a race here.
A couple of fours.
Couple fours versus like an ace-7.
Against ace-7.
Oh, 6. That changes everything. Ace-6 of hearts, and he has the undercrumb has 4s. What does his hat say?
We're going to figure that out. I've got a couple calls in. The police officer that just got knocked out is checking as well.
Here we go.
All right, we go to the flop.
Skill
Ace
part.
6. Oh, look at that, right? And look at
Right
ace,
in the door.
10, 7.
Yeah.
I thought I was going to say 2 pair because I thought he had ace 7.
All right.
So,
gonna need some running clubs or a 4-ball. Now it's only 1-4 left. The very bad turn card. He needs the 4 of diamonds.
There's no luck here.
Yep. We've seen it before. 4 of diamonds. He's gonna summon that.
I think he might hit it. I have a feeling.
He might.
You know what? I think I'm gonna.
Oh
call
my
it
God!
Right here.
4 of diamonds. 6 of diamonds.
that
Oh,
scared me.
Jesus Christ!
That scared me.
He's out. We got another
6.
quick elimination before dinner.
And another elimination. Going out, Mike. Going out.
Back-to-back mics.
Yeah, back-to-back mics being eliminated. Yeah, this time $58,503.
Who's not named Mike?
I know, right? Boy, I called one a few weeks ago. We had 3. I forget their names now. We had 3 of the same names at the final table. It's crazy.
Thanks for that, man.
Crazy.
Crazy. These flips are just so important. Every flip gets more and more important.
Yeah.
They're just making money, like, you know. The other, obviously, Robert's wanting ace-6 to win there. Just instantly move up how much money? Just, $30,000. It's very, very big.
Almost 6:45, 7:30 cards back in the air, okay?
All right, sounds good.
All right, so we're heads up. So I believe what we're going to do, what we normally do here, is going to take a 45-minute break. We're going to send it down to Amanda Leatherman, and
Mike being
then
eliminated
we'll
in
do a
3rd
wrap-up.
place and taking home over $58,000. We are now heads up. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
All right, real quick, I've got Mike here. Talk about you want to come on over? Talk about your play here at the final table.
HPT, you're from the Ameristar Casino and Hotel in East Chicago. We are finally heads up, and you don't want to miss this. Let's get those cards in the air.
Not really calling it off maybe where I should have, but, I don't know. Overall, it's pretty good.
How about the payday, though? Do I have this right? $58,503. What are you guys going to do with the cash? We're going to have a steak dinner tonight.
Cards will be back in the air at 7:30.
I don't know if I'm invited.
Yeah, no, you can come. Yeah. You know, just gonna get a check, deposit it, and keep going.
Stay off the blackjack tables.
Yeah. Stay off the blackjack tables. Well, we hope to see you again at an HPT event. Good luck.
Cool. Thanks, man.
Well, that is going to do it for now, folks. We're going to be heads up when we get back. It's 6:42 Central Time. We're on a half-hour delay with you guys, but things are moving pretty quickly here at the Ameristar Casino Hotel East Chicago. We're going to have a few more guests, and it was nice having you, Jeff, and you'll maybe be back. I don't think you're going anywhere, but stop
chilling.
back.
We'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah,
Enjoy
it's
your
been
dinner
good.
break, and folks, we'll be back in about 35 minutes.
Cool.
So long.
our heads-up match ready to do battle. Jeremy Kluckner versus Robert Eidelstein. Should be a good heads-up match.
Here we go. Count you down.
Are you serious?
In 40, 39. I should just get out of here.
You probably should.
She has a projectile she can throw at you.
All right, we are back from break here at the Ameristar Casino and Hotel in East Chicago, and we are heads up between Jeremy and Robert. Who's going to take it down? I don't know. Stay tuned.
Now we're back. You want it back now? No, we're good. Okay. All right, heads up here. Just over 4 minutes left at this level. 15,000 ante, 60-120. Your small blind is always on the button. Second place today is just over 87,000. First place today, 142,386 in the new HPT bracelet. Go ahead and put the cards in the air. 15,000 ante, 60,000, 120,000.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the HPT. It's James Larson, joined by my old pal, Robert Williamson III, or as I call him, Robbie Tree. We're heads up finally, Ameristar Casino Hotel, East Chicago. Your dealer is an old friend of ours, an old friend of mine, Dominic, who's been around the circuit for quite a long time now.
Well, we don't want to age him by saying just how long he's been around, but
no,
definitely more than just this decade.
So a lot of money, as always. We're always talking about money. That's what we do here in the HPT. 142,386 for first. Second place, 87,909. I mean, this is the lion's share, as always, first and second. And we got two great poker players.
Full-time players, too. This is what
players.
they both do claim as their profession, not just their hobby.
So Robert, we know, was all in. I got to see, where did he start this final table at in chips? I need to look at that. I had that. Oh, right here. Robert started with 705,000. He had 14 big blinds. So
this is what I call parlay.
Yeah, the short stack was Steve with 450, but yeah, it looks like he was the second shortest stack. He was, as a matter of fact. So he was all in, and he needed to catch a 9 and did just that on the river, and the rest is history. Have you had a tournament like that, Robert, where you caught one card and went on to win it?
I have.
You know what I mean? Where you double
Yeah,
up,
a
you're
few
all
times.
in.
Yeah. I've gone to the final table either lowest in chips or one of the lowest in chips, and a key hand turned it around at the final table. So no sweeter feeling. It's actually a better feel than starting out as a chip leader, believe it or not.
Yeah, oh, totally. Nothing sweeter than that, let me tell you. You know what? Could you break that up for me? Because I need to do it anyway. Some 20s, some 1s. Yeah. So the action doesn't continue. That doesn't look like it's supposed to be there.
I was going to say.
Getting things fixed. Just give me a chance to talk to you. Now, we were talking about how Phil Hellmuth always tweets and talks about he never wants to be all in. Okay, now Phil has a lot of things that he says, but
small ball poker.
Never wants to be all in. I told my buddy that, and he didn't understand. Explain that maybe to the folks at home, what that really means.
I actually kind of play tournament style, very similar. Basically, when you don't ever risk your tournament life, you don't have a chance to get knocked out. Phil's philosophy, real simply put, is he always wants to play small ball. When he's right or when he's wrong, he's never going to be too right, never too wrong. He keeps the pot size under check and constantly tries to position himself where he's never all in. And I think it's a great style of poker. I think it's a very tough style because you have to make some incredible reads and you have to really zig and zag. But it works for him, and so far so good. It's been working pretty decent for me, even though I did not make this final table.
Right? Yeah. You will. You'll get there sooner than later.
Second to last hand of the night for day 2.
Yeah, it'll happen, my friend.
Yeah.
It will happen. So we're on a little break here in the action. Just to give you an update here, Heads Up Poker resumes here. I want to thank you for joining us on the Twitch stream. I want to remind you, once again, we'll be going to Blackhawk, Colorado right after this. So literally, a lot of the crew here, we've got flights out tomorrow morning. Some have flights out tonight. You're not going to be there. You're
skipping Colorado. It's my anniversary weekend. So.
Plus, you got a couple of big cash games tomorrow. What time's that game start in the morning tomorrow?
2 p.m.
2 p.m. Yeah, so you got to be back in Texas to take down some Cowboys down there and playing, of course, your favorite game, the old PLO.
Yeah.
All right, back business here. 15,000, 80, 60,000, 120,000. Just under 4 minutes. Go to Jeremy here.
The cards are back in the air. Line 60 and 120,000, as you heard our tournament director, Jeremy Smith, just say.
Robert here graduated from law school.
I saw that. He went to John Marshall, if I remember correctly.
Told us he was on had less than 20 big blinds a day, part of day number 2. The flop is Queen Jack 9.
Oh, we saw him start the day with less than 20 big blinds too.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, great point. So it's going to be quite the success story. Either way, though, R-Dubs, second place, 87,909. First place, 142. We talked about it on our broadcast the other day, though. Nobody wants to get second place. I mean, you got here now. It's like you're comfortable, you're happy. You know, you're going to deposit a nice little check into the bank, but now's the time to win the title and the bracelet.
Yep, and the glory comes along with those two things.
You, of course, are a World Series of Poker bracelet winner. What event was that?
Hot Limit Omaha.
Hot Limit Omaha.
Surprise.
Imagine that.
Yeah.
Both, Mr. Omaha.
Both of my seconds and both of my thirds also in PLO. But I've had that feeling before of being right there, you know, bridesmaid, but never a bride. Of course, I was a bride once at the World Series. So, but it is a tough feeling knowing that everybody says, "Oh, the money will console you." Not the first day or two. It takes a lot to get over.
Jeremy talks about his 2 biggest accomplishments, were his two beautiful daughters. So I'm sure they're hopefully watching the web stream, and we'll definitely be watching the broadcast. Who makes the call?
Looks like a call from the little blind, another limp from the button.
Another great story here. Jeremy was down to 3,000 at dinner break on day 1.
Oh, wow.
Crazy. That is crazy.
I was lower than any point of my tournament until I went busto. Wow, that's low.
He runs a pest control company.
Chip in a chair. That's right. Amanda Leatherman says in the background, chip in a chair. That's all it takes. That's all it takes. Got to have a wet hook to catch any fish. You just got to make sure you have something to put on that hook.
Well, when you talk, I said this to you before, you sound like an 85-year-old man with these with these lines.
And Rob Foles, Jeremy takes down the pot.
Well, my daddy said the apples don't fall far from the tree.
So true.
Learned a lot from my elders.
It's James Larson and Robert Williamson, the third, broadcasting from the Ameristar Casino Hotel, East Chicago. Had a great time all week here. I want to thank our crew. I always like to give the crew a shout out. These guys have worked awfully hard. Goose and Casper and Doug and Kevin, Zach, Gabe, Kent, Amanda, Derek, as much as I hate to admit it, and Corey, Ken, Robert, James, Billy. No, we don't have a Billy.
I was going to say, Billy.
Kyle.
I see Billy Elliott dance through here.
Yeah, Kyle's back here. All right, action.
Looks like a raise up to 260. Wow, pretty big raise from the button.
Heads up poker. These guys can feel it. They can taste it. We're just one player away. We started with 432. We're down to our final 2 players.
About 13 million in play here, total chips in play. Can't tell quite yet who's got what.
Okay.
I said hi to Jeremy on the break. Mike Puccio came up behind us, and I introduced the 2. Jeremy says, well, what should I do now, Mike? What's the strategy? And I said, I have to walk away because I'm in the back. So I don't know what Mike told him, but we'll ask him after the event. 9 trade dues. These are those boards where tournaments can end, you know? A couple of small cards, a couple of connectors, a couple of spades. Maybe it just has that feeling of kind of a big hand. I expect a raise.
Well, they did have some bloodshed before the flop, too. They called a big raise. 260s, it's a pretty big raise with the blinds only at 61.20. Well, actually, about right size raise, 260. A 240 lead.
And the call by Rob.
Call is made.
20,000 and the call.
Heads up poker. We talked about it on the broadcast just a few weeks ago. It's such a chess game, back and forth. You know, 10 of hearts now on the turn.
Well, now, do you continue here? I would suspect that if Jeremy continues here, he caught a piece of that flop to begin with. Maybe just only a low-end piece of it. Maybe he caught the 3. Yeah, I think if he's bluffing there, he might go ahead and check also, so he could be on air altogether. Took a swing at it. Roberts says, I'm either going to fall for it or I'm going to value bet my hand, because he bets 280, it looks like.
280. That is the bet.
Very smallish, scary bet. This is either a value bet or this is a fancy move that I don't know very well. It feels like a value bet to me.
Do we see a check raise here?
I think it's a definite possibility. I'd be surprised if we don't see at least a check call here. But it looks like he's leaning towards a check raise.
Yeah, he's starting to grab some of the blue ones, the light blue ones, the yellow ones.
Nope, he
Oh,
just
he
calls. He faked us out.
It doesn't take much, okay? Doesn't take much at all.
Let's see the river card.
There is the third spade.
completes
There
a
is
lot
the
of
4.
hands.
Now again, like you said, there was the pre-flop raising, so maybe I was a little off. But when you see a board like that heads up, sometimes just crazy stuff happens.
Yeah, one of them definitely could have made a flush here.
Yeah.
The way they're kind of betting a lot of smallish bets. It looks like Jeremy's going to represent the flush. I think he bet about 420.
420.
His hat pulled down a little more
That's
now.
what it looked like.
420. It's 420 somewhere. Here, I got it. I got it.
Thanks, bro.
I got it. Here. There you go.
2015, we gotta buy water.
Well, tough decision here for Robert. He's taking his time to think
Well, it
this
depends on
through.
what he has.
Well, I think because he led after getting check 2 on the turn, if he'd have bet a bigger bet on the turn, I would have said that he could have been air. But he bet such a small bet, he definitely has a piece of this board or a pocket pair in his hand. If he does, it probably is something below that 9, like 7s or 6s or 8s. But otherwise, he's got a piece of the board. He's got a 9 or a 10 in his hand, and he's got just enough to either make a crying call or fold.
Did we get chip counts going into this heads up?
I did not, unfortunately.
Great job. Good to have you back there, Robbie.
I asked. I requested.
I think you did, yeah.
I requested. And he makes the call.
Makes the call.
We're going to get to see these hands.
We're going to see.
Shows. Pair of 3s.
He did have a 3. That's when I put him on
Look
from
at
the
that.
beginning.
Nice.
And
6 is going to play.
Pair of 3s, 10, 9, 6. The 6 kicker on 6-3 is going to win the hand.
They both
And
had a
Jeremy
3?
takes down the buy.
They both had a 3.
They both had a 3. Outkicked him. What
And
did he
the
say, a 10?
6.
A
No,
6?
the 6 played.
Oh, my gosh.
It was 3-5 versus 3-6.
Oh, man. Sicko. Sicko. They both got a piece of that, huh?
They got a piece of the flop, like I said. They
Wow.
flop middle pair.
Wow. That's a very tiny piece.
I don't think, I suspect that Jeremy didn't think that he was value betting. I think he thought he was bluffing the river.
Right, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Turns out it ended up being a value bet.
Wow, unbelievable. All right, you are watching exclusive final table coverage as we are broadcasting from the Ameristar Casino Hotel. James Larson, Robert Williamson III, Amanda Leatherman down on the floor. We're going to have her interview with the champion. Yeah, I shouldn't say it like that. Amanda Leatherman reporting from the table area.
There was almost $2 million in that pie.
Yeah,
That could have swung the momentum right there.
Absolutely.
Doesn't take too many of those pots to swing momentum.
Robert clawed his way back into this match, into this final table, with the all in there.
Another button limp. We're seeing them mix it up. They're playing a lot of hands here. We're not seeing many folds.
Definitely mixing it up. Whoa, look at this flop. Ace, king, king, 2 spades, 2 kings.
Oh, with no pre-flop
Yeah,
raise. That's usually an action killer. That
9-6 against Jack 4, maybe.
Yeah, one of them might be suited.
wonder how long we're going to be here at this heads-up match. These things can go either way. You know, we've seen 3 hands. We've seen 35 hands. God, we were in Colorado last year, a year and a half ago, and I think there were more hands heads up. What did they say? More hands heads up than before, something like that.
Then entire rest of the final table.
Something like that. It was crazy.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Well, that's the great part about poker. Hours of boredom and moments of sheer terror. You gotta love this game.
Yeah, it's kind of like baseball in a way. You know, baseball people say can be a real slow-moving game until
thing.
all of a sudden you got a pitch, someone steals second, the ball is hit. It all happens so fast. We can answer your questions either on the right side of the screen or hit us up on Twitter at HPT James.
8160 on the blinds.
Got a good group joining us today on the Twitch feed, so it's nice to have everybody with. And don't forget to follow us next week while we're in Colorado as well. Make sure to follow Facebook and the Twitter and everything we do all week. It's going to be fun to see all of our friends back there. We have a great affiliate there that airs our programming, Altitude Sports Network. So we're going to watch the conclusion of Dave Goodfriend's episode.
And Jeremy checks his option.
All right, so no one getting real aggressive here so far. Robert here heads up, just kind of feeling each other out. Flop is 6-4 deuce, rainbow. Jeremy's first.
Jeremy checks over to Rob.
Jeremy pulled the hat down a little bit. Everybody trying to hide a little bit.
Rob checks as well. Both players check. Let's see the 10 card.
Robert wrote this paperwork. He's a proud new uncle. His niece Jane lives in Boston, so congratulations.
I saw that.
Yeah, pretty neat. Hope they're watching online. Robert does a morning meditate and a long dog walk. Well, I got up to the fitness center today, so I've never been much of a meditator. I mean, I can't sit still. You know that. You sit next to me.
I was told you jogged all right this morning. You jogged all the way to the buffet.
All the way, yeah. I met Ken Lambert down there. I think he took the escalator. I at least jogged down. Ken bought, though, so I'll give him that.
River card is the 3 of diamonds.
River card now, tray of diamonds, so not much happening.
Well, four to a straight out there.
Here's your headphones, Amanda. Your headphones. I know. Sorry. Who did? I didn't break them. So the action on Robert.
Looks like a bet coming. 275.
275,000.
It's a tough spot for a call without having
calls me.
It calls anyway.
Rob shows ace jack for a pair of jacks and Jeremy folds.
Ace jack, it's going to be good.
Top pair,
jacks.
top kicker. Kind of slow played that. Didn't play it too aggressively. Probably was hard for Jeremy to put Robert on that hand.
20,000, 80,000, 160,000 on the blinds. These are 60-minute levels. 51 minutes remaining at this level. We started the tournament with 432 players, down to our final 2 players.
So yeah, Robert, 142,386 up top, 87,909 for second. So
substantial difference still between the 2 places.
Yeah, a lot on the line here. You know, we don't offer chops in the HPT. We like to play it out, but typically when you're heads up, is that something you entertain if the chips are close?
Somebody have to offer me like a really good deal.
Really, you're one of those guys.
Play it out.
Yeah, I've always been that way too.
Matter of fact, somebody said to me once, they said, let's just chop this thing. Or no, they said, let's make a deal. And I said, yeah, deal the cards.
Yeah, there you go.
That's the only deal we're going to have. I prefer to play it out. I'm not against making deals, but just my gut instinct that I might think I'm just might be better than the other person playing.
Right, yeah. And you know, for a lot of these guys, why do I want to make a deal now? And I understand, of course, we all make deals and we know why to make deals, but you made it through 430 players. You may never even get back to this spot again. And all of a sudden you want to just start making deals and chopping things up. Now, on the other hand, you know, it's a lot of money on the line. So you can guarantee yourself $100,000.
$55,000 difference between these 2 places.
Yes. I'd be pretty happy with either. I mean, that's not bad. I want to thank Derek Melliker, our executive producer in charge of talent, and also does part-time agent work. Derek is just entering the scenes here. Thank you, Derek, for everything you've done. We got in a little bit of an argument earlier today, but we patched things up since. It happens about once every.
Wasn't aware of that.
He kind of looks at me and he gives me this weird look, and I look at him, and it's very awkward for a second, and then we usually hug. And
I think we've got a pot brewing.
we do have a pot brewing. Heads up poker.
480,000 is the raise.
380,000.
Jeremy looks strong.
New price of poker.
Jeremy looks strong. He looks strong to me, Arby.
I got a feeling, believe it or not, that you got an opposite. And I think that.
Are we gonna ever get along? This is just like at the Baccarat game the other night.
I think
he's
Robert's,
gonna re-raise here.
I think Robert's got a strong hand.
He's
really
strong.
Do. I think Robert's got a strong hand here. The bet sizing just makes me think that he has a really strong
Jeremy's either gonna raise or call, guaranteed.
Well, like I said, Robert had a good hand there, and Jeremy didn't.
Well, we'll be right back after these messages. You're watching the HPT.
I guess that's
hey, this is why you're here. This is
better
why
keep
you're
the day
here.
job, buddy.
This is the reason you're here, my friend. They have great coffee. Let's just change the subject. Great coffee here at the Ameristar.
Yeah, we'll cheers our
Yeah, let's
coffees.
cheers that.
Mine's decafs.
What are you doing folding that there, Jeremy? Come on. You're supposed to go all in.
You're supposed to make Daddy happy, make Daddy proud.
Let's try to.
Daddy James, that is.
Let's try to predict the hands a little bit here. I know it's. All right, we start.
Well, one of the few button folds we've seen. We've seen a ton of button limps that had to be like deuce 9 off. Had to be something bad.
It might have been worse than that. Might be giving him too much. Yeah, it could be. Nah, it wasn't that bad. It was like deuce 8, I think. A lot of people in the crowd here. I see Chicago Joe's out there. We know him, and there's been a lot of people around here. I think they're doing some vacuuming in the background now. Once again, you can hit us up on Twitter at HPTJames if you have a question for myself or Robert Williamson III. He's got so many names, it's hard to keep track of.
Well, at least I don't have any aliases anymore.
No.
Got rid of all the aliases.
Indeed, my friend. And there's last year's winner, Mike Puccio, in the background.
That's right.
This is still his tournament. He's still the reigning champion.
I think he thinks he's like Miss America, and he's got to hand the crown off at the end.
I
think that's what he thinks.
I think he wants a little more TV time, is what he wants. I don't blame him. Great guy. The Pooch got a raise now. What's he raising with? Tell me.
Raise. Oh, the ranges have been pretty wide here. Earlier, he made the same raise with a 3-6 offsuit. So.
You're right. That was raised, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a 260
raise.
raise.
The best hands.
Yeah, 330 on this one though. Let's get this up out of the mud.
All right, here is the flop. It's a King 9-6 rainbow.
First to act checks over to Jeremy.
It's a check over to Jeremy.
I will say this: they're both very well thought out, taking their time. Check from both players in this flop.
Jeremy got home about 2:30 in the morning. Didn't have much time to prepare, and basically just woke up today. And you see your heads up now. So we played into the morning last night. That's what we do here on the HPT. Got down to 9. Everybody went home, and it's always hard to sleep after you're about to play at a HPT nationally televised final table. But I still think him coming back from 3,000 in chips. That's all he had. 3K. And now he's.
It's a major comeback for sure. 310,000 is the bet from Robert. Action over to Jeremy.
And Jeremy folds.
Jeremy folds. It looks like Robert's now picking up the momentum.
Robert's picking up the momentum.
We've already had 2 momentum swings in this short heads-up match. That's a lot of swinging already.
I think it was that morning meditation that he did. It's got to be the morning meditation.
The dog walk is always what gets me.
Yeah. My morning meditation was 3 basted eggs with Lambert.
Ooh, 3 basted eggs.
Basted eggs. I love them.
I think the last time I had a basted egg.
Oh, I do it. I have one every other day.
Really? I'm more of a poached egg guy. Or scrambled. I like them scrambled.
Scrambled.
Ooh, yeah. With all kinds of goodies in it.
Why does it always switch to food when I'm ever in the booth with Robert Williamson III?
I've only got 2 or 3 true loves in life. Poker's one of them at least.
Yeah, so we could talk poker and food.
We could throw in a little wine here and there.
Yeah, I didn't know you drank.
Well, the good book does talk about Vino being involved.
Yeah, you are right. I think we have a raise here.
Yeah, this is a rarity we haven't seen much of. A limp from the button and then a raise out of the big blind.
360 raise and a call. Let's see the flop.
All right, we go to the flop. And the flop is 7-5 deuce, couple of hearts.
Jeremy's going to be first to act.
Kind of an interesting flop because Robert with the button here could be down in that range.
Absolutely.
With the button limp.
Absolutely.
He might have something down the range, but with 2 checks in the flop, it's
now the 4 of hearts, though. I think he might have caught a piece of that. Or maybe he was floating, and now the float is complete. Possibly. I've been wrong before. I think he completed the float. I think this is a bad bet, and he's going to get. I think. Okay, we'll see what awaits him. See what he does here.
I think there's a better chance that Robert has a piece of this board than Jeremy.
I agree with that.
But Robert also has to call now because Jeremy bet out $325,000. So even if Robert has a piece of this, it's a tough spot for him. He does have a piece of it. I had a feeling he was down in that range.
He's got a good piece of it.
He might have a pair and a hard draw.
He might have a 5 in his hand.
Could be a 5. It absolutely could. I'm surprised though he'd take a free card on the.
He might have
flop.
He might have hit a flush right away. Who knows? Maybe he was playing a couple of raggy hearts. No, because you're not going to raise there, are you? After you hit it,
I would say something is amiss here. I think like 4-6 might be his type of hand. He hit the 4 on the turn. Robert did.
That could be maybe 1 heart in his hand, hoping to catch one more.
One of them
maybe
being a heart, straight draw,
heart.
flush draw,
Yeah.
or a high heart and a pair.
Yeah,
high heart and a pair, like
maybe king 5.
King 5, king 4.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Insta call
after the bet.
Someone's got.
Oh, they did have a flush.
He had the flush.
The original better had the flush.
Wow.
Jeremy. Wow.
And we're gonna have to wait till the TV show
I think
comes
it's
out for that one.
Jack 9 of hearts.
Jack 9. Look at that.
Good.
Wow, I don't think he wanted to see one more heart on the board, though. I have a feeling we were right about that. Yeah. So maybe a semi-float with all the way to the end with maybe a small pair, like we talked about, maybe a 4 or 5.
I don't think it was a float. I think he caught a piece of it, and now he's looking back really glad he didn't bet that flop, because this pot could have been a lot bigger had he bet the flop. Either player bet the flop.
You're right about that. James Larson, Robert Williamson III, coming to you, broadcasting from the HPT Ameristar East Chicago event, right here in the Chicagoland area. Amanda Leatherman has been doing our interviews. Our producer today is Zach Howard. Our director is Kevin Beauvais out of Detroit Rock City. And we're glad you could join us. Going on about 8 hours of production. We had about an hour and 50 minutes in break. So hasn't been really a marathon final table by any means.
Not by any stretch. Not for us.
No, not for you. You got down here at 4:30. We're still friends. You can buy me dinner later. It's okay. I still love you.
I can make it up to you for your commentary.
So again, we want to make sure if you're listening to this, join us this week in Colorado. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, all the day ones. I mean, it's going to be crazy. I don't want to predict, but
big field expected. Huge field. Sign up early.
Yeah, get there early.
It might be an alternate.
Well, yeah. We don't want to scare anybody away, but it's going to be packed.
It's going to be big. It's going to be a big, giant prize pool. First place is going to be like $200,000.
Yeah,
and we got 142 here, and that's a lot of money. But $200,000 for first.
I'm getting texts from players all over the country. Roger Campbell, Roger Martin, past HPT champions. There's going to be a lot of people we know, and there's other tournaments going on throughout the country this weekend, and people are going directly from those tournaments out to Blackhawk. So. I haven't got a weather forecast yet, but I have a feeling that this time of year it's going to be pretty beautiful out there. I wish it wasn't your anniversary.
Yeah, got to skip this one. But I'll be back the week after next. We're doing it at the Grand Sierra in Reno.
Beautiful Reno.
So that's going to be a great event too. And then week after that, Thunder Valley in Sacramento. So we got a big lineup coming up. Log into hptpoker.com. Go there, look at all the events coming up, and find one that fits your schedule. Come out and see us.
And you know, airfare very affordable, especially getting into Denver this weekend. I talked to a gal from Los Angeles this morning. She booked a ticket for $112 one way, $200 coming back. So even this late in the game, you can get yourself a cheap airline ticket. So come on out and see us. Should be fun. There's a flop.
A little action going on here. Pre-flop raiser and a call. Ace, ace, deuce, and a flop. Jeremy checks over to Robert.
Boy, I really like the interaction that we have on the Twitch stream. It's been fun. People, we've been on a half-hour delay. Well, look at this. Ace of spades here.
Yeah, that's 3 aces on the board. Two
That's
spades.
just
the
3
deuce,
aces?
Deuce of spades being one of them.
Jeremy checks over to Rob.
Jeremy's going to check.
This is one of those boards that's hard to represent a hand. King high is probably good here a lot of times.
All right, Rob, action's back to Jeremy.
Original Razor's got a powerful position here because he can represent all the way from ace to a pocket pair.
This hand could really get interesting.
But Jeremy's not believing him.
No, this
and he
hand,
raises it.
This hand could get big real quick. Like you said, well, I don't know about a pocket pair, but even a deuce. Or, I mean, one player has a deuce, the other has the ace.
It looks like we're going to see a call.
Yeah, this is interesting.
Yeah.
475 and a call.
475.
This is interesting.
Well, we've got some over $1.5 million in this pot right now.
Yeah. River card,
Six of
no
spades.
ace.
And believe it or not, one of them could have been drawn at 2 spades in this spot. That's totally unbelievable.
Yeah, yeah, we
hand.
forgot about that option
Yeah,
too.
it is.
I mean, this could really be a game changer here. Heads up. And Jeremy's grabbing for some chip. He's going to check. They both check. We get to see them.
Quick check, quick check.
Flush, 8 of spades, 5 of
I
spades.
thought one of them might be on a flush. And it was Jeremy.
And Jeremy's going to take down the
You know what? Robert had something like king high, but the other hand had to be king high.
It had to be king high. It had to be.
Yeah, yeah. King jack, king 10, something in there.
He was ahead the whole way.
Yeah.
Spade comes on the end.
And the mustache wins the pot.
The stash takes it down. There's something about the mustache. Anyway, James Larson, Robert Williamson III. As we broadcast, we started with 432. You were one of those 432. We thank you for your donation to the prize pool. Otherwise, we would have been a little less than the 619,080. But great to have 432 players. The Chicagoland area, I talked about this hours ago, has just been so good to the HPT. You know, we know a lot of these guys. They come out and support it. And the side events were up, and just great to see everybody.
Yeah, great turnout this week.
Yeah, yeah. Labor Day weekend. Who would have thought? You know, a lot of other things going on, and Cubs were in town.
I know it. I saw them
know.
Friday night. What a great game. Friday, pardon me, day game.
And Rob folds. Jeremy takes down the 5.
Jeremy's going to win.
Oh, Jeremy's surely now has got the momentum. It's momentum swung back again. There's 3 momentum swings in what? Less than an hour.
And Jeremy wanted to give a shout out to his 2 baby girls, Audrey and Belle, and his wonderful girlfriend Caitlin, the best mom and dad in the world, and all my late night grinders watching at Jimmy's and Joe's. That's coming from Jeremy. He wrote that in his bio. So I always like to get that shout out, especially to the 2 girls watching. That's great when the kids get to see their father play or mother on national TV playing for the
proud moment for him, for sure.
Makes the call. Option 2, Jeremy.
Button limp from Robert. I don't blame him. Right now it feels like Jeremy has momentum. I think Robert's aware of that. He knows he needs to win the next spot he gets involved in. That's of any size at all. And the aggression continues.
Jeremy's going to raise.
300,000 more.
460 total. 460 is the total bet.
If Robert calls here, we're going to have $1 million pre-flop. Almost $1 million pre-flop.
We call them chips.
1 million chips pre-flop.
Okay, my friend.
And Rob folds.
They didn't call it. Just to put that in perspective, though, there's only 13 million chips in play.
I know.
So every time they're swinging these 2 million
I know,
chip
I know,
pots,
you're right.
It's like 15% of the chips in play.
But
I mean, it's significant.
And look at the chip stacks here. I don't have an exact number, but I can tell you, Jeremy with a huge advantage now.
Yeah, definitely in the lead here.
Stacking chips.
2080, 8160 on the blinds. Jeremy's going to be first to act on the button.
Look at that rail out there. They're having fun.
They are.
I got a feeling there might be a party tonight in the old Stadium Lounge downtown. That's the thing about these Chicago guys. They all hang out. You know, they don't race out of the property. They take care of the staff, and they come down and celebrate with a bunch of hot wings and ice-cold beers downstairs, which they have plenty of that. Now, Jeremy, I like his aggression here. You know, he's got the chips.
He's got the whip. He's got the whip right
let's
now.
do it. Yeah, let's. It's almost like a fight.
Keep
Yeah,
the pressure up.
keep
Keep
jabbing.
the pressure up. Keep the jab out. Keep the jab out. Exactly. Robert taking his time to make his decisions, though. I think that's smart in this case. When you're starting to reel from bleeding off chips, it's smart to just take a timeout. He makes the call, so we do have some
And Rob makes the call.
significant pre-flop action here.
Yeah, how do you untilt heads up? I'm not saying he's tilting, but things aren't going his way. Do you just?
Sometimes you just have to do the hardest thing it is win a key hand. And
Yeah.
that's hard to do when you're getting swung at.
Yeah, yeah.
Rob checks over to Jeremy.
Check.
They're both playing small pot poker, though. Neither one of them wanting to play the fatal all-in, getting called, and oh boy.
Yeah.
He's going to bet.
Jeremy's just slick.
Continued his aggression.
350,000 is the bet.
That's
Action back to Rob.
350,000.
Jeremy runs a pest control company with his father. Says he wakes up every morning and kills bugs.
I think he plays a lot of poker too.
Yeah, I think so too.
From what I was reading, he likes to play.
We asked if he had any unique skills or talents outside of poker, and he says he feels like he's a very positive, confident, and mentally strong person. Looks that way. He's really got that kind of that presence here at the table.
Well, we got a big
Okay.
bet. A big raise from Robert. Looks like 800,000 to go. This could be that momentum changer back.
Yeah.
Or the back breaker.
Right.
Yeah.
800,000 is the raise.
Well, from 350 up to 800, so 450 to call.
Does Jeremy have a hand? I mean, that's, you know.
Yep, he's got something.
Yeah, I think he does. He's got some, a little something, something.
He's got just enough to make this call.
And you know, better than anybody, you know, heads up, a king is important. Having a king in your hand is good. An ace, obviously. Even a king and, you know, somebody with a queen. There comes the king on the turn. Speaking of king of clubs, maybe somebody paired up the 9. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, it could be anything.
It makes sense that one of them's got a 9, the other one's got a flush draw, but which one's which may be hard to say. We might see an all-in here from Robert. If we see a bet, it might be an all-in. All right. Still too many chips. I see he's got like 3.5 million still. Probably. Oh, he's really thinking hard here. We can see all the way from a check to an all-in.
There's the check.
The check, yeah. I couldn't get a good read there. I suspect we'll see.
I didn't think he was just going to openly fold there.
No,
So,
but I think a check back is we get a check back from Jeremy.
Check.
10 of hearts.
10 of hearts.
I wouldn't be surprised at all if that hit one of their hands, either with the side card or with the heart. Both players checking the turn. So one of them slow playing a big hand. Robert was on a draw. I just got a gut feeling he was on a drawing hand. And this made his hand. Either that or he's prepared to make a monster bluff. Looks like he's going to bet. He's got 1.3 million stacked out there. $1.3 looks like 15, so 1.315 I think is the bet. Monster bet. 1.315 is correct.
1,315,000 is the bet by Rob. 1.315.
Well, Robert's going for the big payday here. A very tough call for Jeremy. I'll be really impressed if he calls and has the best hand. That seems like a way too big of a bet to be a bluff. Oh, I think Jeremy's within a hair of making this call.
He's close. Look,
He made it. He made the call.
See the hands? 5, 4 is shown. Jeremy's going to show ace 9 for a pair of 9.
You were right. So Jeremy had the 9. He had a 9. And I think I want to say Jeremy said the other player.
He had a 4 or 5, so he had to open it straight draw.
Yeah.
Missed and decided to bluff the river. That's a major blunder. Wow.
Why not just shove there?
You know, to be honest with you, I prefer a shove or a check.
A shove or a
I don't,
check,
I
right?
don't like the in-between. I don't like the in-between bet at all.
Easy for us to say now after the hand. I get it, but and I don't know exactly how many chips he had there, but I like a shove or a check. You got to make it enough, right? And I don't know. I don't know what would have happened, but look at all those chips going the other way. In trouble.
Jeremy's momentum is continuing onward. Yeah, Robert wishes he had that last bet back.
Yeah, I think you're right. Robert's got to
It's down
overcome
to
this.
2 million, a little over.
Yeah.
Not much
And there's what, 14 million in play, so
14.
And Jeremy checks his option.
wow, huge hand. Great call though. It almost,
That's a tough call.
Stutter stepped
That's
a
a
little
really
bit.
tough
Oh,
call.
yeah, of course
It's
it
an
is.
overcard to his pair.
Yes.
It completes the flush draw. Completes a lot of hands that are in the range of the hands Robert could have had.
Did he make a read there? Did he just go off feeling?
Rob checks as well. Both players check.
Could be one or the other. It's hard to say. That one.
Because the other thing is he doesn't want to give up the lead as the 9 of clubs. Not give up the lead, but give up the momentum, give up more chips, and get things going for Robert. But maybe in the back of his mind, he's thinking, I'm running well. Things are going well. I think my hand is good. Maybe he picked up something.
And Rob makes the call.
Robert just looks miserable at this point.
Yeah. I wish he's had that 1.3 million bluffed off
Five
last.
spades there on the river. Still stacking chips is Jeremy.
I think if Jeremy bets again here, which he did not, he checks. He had to have a real hand. I'm be surprised if 5 wins this.
Well, there's
Oh,
a
king! Wow, I didn't
It
think
just
he had
keeps
anything
getting
that
worse. It keeps getting worse for Robert.
big. The bleeding just keeps going
yeah.
on. Yeah.
I mean, maybe Robert needs to just stand up, walk around the table a few times.
Probably standing up and taking a breather would.
Right, and he's just
be a smart move.
He made that big bet there, that bet on the end of the hand before that, but the deck's just going that way. It's going the opposite way. The cards are going to his opponent. Opponent's playing them and has a huge advantage. It's a huge advantage. It's going to be a mountain for him to crawl up and conquer this thing, but never count him out.
No. Put it to you this way. He's a double up away from being back to even. 2 double ups.
That's the way you got to look at it. James Larson, Robert Williamson III, broadcasting from the Ameristar Casino, East Chicago. Happy Labor Day. Hopefully everybody enjoyed the day off today. If you did work, well, we are working still too. So,
we feel your pain. Of course, we have a labor of joy. It doesn't really like work.
Really enjoy working with you, Robert. It's been fun. Great.
Yeah, always a
nice to
pleasure,
have you on the road here
James.
the last couple of weeks and in the studio, and look forward to working with you more here on the old HPT. And this property here is just beautiful. It's located adjacent to that East Chicago Marina. You probably saw that outside your window.
I've got a beautiful view of it.
Me
Yeah,
too.
It's really nice just to look out over the water, relaxing.
Yeah, and we're just 25 miles from downtown Chicago. And got great gaming and entertainment experience, and
Oh, Chicago's got everything.
Yeah, I mean it's just phenomenal. And here you got 288 rooms, a couple dining venues, some lounges. That's I've been in 2 places: the fitness center and the stadium lounge. That's where I've been spending my time.
Oh, I tried the steakhouse. You missed out.
Yeah, I did. I
It
just was
really
busy. I was
good.
working
It
this
was really,
trip.
matter of fact, it was downright excellent. The food was great. Uh-oh, we got a
Is that
Munster,
that's an
I think it's
all-in.
an all-in from Robert on the
It's an
button.
all-in. Any two here, or you still got to look? I mean, you used to.
No, you got to have an
How much
ace
you got?
to make this call.
He's going to ask for a count. I don't know what he's got left, so.
If Jeremy's got King 10, he might even call here. King Jack, I don't know.
Yeah,
I
any
think there's a
any
lot of-
blackjack cards here.
Yeah, I
He's
think it's a big wide range of hands that Robert would shove on here.
What's that?
1.59.
Rob is all in for 1,000,000.
10 big blinds.
990,000.
Oh,
Oh, so
1.59. 1.59.
1.590, and Jeremy folds up, takes down the pot.
And now he's got more.
yes.
200K more. Oh, more than that. 300 or 400K more.
Started the day with 9, and we are down to our final 2.
Yep. He's definitely got. Gonna see a lot of shoving from Robert's side. That's his only defense right now. Like I always say, it works until it doesn't. With danger of a lot of shoves.
Jeremy's going to raise.
360 to go.
360 is the raise by Jeremy.
Another all in from Robert, as I predicted.
All in. We're back to Jeremy.
And I think we're going to get a call here.
I wouldn't be surprised at all if Jeremy calls here.
360
I
back
think
to
he
Rob,
knows
all
Robert
in.
was going to come.
Now back to Jeremy.
Oh, wow.
Okay, okay.
So Jeremy was just trying to pick off and pick off. Wow.
Can't blame him for that. Boy, I'm really interested to watch this broadcast to see all these hole cards we saw earlier action today that I'm just dying to see some of these hands.
Been pretty accurate on the guessing the ones we have seen. Looks like I'm putting a limp instead of his normal all in. I say normal, just the last few hands.
Jeremy checks his option.
I'm gonna check for
And let's see the flop. Flop is 8 of clubs, 3 of hearts, 5 of hearts. Jeremy's going to be first to act.
2 hearts and all low cards. You know, when you see 2 limps, many
Jeremy
times
checks over
these
the
are
right.
in their wheelhouse.
Right,
These
yeah,
cards
exactly.
are in their hand
Let's
ranges.
see the turn. Turn card
Ten
is
of
the
dime
turn of
owns
diamonds.
there on the
Jeremy's gonna be
turn.
first to act. Jeremy's going to bet.
Rather large
430,
road best
430,000. Rob
bet
folds.
from
Jeremy takes
Jeremy,
down
and
the
he
pot.
takes the pot down. Once again, Jeremy isn't leaving Robert a lot of options. When he makes these bet sizes, Robert's only options are to move in on him. So
Right.
he's really still keeping the pressure on Robert, even though Robert has won a couple of these head-up confrontations.
Still 81-60 on the bottom, about 23 minutes remaining.
Robert in his paperwork plans for the prize money. Dog treats. Never saw that.
treats.
Seen a lot of things in these sheets, but never dog treats.
Them dogs are going to do some darn good eating.
Yeah, isn't that
What are
the
they going to
truth?
give him, caviar? What does he feed his dogs?
Right. They're going to be eating well tonight, I'll tell you that much for sure.
Jeremy makes the call, and Rob checks his options. Heads up to the flop here. Let's see the flop.
Got another limp pot here.
And the flop is ace, 8, 7, 2 spades. Want to thank Doug Statham, one of our camera operators, all the way from Detroit, Michigan, made the trip.
Rob checks, over to Jeremy.
Check over to
Jeremy
Jeremy.
checks as well, both players. Check. Let's see the turn. Turn card is the 8 of hearts.
8 of
Rob's
hearts
first
now
to
on the
act.
turn. You know, it's so hard to guess what these guys have watching this. Heads up poker, the range is somewhat unlimited.
Yeah,
you know.
wide open.
Rob bets.
I love watching heads up poker. I love it when I have the whole cards because I can learn a little bit. Because that's, you know, we talked about it in our broadcast. How do you get that experience heads up? Obviously, playing single table sit and goes and things like that. But you have to win those sit and goes or get down to the last 2 people in order to do that. Some people in the HPTs, this is their first time. Now, I know not these guys, but sometimes it's their first time to ever play heads up.
Yeah.
I'd like to play you heads up sometime.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Do tell.
Amanda, you can be there to be the commentator. Boy, I'd be. You talk about dead money.
My favorite kind of money.
I could get you once.
That's a great
Yeah,
part
you
about
don't
poker
care.
on
Yeah.
any given day.
You're right. You'll get me the other
Ooh,
night.
625,000, another monster bet. He is forcing Robert to move all in.
It's getting dangerously
or
low
fold.
there. Dangerously low.
Yeah, back down to 2 million range, in the 2 million range again. Just picking them apart. Chip, picking them apart, keeping on the pressure.
160 on the blinds, about 21 minutes remaining at this level.
I want to thank all of our players for coming out on Labor Day weekend, giving up time with their friends and family to join us here with their poker family.
I was going to say they're like family to us too.
Absolutely. And I want to thank the guests that I've had today. Mike Ross, Dave Goodfriend. Dave Goodfriend came in and just killed it. Did a great job.
I listened to part of it. I thought he did great too.
It was phenomenal. We had Jeff Madsen in here. We had Mike Puccio from. Sorry, I thought I saw.
Folds,
oh,
yeah, right,
folds
right
up there.
Cat got your tongue. Wait,
a little
there's
bit,
an all
yeah.
in.
I was
There's
thinking,
an all in.
Are we going to be going to dinner? But no, it's been a pretty quick day here on the old HPT. Along pretty fast. Had a bunch of early eliminations, then it slowed down. When you start with 9, it's just going to take a while. There's no way to really do that fast. You know, back when we were six-handed, I've seen 35, 40 hands when we were six-handed, but adding 50% more. But I'm glad we did it because we get more people on national television. It gives us more to talk about.
Well, it gives our players a chance for their day in the sun. You know, they get a chance to go out and say, "Hey, look at me." I suspect we'll see. Oh, I was going to say a raise, but nope. A limp from the button from Jeremy. Robert contemplating whether he wants to shove.
He's trying to just lure him.
Oh.
It's a little baby raise.
200,000 more.
Interesting. Danger Will Robinson. I think Robert has a big hand here. Nope, he raised it 200,000 though, which is close to a min raise. Yeah. Aha. Jeremy, I thought he might start limping from the button, hoping that Robert would push on a hand. Nope.
And Jeremy makes the call.
Well, it's got something, but maybe not as much. I'm telling you, I got a feeling Robert's got a monster hand here. I got a feeling he's got a big hand here.
Flop is Queen 10 and 4, 2 clubs. Want to give a quick shout out to Dominic Nero, poker room manager, Daytona Beach Kennel Club and Poker Room. He's watching this down in Florida. Send us a text.
We're going to see him soon, right?
We're going to see
Early
him
October.
soon.
I'll be there.
I'm hooked up for that event.
I'm there.
I talked to Dom. I said it's Florida. I'm going. Winner of the hand here is Robert. But yeah, Dom Nero had us here in Gary at his property when he was working here in Gary. So we have a lot of past with him, a lot of great history with him, and we're going to go down to Florida. And I love the Daytona Beach Kennel Club and Poker Room. It's a great room, great
a couple
dealers.
of big charity events there. I like the room
yeah,
too.
Yeah.
Real good, real nice place.
It's one of those places where we fly right in. You fly right into the airport there. You look out and there's the Kennel Club. We bet the greyhounds. We drink a few greyhounds. Dom will definitely be there. Looking forward to it. Hoping for a big field. Florida's just a hotbed for poker now. I mean, every week
since poker came to Florida, it's been a hotbed.
Yeah.
I think it might have been privately before then. Just saying. But it definitely has come to the limelight. I mean, they have got $5 and $10 million guarantees in Florida nowadays. Monster fields. Expecting a good turnout down in Daytona. Plus, it's a great place to come tie in a vacation. That's what I'm hoping to do. I'm hoping to take an extra 2 or 3 days and hit the beach. When I go out the beach, it looks more like a beached well. But, you know, I'm going to still try to hit the beach. I float real well.
Right, yeah. You're not going to drown. That's the good thing. I don't have to give you mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. We spent a lot of time in the Florida area over the years. It's been just a fun stop. And spent plenty of time on the beach. 2 4s and an ace. Rainbow.
Robert evaluating his options. Looks like Jeremy's going to keep the pressure on. Yeah, I don't blame Jeremy. I'm going to bet most every flop here, too.
180,000 was the bet, and
Robert's forced to fold.
180,000, and Rob Fuller,
Yeah, I think what Robert's going to have to do is going to have to be some more check raising. He's trying to play a little too straightforward right now with his stack size.
No reason to give up, though. Definitely no reason to give up. Not
you know
yet,
what?
anyway,
I
my
will
friend.
say this for Robert. He's fighting. He's fighting with a really short stack right now, and kudos to him for keeping the fight up.
An amateur could maybe just give up here, right? Maybe just get them all in and be like, you know what, it's just not working out, all right?
That wasn't my day.
Let's get down to the bar and have a drink, but got a feeling we could be here for a while. You never know. You never know with Texas Hold'em poker. Remember when we started doing TV big, and they'd always explain the game. It's so funny that years ago. Well, first let's explain to you how to play Texas
2004.
Hold'em.
We had to tell them the ranking order of hands. We'd have to explain what beat what. Every broadcast I did.
So far.
2004 and 2005. We had to do all that, even 06.
How about when you, how about when you misplayed your hand? You remember that big hand? Now you told me that you remember you thought you had. Oh,
my
crap,
memory's
we're
going
playing
bad.
Omaha.
My memory's going bad.
I'll always remember that. I didn't know you then. I knew who you were. That was about it. If you would have known me back then, you would have walked by me. I would have said, "Hi, you're Robert." Yeah, you would have said, "Ah, kid, get out of here."
And Rob's going to make the call.
Or call, sorry.
Call. Let's see the turn.
Call from Robert.
Turn card 5 of diamonds.
First act.
Well, I think that now if Jeremy doesn't have something, we'll see him just check this board out. Highly coordinated board. King, Jack, 9, 5, 2 diamonds, 2 spades. I think if we see a bet from Jeremy, it'll be either on a big made hand or a big drawing hand. I think either one. We got a flush and a straight draw here. That's a big enough hand. I'm gonna make a bigger bet here. And it looks like from my lips to his hands, he's making a sizable bet. Let's see. Looks like, is that 700?
710,000.
710 is the wager.
Well, that's about as significant as it comes to Robert's stack size. He's only got about $1.5 million, a little more left. All in declared by Robert.
I got a call.
And he's got a call.
And he says call.
King 6. He's got top pair and a spade draw.
Shows king of clubs.
No king of clubs, pardon me.
6 of hearts.
Got top.
So he's got top pair. We don't know what his opponent Robert has.
I think they're counting the chips down first before they're keeping us in suspense here.
All right, Jeremy's in the lead here. King of clubs.
Jeremy in the lead.
Rob has 8 of clubs, 9 of clubs.
8 of clubs, 9 of clubs. So he needs a 9 or an 8. That's it. He's dead to a 9 or an 8, or Jeremy's going to win this.
Wow, look at this. Yeah, the top pair going up against. Oh, yeah, he's paired as 9. You're right.
8 or a 9, or this tournament's
8 or
over.
9, or this tournament's over. We have 1 card left. We go to the river card. It's a 10.
It's
a 10.
It was close when it rolled off the deck. Wow.
That's going to do it.
That's it.
That is going to do it.
Is our HPT champion and also gets the coveted bracelet.
He gets the bracelet, and he's going home with a big payday, $142,386. That's it. We saw no emotion out of this guy all day long. He's pretty happy now as he shakes the hand of everybody in his rail in Chicago, Joe and Beauvais.
He's got half the audience. I think there was a fair amount for Robert as well.
Mike Puccio's in there.
Stayden. Last year champion handed off the crown.
Julie. Yeah, you're handing off the crown. You're exactly right. You're exactly right. Now second place, I've got to tell you, 87,909. Robert, you know.
You may not like it right now because it's a terrible feeling, but the next day or 2 or 3 or 4, it'll help console him that he's got 87,000 reasons to console him.
Indeed, my friend, indeed.
If you standing right there, you throw that fucking money.
Mike Puccio. I think he's had a fun afternoon.
Wow, what a week it has been. 432 players. We're down to the champion, that man right there. Jeremy goes home with the cash, the title, and the bracelet. So we're going to catch up with him. Amanda Leatherman is going to join us, but to wrap up the week, my friend saw great poker. You played the event, had a lot of fun. I think you met some new friends when you were playing this week.
You know what? I did. My sister from the Chicago area lived here for quite a while, and I always had a soft place in my heart for Chicago, and it continues forward. I met a lot of really nice guys, and a lot of people that I've seen through the years in different parts of the world, at the World Series out in Vegas, or different tournament joints, have come out for the HPT here in Chicago. So we appreciate and thank y'all for all the support. It's been a wonderful week. And thank you for the Ameristar East Chicago for hosting us. And I mean, the rooms here are gorgeous.
Beautiful,
The views are gorgeous. The staff is awesome, very, very congenial, and service oriented. So I really appreciate them having us here.
I want to thank Ken Lambert, Chris Corrado, everybody at Pinnacle Entertainment for having us back here. They believed in this event, and we're seeing
Matt
it right
Schubert,
now.
That's the GM of the property. I appreciate all those guys, like you said, Chris Corrado and Kenny Lambert.
Also want to thank down in the bar our server Mike. He did a great job all week. Mike was taking care of me.
He took care of you all right.
Hey! But I want to thank him and Jimmy, the guy who brought my bags up to the room, and
Daniel gave me a ride from the airport. We got to
oh
throw him in there.
of course, yeah.
And
a lot
Walter,
of people to
and
thank.
Walter's going to give me a ride tomorrow.
And I want to thank you for the dinner tonight and my bar tab.
Boy, I hope you're not heavy drinking tonight. I got early call time tomorrow.
Yeah, you do. So, folks, if you enjoyed the broadcast, we'll be back 1 week from tonight. We'll be calling the table from Blackhawk, Colorado. The Golden Gates Casino and Poker Parlor. All the information, just leave this Twitch page. Wait till the broadcast is over. It's hptpoker.com, and we start on Wednesday. So it's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So if you bag on Wednesday, you got to wait till Sunday.
Got a nice vacation.
Again. And real quick, I got Mike Puccio here. You're handing off the title. You were the reigning champion here. How does it feel to see Jeremy do what you did last year?
You know, honestly, I talked to Jeremy's girlfriend. They've been together for a long time, and she was telling me that they've been trying to get married. I go, well, there's no excuse. If he wins this tournament, he better buy you a damn ring. And I don't know if you saw it or anything, but I was out there, and I was like, Jeremy, you're screwed. There's no excuse anymore. You're getting her a ring. Yeah. So, it's really great to see these people that really are struggling in life, and this poor girl is with Jeremy. She's been dating him for so long, and she wants to get married, and they've been struggling with money, and now there's no excuse for Jeremy. Buy her a damn ring. I told her, I go, tell him shit or get off the pot.
I know a good diamond salesman over in the Iowa City area, so I'll give him his card, but congratulations. This is great, life-changing money. Here on the HPT, that is what we do. I want to thank everybody on our crew, and now I want to send it down to Amanda Leatherman, who's got the second place winner. Amanda, we'll send it down to you, and you can talk to our friend Robert.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Robert, who just finished second here at the Ameristar Casino and Hotel here in East Chicago. How are you feeling right now?
A little disappointed. I obviously was hoping for the win. Jeremy played great heads up, pretty much ran me over. He deserves it. He's going to be a great HPT champ. And, I came into the final table in 8th place, so I can't be too upset with the second place finish, but certainly was playing for the win, so a little disappointed at the moment.
I understand. You definitely had a good run, though. You're taking home like $87,000. But what was that turning point hand for you when he turned over that 9?
There really was not a single turning point hand. I mean, he pretty much just, he just ran me over heads up. I think it all started when the first hand of the match, he had a pair of 3s versus my pair of 3s, and he had a 6 kicker that played, and that kind of set the tone for the match.
Yeah. Well, what are we going to see? Are we going to see you at a next HPT event? Any more of them?
Yeah, definitely. I love the HPT. Structures are great, and they're really well run, so I'll be back for sure.
Okay, I know you're disappointed, but are you going to party tonight?
Definitely, for sure.
Okay, maybe I'll see you there. Thank you.
I hope so.
Back to you guys.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Amanda. Great interview. 87,000. I think I could wake up tomorrow. I'd be upset, but I got 87,000.
I like what he said about the momentum. She said, did you feel it start to slip away when you got called down on that one? He said, I don't really remember when the momentum changed. It just felt like it, felt like it was seesawing towards Jeremy the whole way, and really there towards the end it was. Jeremy played great, kept the pressure up, and didn't leave Robert with a lot of choices. And Robert finally got in a spot where he felt like he needed to bluff, and it didn't work out. So, and Jeremy still made a big call there. That was a tough call for him.
Indeed.
But they both players played well, but Jeremy played a little bit better today, and the cards ran a little bit better. And Robert played great. He's over here with us. Congratulations, Robert. You played. When somebody gets a momentum like that.
He was knocked out.
Here, take a seat, my friend. Take a seat real quick. I just want to ask you a couple questions.
Fixing to have another Amanda Leatherman
Well, we got to go to the
Guys,
interview
I'm here
first.
with the winner,
So we'll go to that
Jeremy,
now.
of the HPT Ameristar East Chicago event. How excited are you
We'll
right
be
now?
back after this interview.
I don't even know what to say. I am extremely excited. This is really going to change my life, so I couldn't be more appreciative of it.
Do you think it had anything to do with that mustache hat you were wearing?
I told everybody standing in my crowd that every time I get a new hat, I seem to do well. So they took my Bears hat from me, said I couldn't wear Bears logo, so I decided to roll with the mustache hat today, and got a new hat, and it worked out.
You know what's funny? I was talking to you before the tournament even started, and you said, how are these interviews going to go? And I said, well, when you bust out and you go, no, when I win. And
That's
what?
right.
Here we are.
That's right.
Yeah.
I wasn't trying to bust out. I was trying to take it as far as I could.
And even the second place finisher, Robert, said you played fantastically, and he was really, really, really nice about you. So.
Yeah, I couldn't be more appreciative. He's a great player, and he gave me some trouble when we were like 8-9-handed, and after that, things started falling my way. So I really don't know what else to say.
Well, you're taking home a lot of money.
Heads up, and yeah, I'm taking home quite a bit. You sure enjoy it.
Where are we going to see you next?
I'm not sure. Probably take a little time off, and then I'll probably be at another event soon.
It better be an HPT event.
I hope so.
All right. Thank you, Jeremy.
All right. Thank you.
Back to you guys.
3-5 versus 3-6.
All right. That is your champion. Now I'm joined with the second place, the runner-up today. I have Robert back here. Robert talking to Robert. All right, what's going through your mind? I'm not going to rehash everything, but
and I actually put you on that hand.
how do you feel?
I'm happy with the result. I'm obviously a little bit frustrated and disappointed. Every tournament that everyone plays, they play for the win. And today I had a real shot at winning a major tournament, and so I'm frustrated. But I can't be too upset. Earlier on in the day, I got it in with King 9 versus I'm not sure Ace Queen, I think it was. No, I had 2 live cards, but either.
Yeah. You had King 9.
Yeah, I hit a 9 on the river to stay alive, and could have very easily been eliminated right there. So it was a free roll from then on. But
and you fought through a short stack. You had a short stack a lot of the tournament. You really played a short stack very well, Robert.
I was playing less than 20 big blinds for almost all of day 2, and around 10 big blinds for most of the first half of the final table.
Yeah.
And I waited for some good spots and waited. I was pretty patient. I'm very happy with the way I played. I chipped up towards the end, started knocking people out, and gave myself a chance to win. Started heads up with the chip lead, but Jeremy was just too tough.
Yeah, on that one hand that you talked about with the 3 aces on board, I said you probably had somewhere around King 10. You had a King high. I was almost positive.
Yeah, I don't remember,
remember
what I had. I had King X.
Something.
Yeah, and I mean, when you're heads up and the board is ace, deuce, and you have a king in your hand. You're going to be good most of the time, and I was good actually. I led out for value, and he raised me with nothing. I mean, with
On
a spade draw, but with
But if you
three
had a
aces on the
pair,
board,
you'd
it's
have
mostly
dead.
a bluff there. So I thought it was good, and I made that call. He ends up hitting a spade on the river. We go check, and that hand kind of really crippled me, along with a couple other hands. So I was pretty unfortunate heads up, but overall on the day and throughout the tournament, I'd say I was very fortunate and very lucky to be here.
Well, you got 87,000 reasons to console you, so congratulations on your finish, Robert.
Hey, he's running pretty good. He's got 87,000, and he's a proud uncle now.
That's very true. I have a 2-year-old niece in Boston. Her name is Jane, and she's just an absolute peach. She is the sweetest thing, and I'm so proud to be an uncle. I'm actually going out there next week. I'm going to go play the WPT at Borgata, and then I'm going to Boston for about 4 or 5 days to see my sister and her family, and I just can't wait.
Well said. That's probably the best second-place interview I've been a part of in my 8-year run here on the HPT, because I hope you realize that's a whole lot of money you're taking home.
It definitely is, and I look forward to spending a little bit of it tonight.
Hey, all right, I'll meet you down at the stadium bar. We'll be down there, my friend. So he is our second-place winner going out. Robert, thanks for playing.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
One of the best players in Indiana, says Mike Puccio. So you're going to go join Amanda, and we're going to wrap things up here. You already did his interview. Okay. Well, Robert, not much else to say.
I was
but
going to say.
had a blast, man. It was fun.
It was a good time, James Larson, Robert Williamson III. We hate to say goodbye, but you know what? Sometimes you got to let it go.
Absolutely.
Till our next time.
For sure.
We'll see you again, folks. Dial back in next week, same time, same bat channel. Wait a minute.
Yeah, we can say that. Make sure
All
to
right.
follow us on Twitter at HPT James and at Robert Williamson III. You can find it. Just Google him. I want to thank Amanda Leatherman. It was a pleasure to work with her. Top notch. Did a great job with the interviews. I want to thank last year's champion Mike Puccio for hanging out with us. And I got a feeling he's going to try to get us cross-eyed downstairs at the Stadium Lounge, and I'm not going to complain. So that's it. Had a great night. Signing off from East Chicago, James Larson and Robert Williamson. Good night, and God bless.
Hey, Robert, you were a great interview, by the way.
I really appreciate it. Good luck, Amanda. You make it easy.
Thank you. Trying to make it comfortable.
That was good. They needed to cut to a close-up, though.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Appreciate that, man.
I don't know what's happening with that, you know.
Thank you. I appreciate it. This is my boy Sam. He's been a fan of yours for years. You gotta take a quick picture with us.
Oh, yeah, hell yeah. I took a picture and I go, hey, my new best pal.
The winner, sweet, he wouldn't look at me, you know, just at the camera. You know when they don't know.
Yeah.
Like, just kind of awkward.
Yeah.
You come back to Illinois, we're going up to my cabin in Wisconsin.
Yeah, that's right. I do that all the time. All the time, because I can never pronounce half their names.
He was sweet. You know, just look at me.
Hey, guys, get in front of the HPT. It'll look
Yeah,
better,
way
okay?
better.
Trust me on that.
They just won't look at you.
Oh, I know.
This is so cool.
Yeah. So make it shy.
Fix your collar.
But Mike was easy.
No,
He was
the other
easy.
collar.
Oh, the other one. Mike.
Oh,
When I interviewed Mike last year.
I interviewed him this time. He was great.
Yeah, he's an easy interview.
I'll see what.
Who is?
Jeremy. Oh, we're gonna do that shot.
How do you like the pressure I put on you? You gotta buy your ring now?
You gotta buy her. I talked to his girlfriend in a hallway.
Yeah.
She's like,
Caitlin,
yeah, we've been going out for so long.
Nice to meet you.
You too, Robert.
See you soon,
Yeah,
hopefully.
we're
Yeah, I
going
know
out.
your name.
We're going out for so long. And I said, so if he wins, there's no excuse for him to fucking put it.
Take care, man.
No
Good luck,
excuse for you to
guys.
not put a ring. Is that what
There's
you
no fucking excuse now for him not to put a ring on. So you tell him, if he wins this, shit or get off the fucking
It's
pot.
funny. She's sweet too.
Oh, she is.
What am I doing?
We're gonna go take that shot.